Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV. You made it. You're in the right place. You can close all those other tabs with whatever other stream you're watching because this is the only one that's important to you. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you joining every day. Today is July 30th, Wednesday. Happy FOMC day. We got a big day ahead, a ton of numbers coming out, of course, ending with the Fed rate decision at the end of the day. We're going to be here through it all with you. I'm going to turn those notifications off so we can focus here. Hoag, JD, how are we feeling today? Happy FOMC day. How you guys doing this morning?
Hey, feeling good, man. Ready for it? FOMC day. Lots going on. Lots of data. Lots of earnings. Lots of tweets. Oh my! Good to see everybody.
Happy Fed Day.
Hey,
Happy Fed Day, friends of traders. It's time to go. We've got gold is open for business. 7:20 a.m. Central Time. Opening bell for gold futures. We've rolled to the December contract on TopstepX, folks. Trading the D's contract right now. Got a pretty tight opening range. Only about 15 ticks so far. I'm thinking about getting into this trade. Maybe we can get in, peel a couple off before GDP number comes out at 7:30 Central Time. We'll get in the economic calendar in just a minute too, but let's see how this trade plays out. See if we get triggered into something here.
Well, we just did.
I'm joining the bid. Ooh, we got a better fill than we should have. 33.8290 house count long 5 micro gold contracts. This is going to be a real cheap trade, folks.
Yeah, only a 19 tick opening range.
Yeah, we got a CYA down at 33.7990. If we get 1 hour, I'm going to peel a couple off ahead of these 7:30 numbers.
Excellent. Excellent. Opening right at the high of value from yesterday.
Yep.
See if we reject.
33.8330 is let me pull up my Topstep daily levels. Yesterday's value area high 33.8330. Once again, trading the D's contract on TopstepX. Everybody should be rolled to the December contract right now.
That is Z, December.
Z as in zebra.
Do you guys know why they skip? What would it be? It would be October, right? There is an October contract. Why did we skip October and just go straight to December?
Gold is one of those.
Yeah, go ahead,
JD.
You can explain it. No, you explain it better than me. Go ahead.
Gold is one of those contracts that has kind of, they call them bastard contract months.
Okay.
I hate that, but there's, you can trade them. Like the October contract has 67,000 in open interest. It had 20,000 in volume yesterday. So it does get traded, but for some reason, some of the other contracts don't really get traded. And for whatever the reason is, the volume goes straight from August to the December contract, which is kind of one of my favorite times of the year to trade gold because we don't have a rollover for 3 or 4 months. Whatever the reasons are, they're just looking towards that December, the end of the year, probably as one of the attractors of the December contract. And I think a lot of traders, if they can avoid more rollovers throughout the year, especially some of the larger traders, they're going to avoid it. And there's okay volume in the October contract, but just goes to D's every year.
Unlike other products like treasuries or whatnot, there are delivery months in between those front month contracts in gold. So, for instance, or even equities roll quarterly. March, September, December. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yep.
But there are no delivery months in between. Gold has delivery months in between.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's because of Christmas. Everybody's taking delivery on gold for their Christmas presents.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
So
looking good in this trade right now. House long from 33.8290. 33.8290 long 5 micro gold. Go ahead, JD.
We're going to peel a couple off at 33.86 even. That'll be 1R. We'll peel 3 off and ride 2 into these numbers coming up. Bottom of the hour. Well, we actually already had the ADP employment report come out. Let's refresh this real quick. It came out at 7:15, yes.
Higher than expected.
Much higher than expected.
Yeah.
That's a, I'd call that a hit. Prior, negative 33,000. Prior revised, minus 23,000. So prior revised was better. Consensus range for this month was 20,000, 130,000. Pretty wide consensus range. Actual came out 104,000. Wow, we just we were 2 ticks away from hitting 1R in gold and peeled right back off to our entry price. We're about even on this trade. Should have
you put that offer in.
Hoag. I did.
Offer scared it away.
Drew a line and scared it.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get another pop here.
Speaking of that ADP number, JD, and maybe why we may be seeing a little bit of hesitation in gold here, what else do we have on the calendar that we do have to look out for?
A couple big numbers coming out in just a few minutes. We've got the GDP, Gross Domestic Product report, coming out, big inflation number. The Treasury refunding announcement also coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. A couple note announcements. Pending home sales, 9 o'clock later this morning. EIA natural gas report. I'm sorry, EIA petroleum status report. Crude inventories at 9:30. We've got the FOMC announcement imminent, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. We'll be talking you through that live here on TopstepTV. Make sure you're sticking around for it. And then we got the Fed Chair press conference at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be here bell to bell for you. We're going to talk through and trade through all of these reports. So stick around, folks. We're going to trade right now.
This GDP number is the first estimate of the second quarter's GDP. So it's a preliminary number. It is getting a little bit thin as far as the domes are concerned here. We also have some pretty serious earnings after the close today. But before the close, HSBC missed on earnings per share, beat on revenues. ADP beat, of course, on both earnings per share and revenues. UBS also beat. There were a lot of numbers that came out this morning looking across the board, overwhelmingly green. So that's good news. But after the close, we have Microsoft, Meta, Qualcomm, Robinhood, Carvana, Jack's favorite, one of Jack's favorite stocks, and Ford, amongst a host of others. It is a very busy week in earnings, but those are the real standouts today.
Jack's favorite stock. Does anyone use Carvana in real life? I know one person who ever has. My sister sold her car to Carvana.
I believe James Harden, our favorite news anchor, has used Carvana. I have not.
Okay.
We should ask him about it when he comes on later.
Right.
James, if you're listening, be prepared to talk about Carvana later.
It just seems so weird to buy a car from a vending machine.
I know, right? How do you do it? There's like a giant coin. You stick into a huge slot, turn a big lever, and a car pops out.
Yeah, we got some people in the chat. Roger W. and Shane both bought cars from Carvana. Roger says 100% A++ would do it again. There you go.
Really?
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that experience.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe my next car I'll buy from them. We got a minute and a half to this number. House is long. 5 micro crude from 33.8290. We got any news that we want to cover before this number comes out?
Yes, we do. We talked about the Fed announcement. We got a clip to run because we're set to announce the latest decision.
He's
on
a lame
rates later.
duck at this point, Powell.
The Federal Reserve is expected to hold rates steady today, despite objections from President Donald Trump. He says either the board should approve cuts or Fed Chair Jerome Powell should resign. Lower interest rates make it more affordable for Americans to borrow money, but economists say they can cause inflation. Powell says that's already a concern due to tariffs. The Yale Budget Lab predicts Trump's new ones this year could result in a 0.5 percentage point drop in real GDP growth.
Those losses mean about
$2,700 in increased prices for consumers. Those losses mean fewer jobs in this country and less growth in this country.
Despite numbers like those, Trump is demanding rate cuts. His pressure campaign involves a visit to the Fed headquarters last Thursday. He argues its ongoing renovations are too expensive, and he blames Powell. Many analysts say investors want the chair to make decisions based on data, not politics.
If the numbers don't give him the ammo to go out and cut wildly the way Trump does it, it would be hugely reckless. The markets would immediately come back and say, whoa, what's going on here? We're seeing the full politicization of the Fed on the largest economy on the planet.
Trump says he probably won't try to fire Powell. The chair's term ends in May.
There's only so much he can do between now and then.
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
All right, we got the numbers out now.
GDP.
Gold just dipped down to settlement price, 33.6120. We're breaking off. We're selling off just a little bit. Not much of a knee-jerk reaction there.
No, nothing really. But the GDP, quarter over quarter for quarter two preliminary was expected at 2.5%, came out at 3%. That is an estimate. Pretty strong GDP though. The core PCE prices, which really this is just a preliminary number. The real number comes out tomorrow. That came out at 2.5%. They were looking for 2.4%. Higher, so maybe a little bit inflationary there, but the real PCE numbers will come out tomorrow. GDP price index preliminary was expected at 2.2%. That came out at 2.0%. And real consumer spending 1.4%, a rise from 0.5% in the last month. Those are all preliminary numbers. The real numbers to come, especially PCE tomorrow. GDP, every month we get an estimate. We get the final estimate of quarter two right before the beginning of the fourth quarter. So just preliminary numbers there, folks. Well, looks like we're getting.
We got tagged on the gold stop, just a minor paper cut to start the day, down 170 house account. We're going to look at the crude oil opening range trade at the top of the hour. Try and get this ship righted going into fast markets. Still seeing some selling coming into gold right now. Dropping. We just melted right through yesterday's volume point of control, 33.7840, and we're still selling off. So stop placement was perfect. Just a little haircut to start the day.
Yeah. Dollar index looks pretty a little strong this morning. It's up 0.18%, 99.06, about where it was yesterday last time we checked. But higher on the day, so strong dollar.
Weaker gold.
Yep.
We traded right down to a short time frame trend line that comes off of Monday's regular trading session hour low. We've got 3 points of contact. This is the fourth point of contact on this little trend line. Very short-term trend line. Looks interesting, though.
Hoag's seeing something he likes.
Yeah.
Let's get into the charts. JD, I know you had some news on gold prices. Before we get into these charts, what do we got?
Gold pretty flat to start the day. People sitting on the sidelines waiting for that Fed announcement tonight. You could see, let me pull up a 15-minute chart. I was looking at this before we started. Very sideways price action in gold overnight. Muted, as they might say. Again, traders just sitting on the sidelines, sitting on their hands, waiting for this Fed announcement to come out. We've got spot gold prices, or December crude prices. This quote doesn't look right on. Never mind. Spot price is $33.2290 per ounce at the time that this article was written. Futures currently trading $33.81. We just hit settlement price again. But let's get into that gold chart and see what's really happening in this market. We still see some selling coming in right now.
Well, let's do it. All right.
What do we got, Hoag?
So on the daily, we're still range bound. That hasn't changed. Yes, it is a new contract month, but that hasn't changed the market state at all. That pullback yesterday. Whoops, hang on a second here. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, switch date. Volume and open interest is going to be very blurry. Overall, yesterday we lost 5,200 in open interest on a pretty good down day. Long liquidation, quite possibly, but again, with rollover, it's very difficult to be able to gauge that volume and open interest. Very blurry. Overall, still relatively range bound. We're still kind of holding against this trend line. Market has really been kind of centered around, price has really been centered around this trend line if I were to extend it at all. But for us to really break any kind of market state, I'm looking at 33.43, which is the new weekly kickoff low for the December contract. You double check that. Yes, 33.43. And then we've got the new weekly kickoff high for the December contract, 34.79. So overall, still range bound on the daily chart. Is there anything that you want to mention, Jay, about the daily here? I know the new contract and what's it like to trade rollover? Sometimes it's a little bit hairy.
Yes, it can be, Hoag. New contract, same gold. We are still in this range, somewhere near the lower extreme of this range. Price has changed, but the chart has not. We will see. Maybe rollover is what we were waiting for to get directional again. We have seen that in the past. But right now, it's still very much range bound at the lower extreme of that range. I know we had that trend line that we drew on the daily. We broke that trend line. Didn't really get a great test of it on the daily, but we are significantly under it. The 20 and the 50 moving averages still pretty much flat lines. I'm thinking range until it doesn't. If we continue to see strong dollar and the equities rally, maybe we do see gold continue to sell off. But for right now, it looks like lower extreme of the range.
All right. On to the 30-minute chart, a little shorter time frame. This is that trend line I was just talking about where, the low from Monday, the low from yesterday, traded right down to it. We've got now 4 touch points on that trend line. It might offer opportunity. As JD was mentioning, it was really range bound, very rotational in the overnight trade. We're testing now below the overnight low, which I'm seeing here at 33.77. Kind of right up against that trend line again. Where are we in relation to the value from yesterday? Well, we're inside value, pretty much right in the middle of it. As JD mentioned, we've really just kind of tested down to the point of control or the point of chill. The most popular price that was traded yesterday, the most visited area volume-wise and time-wise is that point of control. I'm seeing the TPO point of control at 33.77.60, volume point of control 33.77.30. So we've really tested down to those levels. They tested down to this trend line, inside range and value. Any overnight inventory, it's negligible if anything. So here's where we opened. Here's where we're currently trading. So if there is overnight inventory, it's probably a little bit to the short side. Not expecting to see big moves or big ranges today prior to the FOMC announcement. There are a couple other things. We've got the Bank of Canada announcing their rate decision at 8:45 Central this morning, 9 o'clock, pending home sales. Are those going to affect gold? Debatable. So we'll see what happens. Again, when we do open inside range and inside of value, you hear me say this a lot, stay patient. There's probably some better trade location later on in the session. However, we swept the overnight low, tested to this trend line. We're starting to see a little bit of a pullback off of that. This looks like a pretty decent area to limit risk in either direction. And again, what we're doing here is trying to help put these markets in some sort of context, always thinking about risk management and remaining patient in our trading. And this could be a good area to look for an opportunity to limit risk. Jay, your thoughts?
So looking at this 30-minute chart on gold, Hoag, we have the 200 moving average, which is this white line on my screen, coming down a little bit. It's up at 33.96. Maybe it's starting to flatten out a little bit. But what I'm looking at is we had one of the highest, so the weekly open that we had, we saw that gap down and then immediate rally. Then the highest volume we've had so far on the week on the 30-minute, the range of that candle is 33.86 at the high, 33.57 at the low, and that's been the range for the week. So watching gold, I'm watching if I'm going to trade this. Could this be a function of rollover? It could. Rollover's over. Do we get directional at this point? How does the market respond at the extremes of this candle, right? Do we find buyers up at 33.86 or do we continue to reject? I'm going to attach a VWAP to this candle, and it's support so far, right? We can see it's the low tick pretty
Look
much
at
of
that.
the day. Do buyers continue to step up and support this market out of this range, or do we chop around? I think anything in the middle, I'm going to stay patient and then read how the market wants to respond around this range, because we can see it has not left it since this 30-minute candle printed.
So basically, range bound to breakout rules, fade the extremes until proven wrong.
100%. 100%. I am in a trade right now. Just wanted to clarify that. We were talking about strong dollar, maybe weaker gold. I am in a short in the euro futures. Took this last night and just managing this trade right now. But
Nice.
just wanted to talk about that trade. Thanks.
Awesome.
Let's move
Trade,
on.
trade.
Thanks. I got to give Coach Paul the shout out on that one. He brought it to my attention. Coach Paul's scouting report that we do during At the Buzzer. Some pretty good information on there. So shout out to Coach Paul again. Not for trade advice, for educational purposes only. But when they set up his good trades, you got to take them. JD,
Very nice.
Speaking of trades, what do we got as far as news goes before we get into the equities?
Sure. We talked about gold being a little muted this morning. Same thing with stocks. Well, we're trading just a tad higher right now. The E-mini S&P 500 up about 0.04%. NASDAQ E-mini futures up about 0.1%. We had some mixed data coming out yesterday. The JOLTS report, job opening and labor statistics fell to 7.37 million in June, weaker than expectations. Expectations were for about 7.5 million. And we had the U.S. consumer confidence come out. The index rose to 97.2 in July, a little stronger than expectations of 95.9. So a little bit of mixed data there. We're coming off of 2 red days. Could just be a little profit taking going into the Fed announcement. Could just be a lack of participation and sort of a zombie break, one might say. But a pretty much flat to start the day. Pardon me. Going into the 8:30 Central Time open. But let's dig into that S&P chart and see what the oracles are telling us. Mr. Hoag, Coach Jay, let's do it.
Right. So we've got a pullback that leaves the all-time high in extended trading hour. Those tend not to be lasting highs. Say that every time. And within a couple of days, if not that day, that overnight all-time high gets taken out. Overnight, open interest, very, very little change. It was inert. I call it inert when it's very small. The estimate is an approximate 300 loss in open interest on a down day. Again, that's kind of inert. It kind of says to me on a down day like yesterday that we had some long liquidation that occurred, but it met buyers. It met passive buyers on the way down. So all of those all of those long liquidators were absorbed by other buyers. That's what that kind of even open interest says to me. So we are, looking at just off all-time highs, lots of data, earnings, and tweets. Oh my. So we are, in my opinion, probably just going to fall into some sort of a holding pattern until some new information comes out. Pending home sales going to do it? I don't know. FOMC rate announcement? Probably going to come out as everybody expected, but the Fed chairperson might offer some bigger opportunities. We don't know. Anything can happen. ACH. Jay, any thoughts on this daily chart in the S&Ps? It's a little bit of a different story in the NASDAQ. We'll check that in a little while, but what do you think of this?
Yeah, A little bit of a different story, like you said, in the S&P Hoag. We were talking yesterday about welcoming a pullback in these markets, and we got one yesterday, right? We didn't really see that buy the dip opportunity, kind of ending the days pretty close to the lows, right around that 6,400, which is still holding for now.
Mhm.
What I'm looking at this chart, Hogan. I'm remembering the gold rally that we had, where I feel like I heard you repeat so many times, 2 down days in an uptrend, right? 2 down days in an uptrend. We had 2 down days here. Is this enough of a pullback in the equity markets for us to continue rallying? I think the response to the data that we get is going to really tell us. But from a technical perspective, I welcome this pullback. Maybe a little bit deeper of a pullback down to 6340s, this 20-day moving average. I'm still looking at that as maybe we got a little bit extended. We could see a revisit of this, but this is still a market that is making new all-time highs, and these pullbacks are healthy. But 6,400 holding major psych level. I don't want to short it for a very long time. Could I take a short trade? Absolutely. But I'm still looking for opportunities to buy these markets.
Hmm. All right. Thank you, Jay. I'm on to the 30-minute chart now. There's some interesting things to look at here. First, we'll take a look at overnight inventory. Market opened last night here. It's currently trading here. Maybe a little bit of overnight inventory to the long side. Nothing that I think where the juice would be worth the squeeze to see some sort of an adjustment. Why? Because we are right in the middle, the smack dab middle of value from yesterday. Value high on this platform coming in at 64.19 quarter. Value low just below that 6,400 level at 63.97. Where did we trade to yesterday? Well, there were lots of visual targets to look to buy a pullback yesterday. Unfortunately, none of them really paid out. But we have what many people would call an obscure reference level, the afternoon pullback low from back here on the 24th. I put that on here the morning of the 25th because when it comes back to that level, it is a level where sellers backed off and buyers took back over. There was the base of the late spike from the 23rd that is still on this chart. This whole area here was looking to me like we were finding buyers previously to that. Would we find them again, which we did. We've had 1, 2, this is last week, 3, 4 weak lows, non-excess lows. We've checked back and taken out 2 of them. We've rechecked both of these. This was Friday. This was Thursday. So that's kind of cleaning up some weaker structure down below. As long as we hold this 64 to 63.90 level here, this looks like a pretty decent area of demand, if you ask me. We've got these kind of obscure levels, but sometimes those obscure levels are exactly where price goes to and rejects. But again, we're looking at very little overnight inventory. We're opening in range and in value. Opening in value usually tells me I might find better trade locations as the day goes on. Doesn't always prove that way. Nothing happens exactly the same twice ever in futures trading, but this is a context idea, a context tool. When we open in range and value, there's very little change in the perception of value, at least prior to the open. I'm looking for the market to find a range and work that range until after 1 o'clock. As if something happens, something changes, we have to look to see if that's a significant enough change to change our strategy. Gold continuing to put in new lows right now. But Jay, what do you think? What are we talking about here in the S&Ps? Love your 6,400 level down there.
So on the S&Ps, Hoag, like we were saying, welcoming pullbacks in an uptrend, but now the S&P is under the 200 moving average on the 30-minute for the first time in about 2 weeks. So in order for us to continue up 64.20, which is that price, we're going to need to see, at least from my technical perspective, see some buyers step in above that and use this as a support. I do not want to see that 64.20 become a resistance, because then that might mean that there's, we're turning a little bit of change in structure, and we might see a little bit more of a pullback. So I'm watching that 64.20 area up there. Of course, 6,400, the psych level. Everyone who's trading the S&P knows when it's trading at whole number level. So watching that response there as well. But this 6420, this 200 moving average is going to be important for today for me trading the S&P.
And it aligns very nicely with value high from yesterday. TPO value high, I'm seeing it 64.19.5. That's pretty darn close. So a little confluence there up at 64.20. Shout out to Eddie, 64.20 and 64 even. We're kind of looking at those extremes. Our overnight low also, that's something that we can sweep and give back. That also looks a little interesting, 64.05. Overnight high, very narrow overnight range. It's all inside value from yesterday. You can't tell me that this market isn't anticipating some new business and some new data coming out. Am I right there, Jay?
Absolutely. Could you think of any potential catalysts that we have that could move these markets, Hoag?
Right.
That was a rhetorical question. It was to all the earnings and the data that we have coming out this week.
Right.
All potential
Right.
catalysts to get us moving.
Right.
Let's move on to crude oil. Chris says, nope, none. Nothing could move these markets. Maybe the T word could do it.
Right.
JD, before we get into crude oil, any news that we have on crude, which has been one of the better trades over the past couple of days?
Man, I just want to talk about that move from yesterday. And look at this headline in crude oil. Crude prices surge as President Trump threatens sanctions on Russian energy exports. September contract rallied 3.75% yesterday. What a move. We were trading it live here on Topstep TV. We had a trade on in crude when that spike hit. Crude hit a 2-week high. Gasoline prices hit a 5-week high. Here's a quote directly from barchart.com. This article came out not too long after that big spike came yesterday. This is the quote. Concerns about the possibility of tighter global oil supplies sent prices sharply higher Tuesday after President Trump warned of secondary sanctions if Russia fails to reach a ceasefire in Ukraine within 10 days. Sent crude oil prices just soaring. Gains in crude accelerated when President Trump said he's not worried about how oil markets will react if he sanctions Russia. And it just kept going up from there. He thinks oil's too cheap right now. I think that's a consensus. But almost a 4% move yesterday. We had that opening range trade on. We bought nearly the low of the day yesterday. We got out on that spike. We could have held on for a little more, but I don't know. See profit, take profit on a move like that, right? But overnight, kind of flat. We saw a little pop. We saw a little dip. We're right back in a balance. We're hovering right above settlement price right now. But Hoag, Jay, why don't you take us through the charts and see what you're seeing?
Before we get into those charts really quick, I'm seeing some headlines actually right before we got on air. Trump 25% tariff on India, imposing a tariff on India to pay a penalty for buying from Russia. So to that point, JD, we're seeing escalations in the oil markets right now. What are you seeing in the charts, Hoag?
There will be no shortage of headlines coming out today, folks.
No.
Today's going to be a day. Head on a swivel.
All right. Crude oil breakout above 67.70, the weekly kickoff high above. President's comments, we were just talking about those things. Volume was just okay, and surprisingly, only an additional estimated 200 contracts in open interest. That move to the upside was pretty substantial. You would think that we would see a whole bunch of new buying coming in on the breakout, technically, of course, and then with that new news, but it didn't happen. At least that's what the preliminary bulletin is saying. To me, that's a little suspect, or as the kids would say these days, it's a little sus. So what does that mean? We're waiting for the EIA today. The API announced a 1.3 million barrel boost yesterday. We'll see what the EIA says today. Make sure that you're well aware that's 9:30 Central Time that's going to be coming out. But in the bigger picture, if we smush this all up together, We're still range bound. Doesn't mean there's not opportunities. There's always opportunities. Jay, what do you think?
Hoag, I think you get younger every day. Uh,
Ah,
there are a ton of opportunities in these markets, especially in crude oil, which is kind of a surprise to me. I'll be honest. I have not been looking at crude as much of a tradable market, but I've been wrong about the last 3 days in crude oil, and I think we're seeing some of the escalations and things, and we know how headline driven this market is, causing some movement. So I'll put it back on. Uh, a side screen uh, for some opportunities here. But I mean, they've been great opening range breakout trades. Looking at the daily, we are accepting price back in that huge sell-off candle that we had. That was, the 15% sell-off day. I'm still looking at 50% of that candle, which is right around 71.20s. We do have this major level 70 right above us, but yeah, it's picking up some momentum. Uh, on that sell-off, we held the 200 moving average on the daily, and the 20 and the 50 are starting to pick up a little bit. So, are we seeing momentum come into this market driven by headlines potentially? It looks good. It looks good. It was the biggest percentage mover to the upside yesterday. I think we had a what was it, a 3.5% move up yesterday. So this market surprises you when you're not looking.
wow. Just a side note here. Gold is getting smashed. It gave up that short time frame trend line right back to the IB low from yesterday. Just be careful. Be careful. Right back to the lows from yesterday. We'll see if we see any continuation below these lows. Just a big down move there. Just holding just below yesterday's lows. All right, let's go back and take a look at that crude oil in a little bit shorter time frame here on the 30-minute chart. And to quote the kids today, again, if you were long off the opening range in crude oil yesterday, that trade was gas.
Guess.
Is that the right term? Is that the right word for it, JD?
I think you got it, Hoag.
If
I think you got
if
it.
you'll pardon the pun.
I think you got it.
All right. So, well, yeah, the information came out, the market changed. We were our last two on that long was at 68.20, a great trade. We're not going to cry over spilled milk. That was the trade we were looking for, and that's the trade we got. So good job. But boy, a pretty decent move to the upside, highest volume of the day. Like I mentioned, volume was just okay throughout the day yesterday overall, but obviously the end of the day was where all the volume came in. The market really doesn't have any overnight inventory. If we're going to try and figure that out, really kind of flat overnight, just from with the opening price to where we are now. So we're looking at the overnight highs. We're looking at the extended trading hour after the close yesterday. That's up around 69.80 in the overnight, really trying to kind of put a little bit of a double top there. The market seems to continue to be buoyant, but what I really want to point out is we got through a lot yesterday. Man, I am so surprised that the open interest did not jump, because we were in a supply zone here. This little box, I'm going to take that off for now. It just kind of complicates things. We had weekly kickoff high, which was really sticky. We just kind of went above it, back below, one above, back below. Wasn't until we got that new news that the market really took off. Well, when it did that, I'm calling this a bit of an early late spike, but the market changed. In that moment, the market went from struggling to rally or continue above the initial balance, above the weekly kickoff high 67.70 to an all-out route to the upside. So we're going to look at that level where the market broke out of the previous session high 67.90 as the base of a late spike. It's a little bit of an early late spike, but the market really continued to push to the upside and really didn't find an area of two-sided trade. It was continuing to one time frame higher. So I'm going to use that as information today. When we have a late spike, when we open flat out above a late spike in the regular trading hour the next day, that's a high probability, of course, of price being accepted at higher pricing, value being outright higher than the previous session, opening inside the late spike. In other words, from the high of the day, 69.44 down to the base of the late spike. Anytime we open in there, the base of the late spike against 67.91, we open in here. That's a secondary, but a high probability of acceptance of pricing at higher levels. We're looking at value being outright higher or at least overlapping to higher. Now, acceptance of higher pricing doesn't mean we can just close our eyes and buy. Sometimes you're going to see you might see a significant pullback into these single prints that close out at the base of the late spike, 60 to 67.91, before the buyers come back in and start to move this market. So be careful. It's EIA day today. The market is likely to kind of balance until that point. But we will see how things play out. Jay, what are your thoughts? Oh, we're getting close here to
we
the
are
open here.
open in crude here. Hoag, the one question I have, those single prints from yesterday, if you were looking for a pullback in crude, do you consider that closing those single prints, or do we need to go all the way back down to 67.75, right? I see the way I marked this out here, I have the highest volume on the 30-minute from yesterday. We checked right to 50% of it and bounced from there. I would look at that as a satisfied pullback, and now I'm looking for the high of this candle to hold if I'm continuing to buy.
No, that
I
makes
know we have
perfect sense. Yeah, that half back, always very, very good. But remember, that happened in the overnight. When the real participants come into the market at 8 o'clock, things can change a little bit. So we'll see. I like the thought, though.
Thanks, Hoag.
We're working to get into an opening range trade in crude oil right now. We have established the 1 minute opening range. We got about a 12 tick wide range. High 69.57, low 69.45. We got a stop to enter below 69.44. Stop to enter above at 69.58. We're about 30 ticks below the overnight high. Overnight high 69.78 right now. We are working and we're in house count short 5 micro crude 69.43. Risking very little on this trade. I'm putting our stop underneath the overnight high because I think if we jump above there, we're going to see a little bit of a volatility, a liquidity grab above there. How do you guys feel about that? Should our stop be above or below overnight high?
We're short 69.42, you said?
43. 69.43. 1 tick of slippage. We were working a 44 stop, got filled at 43.
I mean, I like where the stop is now. You got it above the overnight high?
Just below the overnight high. You like it a little bit above the overnight high?
I mean, this recent swing high on the daily chart, where is that? 69.65. I don't think we have to go above the overnight high. That swing high is 69.70 maybe.
69.70? Okay.
Yeah.
I will adjust. 69.70.
I think that's far enough to blow out any opening range stops that are just above there. Some pretty good room.
I like it. Fair enough. 69.40 last trade. We got a couple tickies in this one so far. Gold gave us a couple ticks also. We almost hit 1 hour in gold before it went against us, and then totally fell out of bed. Our stop placement on that gold trade was
mint.
Yes.
Keep the I don't know if that's
small,
one of the things that kids say these days. But...
Mint.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss.
Back in the day,
Jay, how you feeling about
groovy?
Groovy. Let's bring Groovy back, Hoag. We'll do it for you.
Yeah, let's bring it back.
Bring it back.
This is a groovy trade.
Sweet. Jay, how do you feel about being short crude right here?
I don't hate it, JD. I don't hate it. I'm looking at the highest volume candle that we had from yesterday. Again, the high of that candle was 69.17. Volume hasn't left that range. Price has. So I'm looking, maybe a pullback to 69 evens would be a pretty good one. I would be watching for the reaction at 69.17, which is the high of that 30-minute candle.
Okay.
But I like this trade.
$69.17 is just about 1R. We could peel a couple off there, take some profits, cover some of our losses from that gold trade, and just have a free trade on if we make that move. How does everybody feel about that?
I don't hate it. I know that Crude has, though, been one of these like all day trades for the past 3 days, right? Does that pattern continue to trade out?
Good question.
That's how I would manage the trade, though. I'd probably take some off at 17s and then just let the rest go.
Sounds good.
Settlement
Settlements there as well.
Settlement?
Yep.
69.21.
69.21 settlement
Mhm.
price. I'm going to scale out to a 3-minute chart. Let's look at the 15-minute. Got a decent red candle forming on a 15-minute chart, but a solid V-shaped recovery starting with this move down at 3 a.m. Central Time. That is a textbook V-shaped recovery.
It's attempted a couple of 3-bar reversals up here, but not clean on the 5-minute.
And we're going to peel a couple off below if we get down there. And then we'll hold a couple for a runner. 69.34 last trade in Crude.
I'm liking it so far.
Yeah,
I don't hate it.
Don't hate it. No time to hate.
Whenever I like a trade too much, it's usually when it punches me in the face, you know?
The ones you like hurt you the most. We got one more chart that we would need to go over here, Hoag. JD, we want to cover any news before that, or do we want to just go right into the NASDAQ?
We got one more piece of news. Speaking of the NASDAQ, NVIDIA stock hitting record highs on those China AI chip orders. Notched its third record high in as many days. 3 record highs in 3 days. Reuters report, NVIDIA has placed an order for 300,000 H2O chipsets to be made by contract manufacturer Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, who got in early on those stock moves last week. Man, that is your profit right there. New order shows NVIDIA's confidence that it can sell more than its existing stockpile of 600,000 to 700,000 H2O chips. So this deal with China is driving NVIDIA's stock prices higher, and their market cap accounts for what? 14.5% of the NASDAQ right now?
14.5%.
Is that what the calculations were?
I think it was. Might have gone up. Might have gone up.
After this, yeah. 3 record highs in 3 consecutive days. Back-to-back days, back-to-back-to-back days, 3 record highs. And China's buying a lot of shit from them.
The world runs on NVIDIA.
The world runs on NVIDIA,
Yeah, it does.
and it's taking the NASDAQ with it.
Yeah.
What are you seeing in that NASDAQ chart, Hoag?
I love me some NVIDIA, but as always, the market's going your way. You never have enough on.
Did we just lose Hoag?
All right.
Uh-oh.
So the NASDAQ daily chart.
I think Hoag will be back in a second. I think we're still here. Chat, can you guys still hear me? I think we're good. Hoag is talking about the NASDAQ daily chart. Yeah, Dolby, the goblins are out.
Man, I just got booted from Did everybody get booted from VMix?
Yeah, we did, JD. We're back. You're back. You're here.
Okay, I'm back.
All right. Check and hear me.
What was the last
we
thing
were going
everybody
over the
heard from
daily,
us?
going over the daily in the NASDAQ. Hoag will be back in a second, but I'll just go through what I see on my charts if we can switch over to mine. Here we are. All right, so looking at this daily in the NASDAQ, we did make new all-time highs yesterday. Everyone kind of saw that during fast markets. It did happen during regular trading hours. There was a ton of orders that flashed on the order book up here at the highs. Initially a 1,500 lot at 23,635, and then another about 150 right below the highs of the day. That buying got absorbed, and we saw a pretty nice sell-off. I think, the way I'm looking at this market, again, welcoming pullbacks in a market that is making new all-time highs, because I, as a trader, don't love buying the new all-time high, right? I want buyers to show that there's potential room above. We get a pullback and then we buy from there. But looking at the NASDAQ here, we are trading near this 23,500 level. Why am I paying attention to that? It's a whole number level. Just we understand that there's going to be a decent amount of liquidity at some of these whole number levels. Going into today's session, we do have the Fed rate decision, which shouldn't be a surprise. I think 97% probability of the Fed keeping the rates the same. But like Hoag says, ACH. Trading the NASDAQ today, I think I'm going to be patient until that Fed rate decision. Hoag, do we have you back?
I am back. Yes.
Have you worried there for a second? They can't take you out though, Hoag. We're back.
No.
What are you seeing on the daily?
Well, I don't know where I was, but the one thing that concerns me is this long wick at the top of this daily bar, and the fact that we did put a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session yesterday. Volume was pretty good, adding 1,200 new shorts to the market. The market did move to the downside, but it's all about data, earnings, and tweets today, folks. Data, earnings, and tweets. Oh my! It is telling a little bit of a different story than the S&Ps. S&Ps are still have the all-time high in the extended trading hour session. Not looking for those to remain lasting highs. Anything can happen, baby. Anything can happen. Sorry, I was gone for a minute there. I didn't get to hear what you said, Jay. But go ahead.
Nice little pullback. I welcome that pullback. That was pretty much it, Hoag.
All right. So on the 30-minute chart, yes, air horns and regular trading hours yesterday. Of course. What about overnight inventory? We started the evening trading here. We are now trading still there. Look at that 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart supporting price. Is it going to continue? Here's that 200 session, the red line. Boom, 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 boom. We're at it now. But very narrow overnight range inside yesterday's regular trading hours value. No change in the perception of value. Stay patient. These markets are awaiting new information. What I'm going to call my primary hypothesis for me to trade this, let the market establish the initial balance and work the extremes of the initial balance for the opportunities, whether it's fading the extremes or catching a decent breakout, maybe going with it, but it's going to take a tweet to do that, I think, today, or something unusual to happen with the FOMC or the FOMC chair presser. We will see. We will see. Jay, what do you think?
On this 30-minute, we were talking about the 200 moving average in the S&P. We are sitting at the 200 moving average on the 30-minute in the NASDAQ, which is right at 23,471. I'm watching the market's response to there, right? So we're between, what was the quote yesterday? Between a rock and Trump.
Yes.
Right. We're between a rock and 23,500 in the NASDAQ, right? This 200 moving average being that rock. We can see how the market responds to it in this uptrend, and it's been supportive so far. But how many times are we going to test this area before buyers say, hey, you know what, we don't have, we gotta make some balance transfers to continue to buy this, and we may see a little bit more of a pullback. So 23,471, 23,500, and if we do sell below that 200 moving average, then I'll take a look at the daily. Back to the daily really quick. That daily 200 moving average is pretty far. Daily 20 moving average is pretty far. It's down at 23,180. If we see some crazy stuff happen with these numbers, maybe we get down there. But 23,470 is the area I'm looking at, Hope.
Right. One of the things about the profiles in the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday, they were all B shape. We're going to take a look at this. Here's the open. Market breaks and compiles up most of its time in the lower half of the profile, creating a lowercase b, usually indicative of short covering. And while these markets are, I believe, still in buy the F and dip mode, that takes selling power away from the market. But that selling power in the S&P and the NASDAQ could really have just been adjusting inventories, liquidating positions to protect ourselves from whatever might happen today. We have, a lot of the information already out in the form of GDP and a couple of ADP, but there's more to come pending home sales 9, and of course the FOMC. So what are we going to do here? We're going to probably find a place to sit behind a bush and wait for a 3-legged wildebeest to walk by and then pounce on that. We're going to be stalkers today, I think, for the better part of the day. Jay, what do you think?
It sounds like a plan, Hoag. It sounds like a plan. I'm okay with that. On days like today, and especially I have this Euro trade on, which could be the trade of the day. I don't need to put another one on. But yeah, with the Fed rate decision coming out, a lot of times I feel like what we see is a little bit of volatility in that first hour or so, and then the market consolidate until we get the Fed rate decision. If a clean trade sets up early on, I'll take it. But once as we get closer to that number coming out, and the ranges start to contract, I'll be conscious of taking any trade decisions. I do want to pull up one more chart if we can. I know we have another news break we need to get to, but I do want to pull up because today is rate decision day. The 30-year bonds here, market that has been in a downtrend. And Coach Paul and I talked about this yesterday during at the buzzer. But this 200 moving average, this is on a daily, is the high tick of the day so far. After this Fed rate decision, do we continue to sell off in this market? I think the way we've been looking at this is kind of a short covering rally, because if you zoom out on this chart, this market has been under heavy sell pressure for a very long time. So keeping an eye on the Treasury products as we have a Fed rate decision today.
All right, we're looking at the yield on the 10-year right now, 4.37%, up just a little bit. All right, thank you, Jay. It's a very interesting chart there. Do we want to sell that 200 session moving average? Maybe.
Should have put an offer in there yesterday, Hoag. When we talked about it, and as soon as I pulled this up during At the Buzzer, I was like, oh man, what's that white line here? Which is one of the taglines we used during At the Buzzer, because we see the market respond there. Putting an offer in would have been a pretty nice trade, but that would be called hindsight trading, and we don't do that over here.
Nope.
We don't do that. All right. Any hindsight other trading news we need? Yeah.
We'll let you know.
We'll let you know. Any other news we need to get to? I know we need to go over the checklist before we get into the day. JD, anything else we got?
Yes, we actually have a clip from the China-U.S. trade talks that ended yesterday with no deal. Let's roll that footage. The 2-day meeting between Chinese and American trade negotiators in Sweden ended without a deal Tuesday. The announcement means there's no clear path forward to prevent tariffs from surging again. Without an agreement, the United States and China will once again impose large tariffs on each other's imports starting August 12th. But in a statement to media outlets, Chinese officials said, even after a deal is made, both sides will continue to push for the scheduled extension. No deal on the China trade talks in Sweden that ended yesterday. Did we expect anything less than that?
Nope. That is actually very, very much in line with what we've expected and what we've seen, JD, right? Where we hear we're close to a deal, but no ink to paper yet. And,
no deal.
Deal or no deal? It's a no deal. But we'll see. Maybe we're continuing to make progress.
Checking in on this crude oil trade real quick, guys. It's going against us. It's in our faces just a little bit. I feel like I need to start yelling at crude oil again. Remember last week when I demanded crude oil eat shit and then it turned around and went our way?
Yeah,
maybe that'll work again.
Maybe a little cursing at it would help.
Let me think of a good curse for crude oil, and I'll come back. I'll come back at you.
You're a disgusting black smelly slime.
You should be ashamed of yourself, crude oil. Ashamed of yourself. Oh, look at that. It's coming back our way.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody yell at Crude.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
You're a terrible burden on everybody.
It's working.
Uh,
It's working. All
that's
right,
beautiful.
Hoag. What do we have on our checklist? Are we going over the checklist, Hoag? Is part of the checklist yelling at the market until it does what you want it to do? Because
That
that's fun.
is
It's a lot of fun.
that is not on this checklist, but we could possibly add that at some point. So your pre-market research, one of the most important things we talked about a lot today was the important information coming out in the FOMC and the chair presser. Whatever market you're going to be trading, you got to keep that into account. We can't anticipate any moves. So all we can do is know when it's going to happen and pay attention. Maybe there's opportunity, and there always is, to profit. There's also opportunity for risk, but we're going to take our pre-market research, take a look at the market, what kind of market state it's in. I always put settlement on my charts. It just seems to be a magnet sometimes. The net change, open interest, volume, of course, I'm always looking at those. Put your reference levels in here, previous days high, weekly highs, weekly lows, previous days lows, moving averages. We like to talk about those a lot with Jay here. Take a look at your trade entry checklist. Is this an a number 1 trade, or is this a number 5 trade? You can keep your entry price here, profit target, stop price, risk to reward ratio, what the result was. This, I think, goes very nicely with the emotional journal we talked about yesterday. Then we're going to take our checklist and go, yes, we did the routine, research, plan, test, strategy, journal ready, a workstation prepped. We're good to go. At the end of the day, review the trades, update the trading journal, get plenty of rest, be ready for the following day. Of course, watch everything else that is happening in the evenings here on Topstep TV. And always, check your psychology. Are you feeling well? Are you doing well? Are things in your life going well? All of those things can have an effect on your decision making process as a trader. So there we go.
Awesome stuff.
We've got,
Thank you, Hoag.
yeah. So, just getting a little bit of a peek above that opening range now in that crude oil trade. And I'll just say it again. You know what, Crude? You are a disgusting, smelly, slippery, nasty little slime. They take you apart and make you run motors.
Did it work? It's not working. Not yet. Got to give it some time.
Not yet. I'll come up with a whopper in a minute. How does it feel to have no friends, Crude?
Chris says, don't trade angry. Does that mean no yelling at the market? Maybe.
Of course, we're just joking, everyone.
Of course.
It's a gag. It's a gag, guys. Everyone join in the fun. It's Wednesday. It's Fed Day.
It is.
And curse
Fed
at
Day.
Crude Oil Day.
Yes.
Speaking of Wednesday, JD, who do we have on the schedule for today?
We've got quite a bit going on today. Coming up in Fast Markets, as always, Andre Dolby, Hoag. Coach DeGoat is joining, and our man Doom. I think he's in the chat. I believe I saw him already. Doom's going to be here. Possibly another drop-in from the Trader-in-Chief MP himself. Thunderdome. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Arico. He's definitely in the chat. I saw him earlier. Arico's going to be joined by Jay and Dolby. They're going to be trading it up for an hour from 11 to 12 Central Time. Hoag will be back for the morning recap at 12 p.m. Central Time. He's going to go over the trades taken throughout the morning. Then Lunchbox Trading. Coach Jack Sr., I call him Dad. He'll be here. Coach Hoop and me. We'll be hosting Lunchbox Trading for you. Starting at 1 o'clock, well, likely around 12:50 Central Time, we're going to start transitioning over to our FOMC panel. So that will consist of me, Andre, Hoag, and Coach Hoop. We'll be talking you through the Fed announcement and the Fed press conference starting at about 12:50 Central Time. Again, Fed announcement comes out at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, will be released at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And then Fed Chair press conference featuring Uncle Jerry Powell at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We're going to talk you through that. We're going to trade through it with you. So stick around. We're here to hold your hands all day. Closing out the day in Power Hour, Andre, the Salt Lake City Sniper, Mandy F is back, and Dolby Time. That will conclude our Wednesday broadcast. But stick around, folks. Like I said, plenty of tradertainment coming your way. Crude is just a filthy piece of slime right now.
Take that, you filthy animal.
Right?
It'll work. It'll work.
Sound off your crude curses in the chat.
Coach Hoop says if you need to give Crude tough love, he's your guy. Hoag, take us out of here. What do we got? Take us into fast markets.
Jay, we're not going to see you until Thunderdome. Any closing comments for the opening call here this morning?
Trade well, manage your risk. This was a fun one, fun opening call. Hopefully, we brought some laughs and some great trading information to your morning. Trade well, and I'll see you all for Thunderdome.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, John Doherty, and thank you all for joining us today. There was one question that caught my eye, and a lot of people asked this: what is a point of control? If you look on my charts, this is the November. This is the NASDAQ from yesterday. There are kind of 2 points of control. Depends on who you ask. There are those true TPO traders that don't look at the volume point of control, but they both indicate a comfort level. The TPO point of control is the most visited price from the previous session or the given session that you're in. It is considered the fairest price. Volume point of control is the single price that has the highest volume from the session you're in or a previous session, and it is also considered the fairest price and the most visited. It has spent the most time there, and it has spent the most volume there in the case of the volume profile. So I hope that helps. As always, we are really looking forward to having an excellent day today. Good days for all of you. We're looking forward to your success here. Of course, that is our goal. Tattooed Groove, explain weekly kickoff high and low to me in crayon. Those are levels that I calculate on the weekends where I believe longer time frame market participants will need to, want to, or be forced to adjust inventory. Those are just levels that I look at from a longer time frame where I believe moves may begin or end at those levels. There's no suggestion of purchase or sale at those levels. They are just important inflection levels that I put together every week for everybody. All right. So I'm going to remind you right now, man, make sure you breathe. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered, and pray for peace every day. And now, in a world of uncertainties, in a world of data and earnings and tweets, oh my, data and earnings and tweets, oh my, data and earnings and tweets, oh my, there's one channel that stands head and shoulders above the best. That is TopstepTV. And we've got fast markets coming up to you right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on.
Okay.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. This is TopstepTV Fast Markets in the house. Let's get it going. Hoag was fired up. Who we got there? We got Dolby Time in the middle. We got Coach Dakota on the right. Everyone's got their funded hat on today. Let's get after Doom's coming on here very, very shortly. We got about 90 seconds till the open. Coach Dakota, thoughts coming on in on this FOMC Wednesday. Let's go.
I mean, that's it. It's FOMC Wednesday. Not only is it FOMC Wednesday, we have earnings coming out. So it's a big day here in these markets. You can see we haven't really done too much overnight. Lots of chop. And it's going to be patience. Patience are key on days like this. especially with all the data coming out. Let's watch. Let's see how this market reacts.
Okay, I like it. Dolby time, buckle up. We got a lot in store today. Thoughts coming on into this day. Oh, man, we got earnings. We got GDP. We got FOMC later today. What's up, Dolby time? Buckle up.
Not a whole lot. Yes, as Dakota said, FOMC, lots of news. I would anticipate lots of ranges with low volume wickiness. So I do expect some big wicks on some of this low volume today. Could be a lot of ranges as well. Probably not going to see a big trending market today. I think the NASDAQ has kind of shown that the past 2 days. Also, we had Dan Emmons share that wonderful statistic. 24 days in a row of the NASDAQ moving less than 1% per day. It's either plus or minus. But we have not seen massive moves in the market.
Please don't be 25. Please don't be 25 days in a row. All right, I think we are open. Here we go. Let's take a look at these prices. Buckle up for everyone. Stay locked in. We go. Last trade in the ES, 64.08. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ trading 23,470. Saw some movement right before the bell rang in the Dow. Spiked up, then came right back down last trade in the Dow. 44,819. Gold continued to sell off. Last trade in gold, 33.59. We got a big range in gold from the overnight. Take a look at crude oil. Last trade, $69.55. What's up, Doom? Welcome aboard. How's it going, my man? FOMC
Morning.
Wednesday. You ready to do this or what?
Oh, yeah, man. If there's a setup, I'm on it. Otherwise, hands free. It's
okay.
Oh, you got some nice mood lighting there, Doom.
I was just loading my other chart. Now, no one are probably going to lag for a second. Can you guys hear me all right now?
Loud and clear, man. Loud and clear. Doom, any levels in particular you're looking for in the NQ?
Just the range, 627-ish and a few ticks, and 440. 440 and 360 has been the price of interest I have. I'll look for a reaction through 440. If we push through, show some initiative in selling and giving out what we've made. Yeah, otherwise, I really want to buy it, but there's too much news, and a quick overreaction of the market could be very hefty for me. You know how it is.
Yeah, I got you. 440s. We'll keep an eye on the 440s. House account does have a couple trades on. We're short crude. Get that. Yes, here we go. Short 5 crude from $69.43. Taking a little bit of heat on that right now. It's all right. Let's get these ranges out here. We got 50-50 on the tilt. Again, we had earnings before the bell. We do have a number at the top of the hour. We had GDP before the bell. Number top of the hour, we got Bank of Canada rate decision. Might not be the biggest market mover. That's in 13 minutes. Then we got pending home sales, top of the hour, EIA crude, about an hour from now. As we might get another push lower here in the NASDAQ, 23,468. Dakota, I want to come to you here after I do some of the formalities. Take a look at the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. It's FOMC Wednesday. Let's see where everyone's trading from, what your trader station setup looks like on this massive, massive day. Again, hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets at TopstepTV. And Andrea will be rating all your submissions in power hour today.
Most definitely.
Absolutely. Also, pinned to the top of the chat, Topstep daily levels. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Make sure you have a little real estate on the screen for those. Do even one better. Indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Click on that thing. Type in Topstep daily levels. Boom, have them slap overlaid right on top of your charts. A little bit of a muted open here. Dakota, I've been following you on Twitter. I watched you in slow markets. Man. How is it going?
You breathing over there. You take a breath, Andre?
Never,
You're going
man.
at it this morning.
I am fired up, man. I am fired up. I love these days.
I'm like just sitting there thinking, like, when's he gonna breathe? When's he gonna breathe?
I love these days.
No stops.
Love it.
Yeah. Real quick, I wanted to point a pattern out I'm seeing here in the NASDAQ. Let me make sure I am. Give me a second. I'm going to share my charts. But while we're waiting for me to share my charts, yes. Last night, I was like yesterday afternoon, I got a phone call. I actually talked to the team. I had a conversation with MP. And I made the decision, and I think it's going to be best because I've been struggling this year. It's been it's It's no hidden thing. I talked about it all the time. It feels like weekly anymore. I'm struggling. Going back to a combine, just taking a step back, going back to a combine. And ironically enough, it's the same thing I did last year. It's been exactly 1 year ago since I basically had that mistake in the live account, went back to a combine, switched from my old platform into Topstep X, and then started from scratch and worked my way right back up. So I'm going to do it again and taking a step back, starting in a combine from scratch. And yeah, here we go. I announced it on Twitter. I'm excited to do it, to be honest. Obviously, no one likes to enjoy the struggle, but yeah, and it kind of aligns with the new VIP season. So I'm going to be in the trenches with the VIP team. I'm going to be grinding it out just like everybody else. And everything's going to be shown. And you know what I also want to do, Andre?
Sure.
I want to maybe do like I don't know if we could do this, but a combine counter. So that way.
Combine counter. What's a combine counter?
Yeah. So this is what I was thinking. This just the thought. Okay. A combine counter to where if I ever need a reset, we just mark it like, hey, you know, this is, I have not purchased a combine all year for 2025. I've just been in my live account, 0 combine purchases, so 0 expenses. Today would start number 1. Like this is combine number one, 2025, my very first combine. And then if I struggle or if I blow the account or if I need a reset, then it'll be combine number 2. And then I'm going to keep track of it just for everybody, for transparency. And then we could kind of get a gauge, and myself included, right? It's like, okay, how long is it taking Coach Dakota to get back to an XFA? Is it taking 5 combines? Is it taking 10 combines? I don't know. Obviously, the lower the number, the better. But we're gonna do it.
So, what are the parameters here? Are you doing 1 combine at a time? What's your account size? Are you going to do 5? Are you going to copy trade?
Ooh, that's the question, Dobie. So I think I'm just gonna do. I'm confident in my skills. I'm gonna copy trade 5.
I'm confident in your skills too.
I'm gonna copy trade 5. I think the question is, does copy trading 5 combines count as 1 reset?
That would be 5 resets, Dakota. In my book.
Chat, can we do a poll to do that? If I blow say 1 account and it's copied, does that count as 5 resets or does that count as 1? Because it's one combine.
Doom says 5 too. I say 5 as well.
5? Okay.
All right.
It's 5 subscription fees. It's 5 resets. I mean, that's what you're paying, right?
Okay, here we go. Yeah,
how many fingers?
That's not even. That's like majority decision right there. Everyone's saying 5.
5. Okay.
So
yeah.
Cost is 5.
Chat.
Hey, it's 5 transactions on the sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. That settles that. Dang. Okay, I thought that was going to be more of a debate, but no, 5. Okay, so that means if I blow it once, that's 5 right there. You love to see this idea? Yeah, I surprisingly enough, like an absurd amount of positive feedback on the Twitterverse.
Yeah, Dakota, let me ask you about that. What are you going to try to work on specifically, if anything, that get your data in there? What anything that you might try to adjust? Oh, we got 700 lot here, upside 64.15, offered 700 times in the ES, last trade 64.12. It's about 3 points to here to the upside. 700 offered to the upside. Dakota, anything you're trying to focus
coming in the NASDAQ too?
What do we got?
518, 520.
Shoot, really? Damn. Oh yeah, 200 lots, 200 lot. Yeah.
Yep.
I love the transparency, Dakota, the vulnerability, man. You got some stones doing this in front of everybody. 76% long in the NASDAQ right now. Dakota, anything specific you're going to try to work on? Different markets, different strategies, different approaches? Anything that's...
I need to go back to the basics. Funny enough is I've done this before.
Sure.
I've only been at Topstep. I've been trading at Topstep for 1.5 years now, and I've already done this before. I need to go back to the basics. I watched... I'm going to put a link in the chat, but last year I recorded. This is the nice thing about being live on YouTube. It's all recorded. And if I ever need to go back and rewatch something I was doing, it's like a daily journal in a way, and I could go back and do it. Last year, I created a playlist of the way I was trading. So this is the playlist of how I was trading, and I've noticed I've changed a few things. It's not dramatic, but it's enough that I need to just say, hey, I need to go back to the basics, because go get back to what got me there. Go back to the core, go back to the basics. Markets change, markets get back to this. It's summer. And yeah, I think that's what I'm going to be doing. Going back to the basics.
What are the basics, Dakota? Talk to me. What are the basics?
Other than buy the dip.
I know, right? That's in the book for sure.
Other than buy the dip. No, it's not overthinking, not caring, like I'm doing this live in front of an audience, like thousands of traders.
Yeah.
Right. But going back to the basics, honestly, is going back to, I'm a technical trader, going back to something as simple as, hey, this market sold off. I'm buying a 3-bar reversal at support. Something as simple. I know it sounds simple, but going through that motion, going through that repetition, that consistency, going through it over and over, and you could point out on the 5-minute chart this past few months, you buy a 3-bar reversal at a level of support, odds are it did very well. And going back to Lance, what Lance was saying yesterday, it's like it's the same thing. You follow the process, you disconnect from the money, you find that consistency, and it's just over and over and over again. Maybe there's something where it's like, yeah, this is a great setup. I'm going to increase my size. This is a few different things. I'm going to be talking about my journey a lot during slow markets, and then when I'm on here and with my VIP team. So I'm going to do it with everybody else.
Love it, Dakota, man. Talk to you about that here in a little bit, man. Take a step back. There's nothing wrong with that. Markets are changing, consolidating higher. I love it, man. I love it. So let's get right into it. Let's see if we can trade our way into some profits here. Doom, you are in a trade, my friend. What do you in?
Short, 498.5. 1 micro, getting my fingers wet. See how it goes out of here. I'm right at the main. It's a rookie location, but I have a little bit of edge here, so I'll let it play out. See how it develops.
Short. 498 half. Nice.
498 half. House count flat right now. Dobie, tell me if you do want to get into a trade, but let Doom 111 on the big board.
Hold on, man, I've been through a patch. The deviation in my P&L is just the full 2 bands up and down, man. But hey, I'm back at it. And letting go. See, live account is very challenging. You can't add money to it. And I just picked the probably the wrong time and the wrong setups to scale up, and I got kicked in the teeth for not a long period, but big amounts. So, went back to the basics, as a coach said. Small base hits, less size, try to hold longer. You know how it is. Kind of refine yourself, shake off the loss. You're still a champion if you get beat up.
That's a good point.
You're still a champion if you get beat up.
Yeah.
You don't have to forget the fact that you're a champion who made it.
There are no do-overs. It's what we signed up for. So it's taking a step back. Be a good thing. All right, so Dakota, let's get into it. You're looking at the NASDAQ, looking at gold. I know Doom is short from 498. 498.5. What are you looking for? Back to the basics.
Yeah, this is the pattern I was talking about. I'm now sharing my screen. Let's just give me a second until we get to that. So this is an hourly chart. I'm big on higher time frames. You can see the hourly chart in the 5-minute. Earlier this month, we have kind of a shoulder, head, and shoulder pattern, and we broke out the long side. Well, we're kind of seeing something similar. Curious to see how this plays out today. Shoulder, head, shoulder. We do have FOMC. So to be honest, FOMC kind of negates a lot of technicals because anything can happen. And after FOMC minutes, we have Powell speaking and the conference. So we're going to see a lot of volatility. But we are going to go down unless we go up. But this is a neckline that I'm paying attention to. If we do start to break this neckline here at these 430s, then I could see this market selling off down to these 340s. That's going to be my first level of support. And then the first level of resistance is going to be coming up here towards this first shoulder, maybe this upper head, like head and shoulders. So these upper 500s. That is basically my game plan going into today, seeing if we can come back down to either this neckline. How do we react around this neckline? Is there a buying opportunity there? If we break down, then I'm going to wait to see if we get down to these 340s. If we do, buying opportunity there possibly, and then vice versa. Maybe there would be a short side. I'm gonna be a little more stingy on my shorts, as in more selective. If the short's not lining up, and it's not an A+ setup, and then just scalp it. See money, take money on any shorts, but then on the long side, it's going back.
Bank of Canada, 5 seconds. Bank of Canada, 5 seconds. Expected 2.75%, and it is coming in line as expected, 2.75%. All right, so we got pending home sales, top of the hour. About 15 minutes. Keep an eye on this 700 lot to the upside. In the ES, 64.15 offered 700 times. NASDAQ,
Brian higher here, a little 520s, Dre. Look at that. 640, 200.
Where?
Here we go. 23, 520. Yeah, it's probably 1,000. You got to split up. Oh, where'd you go?
Yeah, you see that?
Disappeared.
Playing games, though. Yeah, we got
flashing it, Dre.
We got paper or size to the upside in the NASDAQ, and they pulled it. Sweet. They moved all the way up to
521.
Yeah, 540, 600. But then there's those 200 that's sitting at 520 and 521.
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm. The ES get filled?
540 to 600s. Yeah, wow. Playing games.
Yes, they are. Let's get we're gonna get Hogan here real quick. Not real quick. Hogan, you're gonna be here for a minute. We're gonna be here all day. FOMC Wednesday, my man. What's up, Hoag? We got the NASDAQ cooking to the upside. ES a little bit more reluctant to follow, but Hoag, breakdown on the opening range. Saw a sell-off right off the bell in NASDAQ. But what are you seeing here, Hoag?
Well, the opening range is neither the high nor the low in either the S&P or the NASDAQ. Traded at both sides of both of them. We opened really right in the middle of value in both of those contracts. This is the NASDAQ right now on a 30-minute chart. We just tested the overnight high right now in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we leave a sweep up there for a rotation lower. With the FOMC meeting today, this is pretty much what I would be expecting. I wouldn't have taken the opening range trade today because I'm looking for range-bound trade until something changes. Very narrow range in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. We've already taken out the overnight low almost, right back down to settlement after the open. Now we've just taken out the overnight high. Again, a very narrow range. And the markets are waiting for new information. They got some new information this morning in the form of the preliminary GDT and the preliminary advanced PECE prices. No real reaction to that. No real reaction in the open and regular trading hours. Taking a look now at the S&Ps. The S&Ps are still kind of holding as weaker than the NASDAQ. But again, looking at the range from yesterday, value high in the S&Ps on this platform, 64.19, value low 63.97. We're between those value high and low, another narrow range. We took a look below almost below the overnight low. No, we have not yet taken that out, but we're still inside the overnight range in the S&Ps. Little tape bomb right there.
Yeah,
we do see some size on the upside in the S&P, 64.17. There's about 650 on the offer up there. So we are seeing some size coming in and moving price around just a little bit, but this would be what I would be expecting in the way that we open today and what we're looking for later on.
Yeah, it looked like that was the NASDAQ. Someone came in and hit the bid in the NASDAQ, cleared out the book all the way down to 23,483, snapped right back up, 20 points, trading 23,501. Hoag, hear what Dakota's doing? Getting back to the basics, Hoag. Man, you've been around, you've seen some shit. You've seen the highs and seen the lows of this thing, man. What do you got? What do you got some advice for Dakota? This is part of the game, man. It's not always easy, but yeah, Hoag.
Well,
we do.
Look at that.
Oh, dude, you gotta print it out. Look at that.
Did we lose Doom?
Go to Doom full screen. Go to Doom full screen. Look at that.
I don't know whether you're making a book, but I'm making a book. And I'm quoting you guys. This goes second. You've been around to see some shit.
He's been around to see some shit, man. It's true, Hoag. I mean, it's part of the game. Getting back to basics, man.
We've seen some shit. And Dakota, you know, I applaud you. You are a very, very good trader. You will be, you know, back to live again and, you know, back at the top of the big board. But we, you know, as traders, it's ebbs and flows, man. When things are good, they're really good. And, you know, I've been where you are a bunch of times. I know Andre's been there a bunch of times. Hoop's been there a bunch of times. Anybody that's a trader understands that it's not a straight line success, or, you know, or all-time success is not a straight line. You know, there is ebbs and flows, and I love your transparency. I know that, and I have full confidence in the fact that you are a very, very good trader. You're going to get back to basics. You're going to start doing the fundamentals like in baseball, and you are going to be an all-star again very, very soon. And again, I love the transparency. Love the idea of the combine counter. I applaud you and I support you 100%. If there's ever anything that I can do for you, all you have to do is slack me.
Slap you? That's
slap you.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. I do.
Is learning all the slang right now.
Yeah, sus, gas. Incredible.
We message back. Yeah, it's gas. We message back and forth, you know, relatively often, right? Hoag talking about the markets, talking about like the pressure it is, trading on stream, and then how different, you know, trading your personal account is versus a prop firm account, and then like on air versus not on air. And, you know, I could say trading my personal account, I don't want to say easier, but there's a lot less pressure. I could, you know, like, hey, I place a trade. I'm not in front of everybody. I don't have to sit here and explain what I'm doing. I could do this. I could do that. And then if I get into a drawdown, I just, you know, log into my brokerage account. I ACH. If I lost $50,000 over the next month or two, I just log into my brokerage account, ACH 50,000 back, and get my account back to my regular balance. Start trading again. You know, if I make money, I withdraw it. But in the prop firm account, you can't do that. Right. So it's like I made just under $500,000 with Topstep. And so, you know, as I take those payouts, and then if I take a loss, I can't just be like, hey guys, can you just here's $250,000 for my profits. Can we reload my profit account? It doesn't work like that. No. It's like, hey, you're struggling. Okay, now's the time you step back. You know, let's get back to a sim environment, figure out what's going on, and then we get back at it. So has its pros and cons. This one of the pros is that you know, prop firm allows you to get back to a sim account and work your way back up at such a low cost. It's such a low cost. I don't have to send $50,000. It's like, yeah, okay, you know, let's do it.
Dakota, can I ask you? Don't you think doing it this way will over time make you an even better trader?
Oh, I've enjoyed it so much, and I've already noticed it in some of my options trades have been a little bit different. I've been finding, I don't want to say it, maybe a little bit better trade location. It's made me a little more patient on my personal trading. A lot of my personal trading is options, and I've noticed that typically I'd wait till the market opens. I'll set some limit orders, but now I'm a little more patient, waiting for better opportunities, because I usually like day trading is much different than my personal trading and options, where I'm looking like, you know, 3 weeks out. But it's that keyword. I don't know if you've heard this. I'm sure everyone's heard this. Time in the market is more important than timing the market. Well, doing this has helped
trading's
me with
for page 86. What is this,
it's
Dakota?
Time in the market. Time in the market is.
I do something similar now and then. I'll start a very small cash portfolio just to bring myself back to working with less risk and small size, and get my confidence back into trading just smaller trades. Kind of change your eyesight. It does change your eyesight when you kind
of that
from a different amount of capital, different ways of trading. And if you have margin, swinging is much easier than day trading. Like, I know most of the people in the chat think like, hey, let me get to like $500,000 and I'm going to trade 100 lots. Well, it's not going to be that easy. If you have that capital, it'll be much more practical and less risky to take smaller positions and just be a position trader, swing, hedge, and so on and so on.
Changing your
I'm rooting
eyes.
for you, Coach D. Rooting for you, man. I know you got this.
Yeah, thanks. I wouldn't say easier though, Doom. I hate using the word easier, but it's a little bit different. The nice thing is with a prop firm is and with a prop account, it's like doing a combine. You're not like chasing getting back to zero, getting back to break even. Whereas what I've seen, especially in a lot of traders, including myself, is you'd go down that rabbit hole if it's your personal account, and you start to scale up trying to get back to break even. But this has helped me. It's like, okay, step back. I can't sit here and scale up trying to get back to break even. Worst case scenario, I lose $150 in the combine, and then learn from that, and then I have yourself, Hoag, Andre, and the team's like, yeah, this is a day trading thing. This is where we're struggling. Have a conversation with Ben from the risk management team where they could, have a different point of view and say, hey, we've noticed in your trading, for example, I don't know if you guys remember this. Remember when Fridays, it was just a red day for me and it was like Fade Dakota Fridays, right? That came from the risk team. The risk team called me and like, hey, we noticed every single Friday is a red day. Can you just try, maybe you just try taking Fridays off. Little details like that from a second perspective is big for a trader.
That's true.
I very much agree with the statement Mr. Hoag dropped in the morning that besides open interest, everything else that I look into the market is very sus. Very sus day. Very sus. I feel a little sketched out that even a micro NASDAQ is too much for this. But we're in for the win.
You still short, dude?
Very sus. Yeah, I'm not leaving. It's there. It's a little bit in profit. I'm going to let it go. I mean, I'm like my stop is, I live in Florida. You guys are up in Illinois. My stop is up in Illinois. And it's definitely, I'm wrong there. I'm intending on only one trade today. This is the trade. Unless something really cooks up and it's really, really nice.
Right.
I ain't changing. This is it. If I'm right, one micro will get it done.
I like it. Okay, see what you're doing. Right. We have a number in about less than 4 minutes. Less than 4 minutes. We got, what do we have? Pending home sales. How about that? GDP. Quarter over quarter.
I'm rooting for lower interest, to be honest with you. I've did a little math if I buy a house cash, because at some point I'll need to upgrade. My house is a little bit old and a little bit too small, even though it's comfy and moving is a lot of work. But
yes.
The 2% difference is about $130,000 extra on a 30-year mortgage.
Isn't that wild?
On average pricing like that. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah. From like 08 to 2020, 2021, man, it was like free money. Those interest rates were insane. Free money, man. Gold continues to keep selling off here. New lows just put in 33.52. We got this number in about 2.5 minutes. Hoag, downside pressure on gold. Not sure what the catalyst is. What's up, dude?
I caught it last night on Coach Dakota stream. Did it make a new high after that? I just scalped one of the highs real quick. I'm kind of working my way into better day trading gold. It's not my venue. I don't have the data on Topstep yet, but I'm getting myself ready to get into that environment because I know it trades different. I've tried it before as a day trader, and it's completely different than the NASDAQ or S&P.
I feel that. I see gold for new front month is December. Z.
Yes.
Z. Where am I not getting data for Sep?
Yeah.
Where's Sep go? Sep is U. Dees is Z. Number 2 minutes. Hoag, where's the movement? Where we got to the downside here, Hoag? Anything you got your any numbers you're looking at? Prices in gold to the downside here. Last trade 33.54. We got a minute till the number.
We've been seeing the dollar racing back towards 100. It's 99.53 last. But as far as gold is concerned, we're still range bound. There's no real major change in this big move to the downside. We had like a 4 point trend line, very short time frame. Once that broke, the sellers really started to come in for this. We've taken out this week's low. As far as the downside is concerned, I could certainly see this market targeting 33.43, which is the weekly kickoff low. And that is adjusted for the December contract, of course. And, we're looking at a kind of a double breakout. We have this trend line on the daily that we've broken out of. We had a shorter term trend line on the daily chart that we've broken out of. And I think the real straw that's going to break the camel's back is this 33.43 level. If we give up this 100 session moving average, which is coming in at 33.53.40, and we give up this 33.43, that might be enough to break the longer time frame market state to the downside. But again, we got to keep an eye on the dollar. If anything happens to equities and they start pulling back off and coming into a risk-off environment, then we may see the flight to quality coming back into gold at that time. But as far as a target today, I could see 33.43 weekly kickoff low.
Thank you, Hoag. Sneaking in with 3 seconds to go. Risk on, risk off. I still have to rewire my brain on what that means in actual, what it means to gold risk. All right, pending home sales just came out. Less than expected. 0.2 expected. Came out negative 0.8. So a slight miss there. Not seeing much of a move or reaction in the market. 60. Dolby says. Is right, Dolby. 64.09 last trade.
Thinking right now.
Yeah.
What Mr. Palty's thinking right now.
We got last trade in the ES 64.10. The NASDAQ 23,481. Dolby time. What was tilt in NASDAQ? I saw you put something in the chat there. What was tilt up to?
It was up to like 72% in the tilt. We're down to like on the long side. I think that's when we were up in like these 500 areas. Now we're back down kind of middle of the range, and now we're down to 62% short. But we've been seeing some pretty volatile tilt, swinging up to the 70s and the highs, 70s and the lows. Typically, we don't see that in the NASDAQ, but it has been appearing a little bit more frequently recently.
So we have. All right, dude. We stayed in. Still trading 23,471. So they want to push this thing lower.
498.5.
You're short from 498.
Nice.
498.5. Why'd you guys make me look at gold, man? I literally nailed that high short. I was so close. I should have dropped one on the personal and leave it. I was like, oh, it's Asia. I've been losing money on Asia. Just shut everything off, and I walked away. But hey, coulda, shoulda, woulda doesn't make money. So probably if I didn't take it last night was the right call.
Should that go in the book? Also, we got a lot more. Before FOMC, we got 2 more drafts for VIP Season 3 today. Yes. What is that? Teams 5 and 6. VIP draft today. 2 more teams. We got 11 teams, 550 traders for Season 3 VIP. 2 more teams getting drafted later on today. Traders. Isn't that crazy?
These guys are they're super lucky. You know how many times I applied for that, and just not lucky.
But look where you are now. Look where you are now.
Right, by the time I got pulled, I got into live.
Right?
Right?
Not a bad problem to have.
Oh, no, not at all. Not complaining. But, hey, I think I was discussing this with somebody on Discord or in Dakota's chat last night. Like, there's always something. Like, learning something from other traders, getting a little bit off their edge would definitely kind of help you. If you're somewhere in between, it's like, do I have a setup? This is where I really want to enter? Is that the location? And you kind of run by the idea that somebody else that's seasoned better or other trader that you look up to, it's like, okay, so probably he would have bought it here. It's like, can I have I'm going to go with it. Having that extra point of reference. And there's always something to learn. Markets are always changing.
Well, yeah, I did find that the less Dakota talked about 3-bar reversals, I think the less green I saw on his screen. So maybe the secret Dakota is just to talk about that 3-bar reversal every day.
We got a BTFD a little bit more. BTFD just a little bit more.
I've always liked the 3-week rejections is how I call them. It's an occurrence in the market in the magical number of 3. But
little lucky number.
Yeah.
Nice megaphone here in the MNQ.
There is something about it.
Mm-hmm.
If it's on the 15-minute, it's even more sexy. It's sexier on the 15-minute.
On the 15-minute, that's the sexiest pattern.
To the downside,
that's
dude.
where it's at. Yeah, that's where it's at. If you have like here under 200 MA, if you have 3 wicks under 200 MA, that's a sexy short. Now, if none of the wicks are touching the Bollinger Band, it's even better. It's definitely ran into that. Nobody's up there to take it even up further kind of deal. And like Dobie, you say, it's just a cheap trade. You're shorting the high. You know where the stop is. It's a couple of ticks or points above the wick. And if you have a setup and it's that point, a time where the market makes a complete U-turn, ooh, buddy.
Very good trade.
Dude, bringing it today. Dude was absolutely bringing it today. We got 4,000 people watching all across the globe. We're at across 174,000 subscribers. Click subscribe. Click thumbs up. Click bell. Yes, thumbs up right there in the middle. Bell upper right-hand corner. Greatly appreciate it. Last trade in the ES, 6407. Let's trade the NASDAQ, 23,000.
We're struggling at 474. That's how I got kind of not kicked out, but I closed my short yesterday. We started struggling at price, and we're struggling at 474 today. Well, it was the same price. Well, yep, pretty much same price. Was it? Think so. Yesterday.
Yeah, like 470s. You're looking at NASDAQ or MNQ?
Yeah, MNQ. 474.
474. So you had a big Dorito
kind
pattern.
of establishing bottom and kind of making a reverse Dorito, expanding volatility, megaphone.
Megaphone.
Reverse Dorito. Yep, hold on.
The inverted Dorito. Let's call it the inverted Dorito.
My megaphone.
And the ranges. Look at that. 3 different ways to say the exact same thing. Hey, Dakota, question in the chat here. Explain 3-bar reversal if you can.
Ooh! I need to get a video out on my my newly found Instagram on a 3-bar reversal. But
go to Instagram.
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a 3-bar reversal. If we go to my charts, I can show it. Here it is. This is an hourly chart, and it doesn't matter what time frame. Markets are fractal. 3-bar reversal just means we have a market going in one direction, and then we have 1, 2, 3. That's 3 bars. This is a 3-bar reversal right here. There's examples every time this market turns around what a 3-bar reversal is. The most efficient way to figure that out, you could go to Google and Google what a 3-bar reversal is, and people see it very different. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a reversal. Let me see if I can find another. I'll find a good example and I'll pull it up here. So give me a moment. I'll find a good example.
All good, Dakota. And how about this? If we see one perhaps setting up in a real time here, talk us through it. We got 1-bar, 2-bar. Yeah, let's take it. We get that set up here.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, we can take it. We're gonna take it here. We get funded. Get to some XFAs again. So we'll see. We'll see if it's gonna set up.
The combine counter. What if we do this for everyone has a combine counter next to their name, Dakota? What do we think may happen or may not happen? Or what?
Do you think we could get everyone to do that?
Maybe.
You don't think so, dude?
Oh man, deep water. Yeah.
Why not? I think it would be. I think it's great for the community.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think the green newly coming in traders are buying into it. Like the more seasoned guys that have been around for at least 6 months to a year know that some individuals ran through a gazillion combines, and it's still going. Hey, trust me, bro. Buy my course.
Join my Discord.
No, I'm going to do it because I think I owe it to the traders that I'm helping. Right? Like I said, I started at Topstep as a coach, and my plan was not to trade, but then I ended up starting trading to kind of like, hey, I could also do this. And my VIP team, my slow markets audience, anyone that's watching me and looking, as it's weird to say or think this, but that might look up to me to help them around their journey. I owe it to them, this level of transparency, so they know it's like, okay, Dakota is just not going through tons of combines or resets behind the scenes, and this is realistic. It's realistic, and it's something that they could look at and say, okay, Coach Dakota took 25 combines to get funded. Now he's starting to take payouts and this and that. Or, maybe he took, come on, knock on wood, 5 combines to go through the whole process again.
Knock on wood.
Rather than have to wonder if the person that they're listening to and watching is being truly transparent.
That's what kind of the crux of it. There's no shame in getting combines. You're learning sim environment. $150 combine. Imagine if you had to put, like Mike always says, 3 $30,000 accounts, and you're learning that way. Piss away $30,000, $30,000, and now you're $90,000 lesson. You have a $90,000 lesson. You're starting in the hole down to $90,000, just to get the hang of this thing. So,
I started at 120K.
I got the shakes, man. $90,000. What are you saying?
Oh man, can you imagine?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to.
I know. It's real though. It's brokerage accounts, Hoag. There ain't no mulligans. There's no do-overs, right? It's
nope.
Yep. It's
you gotta write the check.
You gotta write the check.
God forbid they call for that margin. The market gives you a 150-point candle, and they call for that margin. What is it going to be, sir? A kidney or a liver?
That is.
I went through 120,000. I went through 120,000 in personal cash.
Yeah.
That's why I keep my truck around. I could have sold it so many times. I come to these moments that I know myself. It gets so overwhelming, like exterior stuff and including trading and all that stress. Just crack the rig, go out for a couple of weeks, chase the broken line. It just resets my soul. I haven't gotten to that point this year. I'm taking it a little bit slower. I guess I'm getting older and wiser. I guess. But, if it comes to that point and the market is not really giving me what I'm looking at and I'm keep on throwing money in a lit up bucket of with fire, it's time to go. Go take a little breather.
Yeah. Keep that rig. Do you?
Hey, quick update here. I know we're seeing some issues with the TRM dashboard issues. Our engineer team, we are aware of it and we are working on it. We are working on it in real time. We'll keep you updated as we get the updates from engineering and tech. But we are aware of it and we are working on it as we speak. So we'll pass along those updates when we get them. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. And we got some news. It is FOMC day. Let's trade in the NASDAQ. 23,000 new dashboard. New dashboard day.
This is how I got not slipped, but kind of convinced to exit my short yesterday. It just made the triple bottom at price, kept on rejecting, bouncing up to break even, bouncing up. It got me tired, but I was a little bit more sized than I am right now. I'm going to hold it, but these rotations from maybe take profit back to break even to maybe take profit to back to break even can drain a trader. And it took me a little bit of while to realize that it's not only like the whole condition, it's the size that makes you hear your heart in your eardrums. 1 micro, I'm super chill. If this is going to sell, it's going to sell big today. And that's that.
That's very good advice, Jim. It's unfortunate you're not in 2 contracts. Is there a reason why you didn't go to 2? Even though it's a little bit more risk.
Just 1 micro.
One. Okay.
2. Yeah, I'll be wrong at. Honestly, I've been looking at the 3-day chart, and I've noticed how a lot of people, including myself, at 1 day tried to call tops, and evidently pushed the market even further, getting squeezed out. We've been stair stepping for Jesus since. Wow, this is a big screen. Since 6/17, it's been a sexy stair step. If this is the day that we're getting the elevator down, 1 micro will do it. And if it's not, and it's going to push through 650s up into the.
Oh no, Doom.
Oh, Grandma's got him. Look at that. Look at that frozen screen. What a handsome devil. I know what he's saying. Yeah. He's looking for the push to the downside here. 23,482. 482 last trade in the NASDAQ. 50-50 on the tilt 4 now. All right, I want to bring this in. It is the saga that will not go away. The never-ending drama. The theater in Washington, D.C. is FOMC day. We'll see what Jerome Powell's got to do. Bring it in. We got opinions left, right, and center. Come on in. Let's see this. We're dealing with today.
He's a lame duck at this point, Powell.
The Federal Reserve is expected to hold rates steady today, despite objections from President Donald Trump. He says either the board should approve cuts or Fed Chair Jerome Powell should resign. Lower interest rates make it more affordable for Americans to borrow money, but economists say they can cause inflation. Powell says that's already a concern due to tariffs. The Yale Budget Lab predicts Trump's new ones this year could result in a 0.5 percentage point drop in real GDP growth.
Those losses mean about $2,700 in increased prices for consumers. Those losses mean fewer jobs in this country and less growth in this country.
Despite numbers like those, Trump is demanding rate cuts. His pressure campaign involves a visit to the Fed headquarters last Thursday. He argues its ongoing renovations are too expensive, and he blames Powell. Many analysts say investors want the chair to make decisions based on data, not politics.
If the numbers don't give him the ammo to go out and cut wildly the way Trump does it, it would be hugely reckless. The markets would immediately come back and say, whoa, what's going on here? We're seeing the full politicization of the Fed on the largest economy on the planet.
Trump says he probably won't try to fire Powell. The chair's term ends in May.
There's only so much he can do between now and then.
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Oh, Doom, you back? Put your tinfoil hat
Yeah,
on.
I was telling a story I didn't even realize. There's a little storm going outside. I think I heard the rain trying to break through the roof. Yeah, it's Florida. When it rains, it rains.
In the book. Hey, put your tinfoil hat on, Doom. Tinfoil hat on. President is pressuring Jerome Powell to cut rates. We'll find out if indeed he does.
He will. I don't think he will. No, higher for longer.
Not doing anything.
98% probability. But Doom,
But
what do you think those conversations are like?
Traders want margin. Couldn't give us the money. Run it even further up. Give us the margins.
See the way he's
supposed to trade too. If they cut interest, it's going to be a good thing. Since I believe he's working up the tariffs to bring in business to relocate and start operating within the United States. That would be a big perk if you're starting a manufacturing plant. That financing.
I don't understand how they arrived at negative GDP growth with tariffs.
Well, that's interesting because GDP came out today. It came out better than expected. I was going to push back. Yeah.
Also,
get your modeling better. Get your modeling better,
Andre. I mean, take a look at the EU-US trade deal, and the euro is getting crushed against the dollar. And I got some information on it, and they're expecting that the EU GDP was supposed to, what is this? Expected to reduce EU GDP by 0.2% to 0.8%. So if they're losing GDP, how is the US also losing GDP? Wouldn't they be gaining if they're losing with the trade deal?
Well, they was expected because it's exports and imports. Imports, like we saw, what was it Q1? We saw was imports.
Well, imports were down for this GDP. That's what they said.
Correct. Imports were were insane in Q1 because they were trying to front load inventories and before the tariffs at Dolby time. Talk dirty to me, man. You're talking about EU trade deficits? My goodness. Wow.
Hey, baby. If that's what gets you going, Dre, I'll talk to you all day long.
I love it. Absolutely.
I'm going to have to disagree with almost half of you guys. Doom. I'm going to say cutting interest rates right now will not help the economy. I'm going to say that it's better that we don't cut. And the reason, the reason is because we're still trying to figure out whether we're putting tariffs on China or not and how much, right? So I think it's better to be slow about this, not make a decision to where you make a decision and then what happens if interest rates, we get back into figuring tariffs out, and then inflation comes back, and then the Fed's stuck between a rock and a hard place where it's like, oh wow, we cut, and now we have to hike them back up because inflation pops up because tariffs came in more than what was expected, or the companies have to pivot again because now we have tariffs here or tariffs there. So I think until there's clarity on how the tariffs are going to be, the best decision is what we're seeing now, and that's let's wait and see. Let's be data dependent.
Well, we're
like that. That's what we're in.
Two
That's
days.
the situation we're running into, and the markets are hitting all-time highs. So that's even more like fuel to the fire on the wait and see point of view, because I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? These markets are going high, the economy is doing well, and we just need to figure out what's going on with these tariffs. And it seems like it's coming up. It's coming up. We get closer and closer before we kick again.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
I think we pushed it to August 10th now.
Get out of here, really?
It's murky. It's murky. It's very fluid. It's a very fluid situation, Dolby. But I won some country. I think it's China. Pushing it back to August 10th. I like this conversation. Let's put a poll up. Cut rates today? Yes or no? Should the Fed cut rates today? Yes or no? See if you're with Dakota. Your crystal ball.
They're not going to.
It's not. They're not going to. We're gonna poll up. Yeah. Should we cut rate? Poll. Should the Fed cut rates today? Yes or no?
You're right.
How many times do you kick the can?
If it's going to give advantage to China, they shouldn't. If in some way it's going to give advantage to China to negotiate at a better end on their deal, at a better deal, I wish we had Jack. Jack would know so much about this, I have the feeling.
Only thing he knows about is margaritas right now, Doom.
Yeah, he's on the beach right now with his Tommy Bahama.
I know what Jack would say.
You would say no.
Jack would say it doesn't matter what they do to the prime rate. It doesn't matter what they do to Fed funds rate. Mortgages, loans, they're all a market on their own. Even if they lower rates, doesn't mean mortgage rates are going to go lower. That's all supply and demand.
This is true. Very true.
That's
Look at us.
why they say the Fed could increase or decrease them by the verbiage on what they put in it, right?
That is the yes. I'm looking at 98% probability of a pause today. So it's going to go. How's it go? It's going to go rate announcement. Let's go prepared remarks. And we've got a little cheat sheet we're going to bring about 10 minutes before FOMC. Again, we start at 12:50 a.m. Central or PM Central. The rate announcement is at 1 p.m. Whoa! You got something?
What?
Hey, Andre. Yeah. So we've been talking about Jerome Powell and the Fed and everything, and this entire time I looked over, our answering machine has a red light blinking on it.
What?
Do you think we should play it?
Wow. Yeah. Unheard voicemail. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. We're in a hotel.
I think it just came in after we ran that story, but here, we're going to hit play. Go ahead.
Well. Guess who's still here? It's going to take a lot more than a draft resignation letter from Bill Pulte to take down Daddy Powell. And oh, look, I just so happen to have a draft resignation letter from the FHFA director himself. Wow, what a coincidence. Ahem. To whom it may concern, while it has been a great honor to serve as the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, I, Bill Pulte, today announce my immediate resignation in order to pursue my true passions of shitposting on Twitter and making love to mailboxes. I would like to personally apologize to Fed Chair Jerome Powell for questioning his sage judgment regarding monetary policy. Truth be told, he is closer to God than man, and I beg him to show mercy on this humble sinner. Long may he reign. Signed, Bill Pulte. See? Two can play that game. Anyway, we're not cutting rates today. Sucks to suck. Powell out.
Wow, James, I seem to have missed that blinking red light. Wow, feisty Jerome Powell has a direct line to Topstep TV. Man, oh man, it's not cutting rates.
I like the relationship we have with him. I think it's healthy.
Yeah,
Powell got to up with.
Chairman Powell, if you'd like, please come on anytime. I guess you do leave voicemails, though. We are very grateful for that. Yeah, Papa Powell has spoken. Man, oh man. Wow, very feisty. Not cutting rates. He's not leaving. You heard it here first on Top Step. Sucks to suck. That one got me too, Daniel. I like that. What do you mean?
Sucks to suck. That's a you can tell who wrote that off that.
Who?
I know who wrote
Who would,
that.
who
That
would,
has
who
to
would
be
write
Jack.
that?
That's a Jack.
What
saying? Sucks to
Powell,
suck.
maybe. What do you mean? It's Powell. That's Powell. All right, hey, we're pushing it. Someone hit the buy button in the ES. Just made new high 64.19. We got a 500 lot to the upside. 64.20 offered 500 times. He just lifted the offer there. See if the NASDAQ wants to follow.
I had the Doritos up there. Or sorry, Megaphone. Megaphone's up there in the 525s, 530s. Let's see if it can push out of it.
Still short?
I'm
still up in Illinois.
One micro, yeah, the stop is up there. That's the max pain. That's the event if it shoots up there in one candle. Probably if it starts closing above, what do I got here? 550s. I'll take it out. 563s. I'll take it out.
Okay.
I don't hold it for the full stop. If it really starts giving me signs that this is trending legitimately against me, who am I to argue with the trend?
Feel that.
Could we just stay inside candle? Like this first hourly chart, this first hourly candle. I mean, maybe we stay inside until FOMC. We could see a lot of chop before then too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if the president does want to get out there and start hitting the social media wire prior to the FOMC decision later on today. We've seen that in the past, so let's see if that happens again. Yeah, we got 500 offered at 64.20. We got something in the NASDAQ as well. We got it there. Upside. 500 lot offered at 529. 529. Last trade, 23,510. 50-50 on the tilt. Hey, Hoag, you said you got a example of a 3-bar reversal. Where'd you find it? What market? When did this happen?
All right. So this is actually a 30-minute 3-bar reversal, but a 3-bar reversal can be effective in any time frame. Dakota likes to look for support and resistance levels. Look for the 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. But just as an example, I've isolated this one because I think it's one of the cleanest ones that I've found. The market, it's a reversal pattern. So price has to go up to a reversal pattern, 3-bar reversal for that reversal. Now, you have the first green bar, the second green bar trades higher, the third bar opens, looks higher, rejects, and closes below the low of the first green bar. This, to me, is a textbook clean 3-bar reversal, and you can see what happens.
How would you set up your entry and your stop for that, either Hoag or Dakota?
Okay.
Hit me with if then. Hit me with if thens, guys. Hit me with if thens. If this, then we do that. If
this came up, I would look to go halfway through the falling bar. Find the halfway mark. Look for your entry there. The stop is above it. Now remember, this is a 30-minute chart, so these are big numbers. If this was a 5-minute chart, we probably would, it would show much less risk on the trade. But I'd like to see it come back to halfway through the red bar that creates the 3-bar reversal. Get in there, stop goes above the high, and then you just see what happens. Dakota, how would you take that?
Ooh. Yeah, so I'll show you. I found one on my screen too, Hoag. So
excellent.
Yeah, there's different ways. Like that's the beautiful thing about trading, right?
Number 2 minutes.
Here's the 3-bar. Here's a 3-bar reversal. This is a 5-minute chart, right? And I'll show you. Like there's bar number 1, there's bar number 2, and then there's bar number 3. A lot of times I like getting in once we break the low of this second candlestick. So bar number 2, I'll get in short right there. A different way is waiting for this third bar to close. And so that would be the difference of, do I get in short right at the break of that previous bar, or do I wait for this candlestick to close? Then I'll get in short here. And that's the conversation between probability. You have a better probability if you wait for the close versus risk reward. You get a better trade location, but then this candlestick's not done. We could easily go right back up and it not be a 3-bar reversal, right? So there's different ways to view this. Everyone, and there's no right or wrong way. It's just like Hoag said, maybe you wait for halfway, maybe you. What's that?
Would it be a confidence thing? I mean, if you're going to preempt a 3-bar reversal, maybe you're really confident in that, resistance level or, support level. You're more confident, maybe preempt it to get better trade location.
Very much so. The way that I like to see it sometimes is if I'm buying it at support, I could be more confident and, preempt it, getting in a little bit earlier versus going counter trend and selling it, right? If I'm going to be shorting the market counter trend, then sometimes most of the time it's probably just better waiting for that candlestick to close and waiting for that little extra confirmation. So with everything, and my answer, I know my slow markets class hates it, is it depends, because it's like a quarterback. When you call a play and then you snap the ball, so many things can be happening, and it's up to the trader, the quarterback, to make that decision based off of so many different variables that's going on in the game. Trading's no
10
different.
seconds.
Where
10 seconds.
Yeah,
that's also a shooting star reversal pattern.
Crude 10 seconds expected minus 2.6 million barrels drawdown. Let's see what it comes out. Get a load of this number. Watch this miss. Oh yeah, positive. A surplus of almost 8 million barrels. Expected minus 2.6 million. Actual surplus of 8 million. Yes, 8 million. You heard that right. 69.43. Sorry about that, fellas. Get back into it. Hoag, you're saying.
That 3-bar reversal that Dakota was showing was also in candlestick patterns a shooting star reversal.
Yeah, so there's the context matters, right? Like, is this a shooting star? Is it a doji? Or is it just a regular candle? Like, you could look and say that this one's also technically a 3-bar reversal, but it might not. It looks different, right? Technically, we crossed the bar and then we reversed, down here. Like reversal 1, 2, 3. The candlesticks are bigger, they're longer. Versus this could be two different setups, two different risk rewards. One's like you said, a shooting star, a doji. The other one's just a regular candle. Like it's crazy how such a simple setup could have so many little nuances, and that's one of the things that makes trading so beautiful. But it's also what makes it so difficult is that location, context matters. They don't all work 100% of the time.
Again, a quick update. We are aware of the issues with the dashboard. Our team is working on it in real time. We will give you updates as we get them. Appreciate the patience, but yes, we will continue to relay and pass those along as we get updates on our end. Again, we are aware of it. They are working on it.
Oh.
All right, new highs in the
I'm back.
64.2, 64.20, 64.20. After that crude number, crude did sell off just a bit. Again, huge miss on that number. Good. Last trade, $69.39. All right, here we go. NASDAQ just made some new highs. Damn, buy button on this.
I am back.
Yep.
That second one you pointed out, Coach Dakota, is a little bit more of my liking.
More of your liking?
More your tempo?
It has to really expand and deviate far from kind of value and mean and make that pullback not from the Bollinger Band. And I'll jump on it. I'll definitely jump on it. A little bit more big risk, big reward.
Can we get over 530? That's what I want to know.
Can we? We have to get up to 529. 529. What do we got here? Something is here in the ladder. And the 700 up at 532. Something tells me that's not going to be there when we get close. We're seeing the size.
Wow. Okay.
Seeing the size. I just wish I would trade. It'd be a lot cooler if you traded. Take a look. Our last trade, 23,513. There is a 700 lot up at 23,532.
Last thing I wanted to say on that 3-bar reversal, for some reason I cut out, is something so simple like a 3-bar reversal. It sounds simple and easy, right? But there's so many little nuances around it which that's the beauty of trading, but that's also what makes trading so difficult, right? We can say 3-bar reversal and everyone could see it differently, right? And it depends on location, it depends on size, it depends on this and this and that. Everyone trades it differently. And then once you get in, then everyone manages the trade differently as well. So there's so many little nuances when it comes to such a simple setup that makes trading so difficult, but it's what we are it's like we're trying to solve it, right? But there's no answer. And it doesn't work 100% of the time either.
No, it does not. No, it does not. We'll see if we get Crude. I know why do they even bother? I don't know. I don't know who's doing that over there. We got 78% short in crude right now. Last trade $69.42 on a barrel there. 33.55 last trade in gold. In gold and ES did top out at 64.21. Pull back about 3 points or so. Now, chat is fired up. I absolutely love it. That being said, you know what we do around here? 8900 lot. No, it's not 8900 lot. Chris, come on. If there was, that'd be wild. We got that pull up hoop. We can kill that poll. But with that being said, we are ready for that tip of the week. It is Wednesday. This is a big one. Here we go. Stay updated on the news. 100% on your economic calendars. Watch for sector catalysts. Avoid trading blind. That's a big one. You learned the hard way with that one. React to breaking news. I mean, speaking of breaking news, we'll talk about that a little bit more because we got a lot coming out today. But speaking of breaking news, we got some breaking news here at Topstep and Topstep TV. None other than Gabe is here to give you the goods. Gabe is to bring the good news. I love it. Gabe, come on in. What's up, my man?
Good morning. Ready to bring in some good news here for us. We have a pretty big change, update to our payout policy. The simplest across the board for all the firms out there, in my opinion. We are continuously on a mission to help more traders get paid. And it started yesterday. You now only need 5 winning days of $150 to earn a payout. So that's $50 less per day and $250 less total to qualify for a payout. And any $150 winning days that you've already logged will count towards your next payout. Continuously just finding ways to help our traders and to show that we're here for you. And we are going to continue to, as MP would say, follow this drumbeat. Every week, you'll continue to hear new updates and wonderful program improvements that we're making to make this your home. I'm grateful to have you. Dre, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Drumbeat indeed. Yep.
I love it.
200 to 150. It's good stuff. Absolutely love it. Yep. It is. It is.
Always improving.
Topstep forever, man.
Wu-Tang forever. I see that shirt, Doom. I see that Wu-Tang shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Wu-Tang forever. I got the same shirt.
Daddy Powell, not to be F with.
That's right. That's right. I got that 900 lot in the ES to the upside. 64.21 offered at 900 times. Take a look at the tilt. Then 72%.
That's big. $150. It's big. It's big. You know, the psychological struggle on the 5th day that you just, hey, I'm not already at the job, get $200. If I ask people to raise their hand in chat how many times they blew a port and lost their payout and on the 5th day trying to get the $200, I'm sure it's going to get wild. But either way, Topstep, forging traders. Topstep definitely made me a big part of the trader that I am today. Big part.
That's awesome.
And so did you, though, Doom. You put the work in, man. We just the tools, man. Screen times, the repetitions, right? But yeah.
And you know, wise advice. You guys give a grown man advice. It's not some bogus BS. Promo codes.
Man, you're fired up today, man. You're fired up today. Again,
hey, legit. Gotta speak the truth. Now and then. At least now and then.
Yeah. I mean, it might look like a small change, but it's big. There's some that I was asking, it's like, oh, that's not a big change. It's like, it might not affect everybody, but if you're trading micros, $50 is big. The $50 difference, where instead of, like you said, Doom, it goes from I have to force a trade to make an extra $50 to I'm done for the day, and that counts towards my winning days. And they don't have to be in a row, or maybe throughout the next 2 weeks you get 5 winning days, and it's $151. That's better than needing to force a trade.
like very often I'm gonna land my day at $178 and some cents. Like very odd. $178 and some cents. Just looking at it, like, should I take one more for, round it up, get over to 200, whatever reason, like, and of course the second trade is a bust, and third one is a bust.
Oh,
Rory.
no.
No, Doom.
Come
Like,
on,
what
man.
have I done?
Yeah.
Like, you know how it is.
Oh, yeah. That 700 lot did move. 700 lot did move. I was unaware that volume in micros dwarfs volume in minis. I was not aware of that until yesterday.
Really?
By how much, Trey?
It was like 4-1, I do believe. I think it was like 4-1.
wow.
I think when we were yesterday, I forgot. It was about 10 a.m., maybe hour and a half in the New York session. Mini NASDAQ, about 100,000 was traded, and then micros was like 400,000 or something. I was not in the ES. Is that true, J-Van? Okay, so not in the ES. Okay, interesting. Huh, okay. Not aware of that.
That's surprising to me the opposite way. I thought it would be more like it's closer to 6-1.
Those retail traders, apparently, Dakota.
Correct. Yeah, retail and then just sheer volume because it's 1/10 the size.
With the fees, though. With the fees, I mean, the CMEs, or the exchanges
high.
must
You
love
gotta
it.
be happy.
Exchanges must absolutely love it, but yeah, okay. Hey, shout out to the exchanges creating that product.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's 10-1, right, for E-minis to micros, but for commissions, it's like 3 micros equal 1 E-mini, I believe, or it's like 3.5. So it is expensive to trade those micros.
There you go, Dan Emmons. Yeah, MNQ, the most popular product in CME launch history. No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
You gotta pay to play. If you want that ability to fill off your position, that's a little bit of hedge. Like everything else, you gotta pay to play.
It's time for nanos. Time for nanos.
Hey, more executions. Also,
heads up, we got Treasury Secretary Bessent is in front of a microphone coming out. Underlying fundamentals and Trump policies are incredible. Confidence and momentum are coming back to the U.S. economy. I think after that GDP reading, I think there is some credence to that. We got earnings. FOMC, just to start. Also at what do we have? President at noon Central has a congressional bill to sign. And 1 p.m. we've got FOMC rate statement. After the bell, man, buckle up. We got Microsoft, we got Meta, we got Robinhood, we got Ford, Qualcomm, eBay. We ain't done there. Make sure you're tuned into At the Buzzer for that coverage after the bell. It seems like so far away. So there's a lot to get through before. We got a couple more VIP drafts for season 3.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh, a lot coming at you here on Top Step TV.
Can we find the next Mandy? Can we find the next Mandy in the VIP program?
That is a great call. Oh, yeah, we got Thunderdome, Arico Thunderdome after fast markets, ready to chop it up, carve it up.
Who came up with that? Like, that sounds so sexy and provocative. The Thunderdome.
It wasn't
Should
me.
have heard some of the other ideas.
Dude, it wasn't me. My vote was for Carving Station. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Carving Station.
Yeah, they carve up. They carve it up, man. Yeah, I was. I got outvoted.
Every time somebody says it, I imagine a scene from Mad Max with the bikes inside, and people like Grand Theft Auto shooting people like with rocket launchers and fight to the death. And
100%. What is the Thunderdome? You asked. The markets. We got our snipers going to enter. Got the snipers come in and carve up the markets and get out, get in. High winning percentage. Get out after fast markets. 11 a.m. Central. 11 a.m. Central here. On top of the Thunderdome, we got Arico. Chop it up with, carve it up, I should say, with Jay and Dolby Time.
Let's go.
Yep.
Hey, Dolby, I know you like glasses. What do you think about these?
Yeah, what do you got, Doom?
Wow, that's Thunderdome.
How about
you? The Thunderdome, man.
Oh, those are kind of
Tell me you
sick.
wear those when you're driving a truck.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
like motorcycle?
People tear me apart. No way.
That keeps the lot lizards away.
We're like, good job, let them pass. Good job.
I'd wear them. Where'd you get them, Doom?
Honestly, I don't remember. They're in my little collection. I got more, but these were The ones that will really match the T-shirt for today.
Are they functional or are they just like cheap?
Yeah. No, they're functional. They're really nice, thick plastic.
Okay, they look
And,
nice.
Oh, they grabbed that. Nice job, Gabe.
You know,
Well done,
LEG. When you want to pull a LEG on a Wacky Wednesday, these are the ones.
Sign me up.
Well, you
Sign
save
me
that
up.
one. Put that in the vault. We got
Give me
it.
a link, Doom.
We got you, Doom. The internet's forever, my man. We got a
Right.
screenshot. We got a perfect screenshot of that thing.
I'll take them off because the monitor became super bright.
Don't worry, we got the screen grab. We got the screen grab, so we're good. All right, let's take a look at some of these.
I've seen Dobie with like 3 or 4 pairs stacked up. Like, man,
That's when I won Reversal Challenge. I needed all the power I could get for that victory. So more passes, more winning. How it works.
Mine don't really have any magic or attributes though, or at least I haven't noticed.
You haven't noticed.
Keep an eye on Percent. See if Percent's got anything more to say.
I'm starting to like this trade that I'm in a lot just because it's cooking that ascending contraction on a smaller time frame. But at the same time, I don't see it shooting up.
Hold on. Say that again. Can you say that again and show it on your chart? Ascending
contraction or ascending wedge.
Okay. Show it to me.
More visible in the one.
Can you go full screen, Duke? Duke, you go full screen on that chart just so we can all see what you're looking at, why you don't like this trade, what you're seeing, and why you're thinking about perhaps cutting it.
This stuff is somewhat a bullish formation, and I'm short. Now we're putting in equal highs and highs on the 1,000 tick, but often that's why I'm still in it. It's not as pronounced. If it was even more pointier and it was building up quicker, I would have definitely cut this and probably reverse. But I'm starting to get the little, intuition that, be aware that this might run against you quick. I like ascending wedges or descending wedges on a small time frame and in a trend or in a downtrend, they really work out well. It's like a little pointy funnel.
Is it channel? Essentially, is it just the channels narrowing? Is that essentially what we're?
Kinda. It's kind of ascending Dorito. It can go up the Dorito, but it has to be tight and quick.
Higher lows, flat highs. We're at the high of the megaphone. Could be something there, dude.
Yeah, and it's at that point too, and it's at a point at a breakout. I'm gonna definitely limit my exposure if this really shoots up against me. I don't want to give the full stop. Here it is. This is more appropriate. $116 at risk. I can live with that any day. That's a little trick. Maybe some people in the chat haven't thought about it, but if you do a sample of 5 weeks or a week or whatever, however long you last, or make a sample of your average winning, and you try to risk a third or half of that on your day, statistically it will be very hard to lose at this. You might stay at break even for a very long amount of time, but you're definitely going to save on resets. Definitely going to save some on the resets.
Break even's great though. I mean, chat, how many of you in a given week will have at least one break even day where you're either, I don't know, plus 100 or minus 100 within that range and you're satisfied wrapping it up? I feel like that's a real sign of maturity as a trader, is being able to actually accept a break even day.
100%
Dolby. I love a break even day. A good comeback is such a good win.
Dolby, one of the hardest days, one of the hardest ways, some of the best discipline is when you can walk away being down $200, being down $300 on the day. Walking away from those type of days, or just saying, all right, that's it. Essentially a scratch. Consider those scratch days. But being able to walk away and call it a day when you're down with it, $300. Oh, one more trade, get back to scratch, and then just it just snowballs, and it's like, oh shoot, what just happened?
One of my sayings when I was in the trading combine, it's easy to make a lot of money. It's easy to lose a lot of money. It is very hard to lose a little bit of money. Always want to keep on trading.
Page 96, man.
96.
That's so true.
Crude popped a little. It is. It's very hard to walk away. That is the sign of a very disciplined trader. It takes a lot of years. It just takes reps and reps and reps. Know that, always trade for tomorrow. Live to trade another day. It is, yeah, one more trade. There you go. One more trade.
Yep.
I'm right there. I can see I can see the green from right here. So like, hey, that's calling it. That's all she wrote for today. Yeah, working on that, right? Constantly improving. All right, top of the hour here in about 12 minutes. Crude did catch a bit of a bid there. Rico, you know that one's in there. Okay, here we go. ES sold off a little. NASDAQ was very wicky at the top here last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candles. Wiki
Ugly.
up around 520.
Looks like a run over hedgehog.
Looks like we're trying to break out of that.
It's trying.
It's looking very bullish. But also, it might just like run stops and then just fade 40 points and get back to the middle of the range and be totally content.
That's what I'm thinking at too. That was just rotating inside my skull. Like, could do that. Pull the rug on everybody.
This is a fear point in the market.
Well, let's talk that out. Where would the stops be looking here at the NASDAQ? Because we saw that in Power Hour yesterday. All they wanted to do is hit those stops on the downside, and we saw it turn right around.
So annoying.
Where would those
Oh my goodness.
All right, so
where's your stop at, Doom? Where's your stop at, Doom?
There you go.
Oh, my stop is at 569.5.
He gave you to the tip.
Up there in the boonies. But if
you're way up there.
The stops on the bulls, it's probably 504-ish.
Okay, yeah. For the bear, if I was short this market, my stop's like 35, 535, 530s, maybe 540s, 560s. It's up there. So that might be a little bit of a stretch. That's the beautiful thing about trading small, right? Is you have
if I was in with my size that I kind of settled lately, 5 or 6 micros, I'll be at about the 40s or under that, or split it into two portions of 3.
Yeah.
So do less size, wider stops, right? 1 micro.
Yeah, especially on a day like this, like with the news, with the possibility. I like that you brought that up. That Trump might come up on the mic and kind of throw some information out there to give even more tricky questions after FOMC. This is my sign. 3, 2, 1. I'm out of this. I'm not going to fight the trend. It's not as clean as I wanted to long it, but I'm definitely not going to stand in the way of this. Want to save me a couple of bucks. I'm down $60.
Nice. Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah. But with that said, the possibility of these whip up, whip down, 40, 50, even 100-point moves that don't really lock in and continue, I'd rather have 1 micro and monitor the market. And God forbid it happens and it runs on me. I'm not overexposed. I'm not risking more than I could average what I make. And I don't want full position on this. It has to be really good. And even if it starts up running, I'll still be very skittish to hop on the trend. Very skittish to hop on the trend.
Megaphone is breaking out.
Stops. Run through those stops we were just saying.
You know what? It's popping its head out.
Can still pull
I
back.
see that.
Can still pull back.
Yeah. All right. 23,535. Just printed new highs there in the NASDAQ. We're within about 120 points from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. All-time highs are 23,652. Yeah, still has about
2%. That helps.
Is it?
Yeah, 1.96.
Yep.
Let's see, that is up a hair.
NVIDIA.
Yep.
I'm going to fail on taking profit on this, but I was looking at 440s and possibly under. This was a good trade. Good decision here to take it out early.
Again, we are aware of the dashboard issues. We are working on it and getting updates. As we get updates here in real time, we will pass that along and assure you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. They are notified. We are working on it in real time. Let's take a look at these prices. What's up, dude?
Never ran into issues. I never ran into issues with it.
I mean, it happens to some. It happens to some. There's
I guess I was fortunate.
We got you. Yeah, indeed you are. All right. With that being said, before we get really this thing rocking, I'll bring in JD. JD, talk about that house or the opening range trade. Talk about P&Ls. Talk about payouts. But I believe we're flat in both crude and gold. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Yes, house count is flat. We got out of that crude trade not too long after fast market started. We saw a little pop in crude oil, took us out of that opening range trade. So 0 for 2 on the opening range trades. We still got one more day this month to stay on the positive side, which I have no doubt we will. All right, let's take a look at some live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Take a look at these numbers. Up at the top, our anonymous hamster pulling in $10,431. If I told you that trader's name, you know who they are. They've been around for a long time. They were on the big board for a long time before requesting to stop having their data shared on Topstep TV. So if you've been here for a while, you probably have a good guess of who it is. Second place there, Juyun, 9,893 trading the NASDAQ. Nato trades, what was it? $6,674, also trading the NASDAQ. Jeremiah, 5,972 trading the NQ. And $4,470 trading the micro NASDAQ. Big shout out to all these live funded traders. Next up, we've got some payout numbers. Decent payout numbers for these live funded traders. Up at the top, Todd S, $23,500. Miguel, $20,500. Hua Feng. I feel like we say Hua Feng's name every single day on Topstep TV now. This guy's all over the place. $8,883 payout yesterday. Benjamin, another $5,000, and Brendan O, $5,000. Pro ball traders doing pro ball things in their live funded accounts, lining their pockets with that hard-earned money from the live market. There you have it, folks.
Thank you, JD. Wow, absolutely pro ball. 100%.
JD been killing it, man. He's been killing it lately.
Mm-hmm.
Holding positions throughout the whole session.
I know. Those all day, the bell-to-bell trades? I know, man.
Hey, also shout out to you, man. I saw you in the green room. You got a very trucker-worthy cup. Very nice trucker-worthy water cup.
Mine?
Yeah, is it gallon and a half?
Dude, the only reason I use this is because it says Topstep on it. I can assure you, I never.
That's awesome.
I only use this when on TV. I can assure you this stays right here in the office. Yes, it is a trucker. It's for branding. It's for branding. Part of some of the swag packs we give out, the merch boxes we give out.
Website, I might get me one. That's a nice cup.
I think we can arrange something for you there, dude. New highs, NASDAQ. 23,500.
Go ahead.
No.
I want to go this.
Remember that pattern I was talking about this morning on the 1 hour chart? Yes. That head and shoulders?
Yeah.
It's starting to play out similar to earlier this month. Here on the hourly chart, there's head and shoulders from July 17th over to July 23rd. So if we could get to there you go. There it is. So there's that head and shoulders. We came down to the neckline, tested it, and then we rallied from there. Well, I think we're seeing something similar play out, right? Here's that head and shoulders. Here's that neckline. We came down, tested it, and so now we're, we had that big rally to go test that high up towards these 406s back in July 22nd. So now I'm curious, are we just going to see that same thing? Are we going to have that big rally to test, maybe 600s, 625s, similar to what we've seen back? Yeah, I could see this happening
too. Okay, sounds good.
I took a peek at gold. It's somewhat looking like it's trying to work up a continuation downside.
Yes.
Like right now.
Nice cut there, dude.
Yeah, if I see it working against me, no, it wasn't worth reversing. It wasn't worth reversing. No. I'm not feeling comfortable longing this. No, it could potentially run to the 700s. It can have it. I don't have it in me to long it. It is what it is.
Heads up, Basant. Shout out to, was that Troops in the chat? Basant, quote, encourage people not to panic if no deals by August 1st. I expect a busy August with trade deals still to be done. We can keep negotiating on trade past August 1st if there's no deals. Okay. Nice. Who's that? Troops? Man, Troops, you are a way to stay locked in there. Yeah, laying the groundwork indeed for a pause. On that. Hoag, what do we got for Delta ES because
That's a good one
it
for
sounds it feels it's got to be negative up here, right? Because it seems like all the sellers keep coming up.
Nope.
Is it negative indeed in ES because we can't pop above
NASDAQ is
64?
negative 600.
What about
S&P is
ES?
positive 2,000.
I was way off there. Positive. Okay, let's like keep trying. Huh?
A
Fight the good
potential
fight here.
failed upside
64.
auction here, guys.
Potential failed upside auction in ES or NASDAQ or both.
Both. We got 2 minutes to see if it verifies.
Yep,
If
that's
I
that
buy
run of
this, it
stops.
will be at the 500s.
Yeah, we
So,
ran those stops in those 30s, and now we're going back in.
Is that a 3-bar reversal then on the 1 minute?
I was just going to ask that.
NASDAQ. Oh, Dre, we're on the same
Unbelievable.
page.
Just going to ask that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We ran up to what 540, and then you could technically say that's a 3-bar reversal
So-
right there.
I guess, Dakota, you would have entered theoretically maybe at 535, whereas Hoag would have waited for maybe 535 in the middle, but Hoag would never get filled in that situation in this case.
Yeah, it depends. Market order, limit order.
Well,
So
this would be something that I would be looking more like the 30-minute failed upside auction. And
What
once
is it,
it
Hoag?
came
What does
back
it mean?
inside so here's the NASDAQ, right? This is the 30-minute chart. The initial balance high 23,526 quarter. We looked above it, and we're about to close this 30-minute bar back inside of the initial balance high. That is a failed upside auction. The market tried to expand above, did not hold above, and came back inside the initial balance. So if we don't take out this high, which is that the high of that last 30-minute bar, 23,541 quarter, this is the bar I'm talking about. Right there. That's the bar I'm talking about right there. So if we can't take out that high about 540 and a quarter, then this would be a failed upside auction, and the target would be all the way to the initial balance low, which is 23,450.75. We've kind of verified or qualified or whatever you want to call it that yes, this is a potential failed upside auction. So if we can't hold above the IB high at all, then the target would be to the initial balance low, which is all the way down at 23,450.75. Market does seem pretty buoyant here. You know your risk. If you get short the IB high, 526, your risk is above 541. So about 20 points of risk for maybe 80 points of potential profit. We'll watch it. We'll see what happens. Seems to be working better in the S&Ps, which has been weaker. Here it is in the S&Ps.
523 and a tick.
You're short there?
Short 523 and a tick. How many?
Two micros, looking for 504s, risking a few points above the previous high.
I am short as well. This is my very first trade in the new combines.
What
price you get?
I got 520 and 3/4. I'm short 3 minis.
All right, we are also short 1 micro, but we can build into it because you're short. So we're short 518s. You're short 520s. Where are you short, Doom? What was your price again?
523 on a tick.
523. Okay, we'll see if we can add 1 more at 525.
Dakota, how many are you short?
I'm short 3.
3. Okay.
Or 523s.
Looking for 504. Looking for 504 to the downside. Was that Dakota or Doom? Someone's looking for 504s.
Take one at 504.
All right, cool. 504. 504.
Perfect. What's your stop at, Doom? For this trade?
A few points above the high, 543 and a tick.
543 and a tick. Perfect. Okay, cool. So about 20 points. So it's an inverse risk reward here.
Kinda, a little bit. I'm eyeballing it. I might get my take profit out if I want to see momentum now, like within the next 40-50 seconds.
Okay.
Yes, you do. You want to see it. You want to see it pull back off that IBI pretty quick. The
I want to see it now.
S&P is really doing well. That short in the S&Ps is killing it. So let's see if the NASDAQ follows.
You working bids
Everyone is
504?
short on screen.
Working 504 the downside.
Yes.
Just sold
Yeah,
off.
Yep.
About 505. 504
Yep.
3 ticks.
Let's stack some W's here.
There's a 100
Dow
lot in the
sold off.
way.
Ooh, nice. Downward pressure
You know,
here. Megaphone could be
I'm getting
failing.
it out of the way, and I'll put it above. I'll put my stop buy above here. If that momentum is in it, it's going to continue.
Those spoos, Hoag. Nice. Nice.
All right, I'm
read
out
there.
on
Got
one.
pushed.
I'm out on one. I don't want this to whip on me.
There we go.
And I'm risk.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
There you go. Nice call there. Nice read.
All right, we're out two. $20. So we're out one, 20 bucks. Well, base hit.
Yeah,
Nice.
Indeed. All right, stack
You
wins.
wanna
Stack
take
wins. If
one
we get this
type of
stuff.
day.
Yeah, and we'll
Great.
keep building this. You know, two micros, 3 micros, 5 micros, 1 mini. I like how we're doing this. Build into it, right? Base hit, winning percentage, 1 for 1. Nice job.
What's it? 915.
Can we get back to 500?
Euro close. 20.
Oh yeah, you're close. That's exciting.
It is exciting.
I like Euro close. It's a little bit of volatility.
What we sold? Dolby Time sold 518s. Bought what? 04.
Yeah. Let's take
It's
let me
five.
get my order entry up. It was
Okay, sounds good.
518 half to 506 3/4.
6. Okay.
I'm still in this short.
Oh yeah, I love it.
I could go to.
kind of changed the script on mine and left 4 points early, but it was worth it.
Got your points.
Yeah, I didn't
Not
leave
on
it at
base.
504.75. I moved it up the current bar.
Crude pushing higher.
You know, if this was the sweep and we're cooking to expand above the ranges of that megaphone pattern, this is somewhat the confirmation line, 500s, 504s. I'd rather took one off, only 1 minute, 1 micro, sorry, only 1 micro. If we're making that travel to the low of the formation, it would be nice. If not, money was made, small risk. What is it, 1106? They're probably going to start hitting the mic soon. 1030, 1049 US Treasury.
Who's hitting the mic?
President?
Probably Trump. I feel it.
New highs.
I feel it in my
New highs
chest.
Crude.
Oh,
New
yeah?
highs crude
Get that
closing in on
tingly
$70 even. $70
Really?
even. 69.83. 69.83. 17 cents. New highs just
Crude
printed there.
does
Let's
it
see
again.
what's the
It's
pressure.
going
There we
up,
go.
baby.
Close one.
ES selling off.
Closing one right here at these.
Nice job, Dakota.
Nice work, Coach Dakota.
Are you trade copying or are you doing one account at a time?
I'm doing 5.
5. Look at that.
Yep, we're doing 5. Well,
I've
I
never
clicked join
had
bid
the
and
ability
no fill yet.
Every time I lined up to copy trade accounts I had, I'll F it up. So I'll trade them one at a time, hit my profit goal on the day on one, the other one. Yeah, essentially I'll trade the whole day, or maybe take similar trades across 3, but kind of separate with different risk. I've never got into copy trading. I don't know. It's probably up here. Oh, Juicer can
How much
take
was your original? 3, you said, I think?
3.
Question,
Yeah, I hit
James.
join
Wow.
bid trying to get it filled.
Pa-
It didn't get filled. We
pause, James.
bounced as soon as I clicked the
You can
button.
answer.
So let's see if we get pushed back down to these 03s.
03's
My next question
still
for you,
like-
Dakota,
I
is
still
are you
like
gonna
this position to go test 490s, 480s.
Oh yeah, I think your trade looks really good.
Go ahead, Dobie.
Are you going to be only streaming and trading these accounts on air? Or are you going to be taking trades
Yes.
off air?
Yes. Nope. No trades off air. Okay.
Oh, really?
We're
yeah.
doing this live and transparent. So,
Oh man,
like, that's some pressure. Okay, but
It is.
on air for fast markets, on air for slow markets. It's these accounts here. It's just someone. I'm sure someone's going to take a screenshot. You can see the account numbers. So anybody, I know that there's going to be traders in the chat that want to pay attention. There's those account
Screenshot 'em.
numbers, and you could screenshot them. This is only going to be traded on air. On air. So tune in slow markets. Tune in when I'm on air fast markets. It's going to be these accounts. And yeah, talk about pressure.
Yeah, no kidding. I always thought it was weird when people would hide their account numbers. Like, what are you hiding? The only people who would know what that even means is people who work at the company. Anything else is just code. Maybe it's like the quantity of accounts, maybe the way the account labels are or something.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
and then
know. It seems
pressure
weird.
if you're switching accounts or switching things or
Mhm.
resetting. I mean, no one wants to sit there and be like, "Man, I struggled," and then they have to reset. It's a lot easier just to come in and be like, "Oh, I just made $5,000," and then if they lose it, they don't have to come on air and say that they lost it.
Yeah,
So
it was a good question from
I gotta
Tria.
say that's very therapeutic. Being honest about your trading. I'm mentoring a small handful of guys for a couple of years now, and we butt buddies. They've seen me make it big. They've seen me lose big the day after. It's very freeing experience to be like, hey boys, effed it up. It happened again. I slipped. I tilted. All that we filled up the yesterday. I flushed down the toilet. We back at ground zero. The game goes on. We're still here. We're breathing. Let's get it.
You're
Love it, man. He's so good. He's so good, man.
You can't do this with a baggage. It's definitely, and it's trying to be out there, and live and trying to help out other traders and putting your input out in the universe. You cannot do it with the baggage that you effed up and you gotta let's smudge it over and nobody gonna notice. It's under the rug.
Look at this thing roll over, Hoag. Look at this thing roll over.
Nice play.
Yeah. I closed one contract out now.
That's the power of the failed upside auction.
There you go, folks. How about that? Where else are you going to get that? Real-time analysis, real-time execution. Yep. Click like, click thumbs up, click subscribe.
All you need is one of those a day. One of those a day is all you need.
Keeps the 9 to 5 away.
The alignment of traders. I had a completely different setup, but Mr. Hoag mentioned that, like, failed upside down. Okay, my probabilities just went up a notch.
Oh, confirmation.
Ooh, there we go. 500s.
Good feeling.
Now,
500s.
This is where I'm going to follow the example.
There we go. Look at that.
And trail it.
Yep. Let's see. I still have 2 minis on. Let's see if we can get. Let's see if we could take a run at those 80s.
Dakota, what is going to determine if you stop trading for the day, whether downside or upside?
Up here?
That is an amazing question. I'm only looking to take 1 or 2 trades a day. At most. I'm not. This might be the only trade I take today, especially right before FOMC. I'm going to trail this. We're hitting these lower 90s now.
23,495 is overnight VWAP NASDAQ. The S&Ps have almost
That's what I'm looking at
hit the profit target on this trade, which is the IB low 6405.
I'm out.
Okay.
I'm out on
Took profit on that one.
Nice.
I forgot where I would have buy it. I'm out.
Oh, you guys are cooking.
Nice read there. Nice read. Again, ES about 15 minutes ago had that breakdown or that analysis from Hoag and the fellas here talking about 3-bar reversals, talking about failed upside auction in the ES. We were trading around 64.19. We're now down about 12 points from there. 64.07. NASDAQ took the lead.
Target's 405.
405?
Yeah,
ES 405.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. About a point away from that.
Right now, I would be
405.
Yes, there it is. There's the 405s. Target hit. Boom. Done.
Look
Done
at
for the
that.
day. Yeah, go touch grass.
That.
Yep, exactly.
I got a little bit early.
This, baby.
I got a little bit early, but I'm happy with the result.
Woo.
Good trades. Hey, come failed moves, come fast moves.
Yo, Hoag, man. Yeah. I'm acting like I'm surprised. Yep, you get that all the time, man. Hoag's talking about all the time. He's always saying a potential failed upside auction. Potential failed. Air horn for what? Air horn for what? He does this all the time. He does this all the time. He talks about these setups.
Teamwork.
Said potential. Air horn for a hey, come on, man. We've been around. We've done this. He's seen some shit. We've been around. We've seen some shit. Yeah. He's always talking about potential failed downside auction, potential failed upside auction. It's not always going to play out, right? It's not always going to play out, Hoag. But this one did. It's probability play, and that one's if thens, man.
Look at the risk in the S&Ps. If you saw that we were really close to 10 o'clock and the market pushed above the IB high and you shorted it as soon as it came back in, let's say you were short at 64.18, your risk is to the high there, which is 64.21. So 3 points of risk, and you just took what 18, 10, 14 handles for 3 handles of risk.
Pocket change.
Cheap trade.
Honestly, I might start looking at ES more because I used to. They had much cleaner setup on my end.
Do it.
This is what I usually talk about, what a relative top is, where that retrace doesn't come from the Bollinger Band, and we have the multiple wick rejection, or the 3-wick, 3-bar reversal, and the 5. That was sexy. I kind of paper-handed it, but I'm happy with the result.
Ah, man.
Scratch day.
Yes.
Stacking winners, Doom.
Hey,
Stacking winners.
$22
My batting
green.
average. Yeah, right.
$22 green, baby.
Hey,
that's some
love it.
Zaxby's right there.
I'm flat. I'm flat now. I'm flat, and I'm just gonna do this. I think it's appropriate. This is my first trade. One trade up $1,500. I'm just gonna be done.
Let me put some double.
I'm locked out, and I'm done.
Nice. Look at that. Well done. Dakota got on base on the very first day. So you made 1,500. What is your daily loss limit going to be for the account?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think the pro Topstep had 3,000 for these accounts as a daily loss limit. I think that's a little too much. I think $1,500 for a daily loss limit seems more reasonable than 3,000. I'll do half that. No sense of risking too much.
So it's a 1-to-1 day. Oh, you might have to lock each one of your accounts, Dakota. Individually.
Just have one open, though.
Yeah, I could go through and lock each one. But
wait, hold on, Dakota. We're not done. Well, all right. Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing. It's your journey. It's your journey. It's your comeback. So, yeah, do what you got to do.
I would have to go through and do that. But since I'm copy trading them, I'm not going to sit here and plan and do each one of them. I'm done for the day. That's it. Right. I'm locked out. My leader account's locked out. That's it.
Damn, okay.
Nice trade.
Yeah.
Nice.
A1. Well done, Dakota. Well done. Well done all around. Well done, team. That was we all
did.
Oh,
we called it too, right? We said we're gonna run stops and then we can
that's
get in
coaching,
short.
Man. That is been around, see some shit stuff. That's right there. That's good. That was money. Spot on. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,486. We got 15 minutes till the Euro close. Everyone is flat, I do believe. That being said, I'm bringing James to talk about the combine counter. We got news. James, come on in. Happy Wednesday, my man.
Let's go, James.
Happy Wednesday indeed, Andre. We are here with the news that you need to know to get your week rolling. I know you've all missed it the past 2 days. I miss it. But to kick things off, you've heard about Dakota's Combine Counter Challenge, and we are backing you, Dakota. Send it. Check out that little graphic down there. The Combine Counter. I will say we're going to update it as we go.
Oh my
God. Version 1.
Oh, man.
Cool.
There we go. Well,
now it's official.
We put in an emergency request with our creative team for this. So even though it says 1, there's some debate. Is it 1?
Wow,
Is it 5? We're going to get it ironed out. We're going to figure it out. But I wanted to put this out here today.
I like that.
Follow along Coach Dakota on his journey.
Oh, Michael in the chat. Michael. 2 thumbs up, Michael says. Hoop says love it.
That's not a bad
0 or
picture
5.
either.
You say 5?
Yeah,
okay,
it should be 5. It should be 5.
5? Okay,
we'll dig into it. Okay. This is something brand new. We're going to start. We're here to help Dakota on his journey, and so we will get that number accurate, but I didn't want to miss a day any longer. We are starting the tracker today. So tune in. We're going to keep the running update as we go, and you got this, Dakota. We're happy to see you take this challenge again.
Man, I like that. That makes me excited. That's a pleasing picture. It's not like that AI one. That's cool. Shout out to whoever made that. Shout out to the team. Combine counter. We'll see. Today's day 1. I'm up $1,500. 1 trade, and we did it together, right?
Okay, we'll make it 5.
That stop run.
Okay.
So thanks. Thank you.
You got it.
That's
so starting today, we'll update this to say 5. We'll keep track going forward, and everybody out there, start keeping track.
Yeah, James. What else you got, James? That was awesome. Great job. Shout out to everyone. Good stuff.
On to the news. You guys heard about Dubai chocolate?
Yeah,
you know what this is? This new like TikTok trend. I don't know. It's so
good.
if you haven't heard of Dubai chocolate before, Dubai chocolate is essentially just a viral chocolate bar. All right, it is created by the Fixed Dessert Chocolatier out of Dubai in 2021. It features a creamy filling of pistachio tahini paste layered with kadaif, a shredded phyllo dough that's coated in rich milk chocolate. IHOP is jumping on the trend, and they are offering some Dubai chocolate pancakes at $100 a stack. You money guys out there, that's roughly a 900% increase on the price of a normal stack of pancakes from IHOP.
Stacks on stacks.
They are stacked with a Dubai chocolate bar, Madagascar vanilla infused whipped cream, and a shaving of edible 24-karat gold flakes that's valued at roughly $3,000 an ounce.
At IHOP?
$3,300.
IHOP is getting robbed. They're getting robbed.
$353.
Do you remember when this is the same company that went through an identity crisis and tried to be the International House of Burgers? So I think they're just throwing things at the wall and sees what sticks. To be fair, though, they're not actually charging you $100 for these pancakes. They're only available at 3 locations starting next week. I believe it's Los Angeles, New York, Dallas, I think, and they're free. They're only making a certain amount. Once they're gone, they're gone. They're free. So if you want to get the $100 pancake stack and you're in one of those areas, check it out. New York, Los Angeles, and Austin, Texas, not Dallas. On Monday, August 4th at 12 p.m. local time. I know, Chicago kind of always gets stiffed.
Didn't make the cut.
Moving on. My next story is personally my favorite story of the week. I had this clipped on Monday, and I've been saving it. A Labubu was left on Karl Marx's grave. If I was going back to school for comedy studies, I would submit this as my final thesis. For those of you who may not get the joke, a Labubu is a collectible designer toy from the Pop Mart universe, a product of consumer culture. These toys are mass-produced, trend-driven, sold at premium prices, and targeted at collectors in a capitalist market. Now, you may be asking yourself, who's Karl Marx? Who is that guy? Karl Marx, the father of communism. Have you heard about it? It's a political and economic ideology centered on the abolition of capitalism, the critique of consumerism and commodity fetishism, and collective ownership of the means of production. Pretty much everything the Labubu goes against. Someone put it on Karl Marx's grave.
Sounds like a Beanie Baby. Is this just a new Beanie Baby?
This is
basically
Beanie Baby,
I think.
Pokemon,
There you
Roblox. I don't know. Andrea in the back with the Karl Marx book.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Incredible.
Easy.
Anyway.
What a world.
That's awesome.
People
gold
can't
down
write comedy like this. I'll move on. The next story is my last one. Mercedes is giving customers a thing you've always wanted in your Mercedes cars. That's right, Microsoft Teams.
No.
You can now take your work on the road wherever you go. The upcoming CLA will be the first Mercedes models with Microsoft Intune baked directly into its MB.OS operating system. You can take video calls in it. It will record the meeting, and of course, it turns off automatically as soon as the meeting is over. Work-life balance? Say no more. Work all the time in the new Mercedes.
And then who do you blame for the wreck?
Tune in to Topstep TV while you're in the thing as well.
the downfall of Nokia.
Hey, those gold pancakes just got cheaper. $10 by $10. Go ahead. Sorry, Jim.
All good. I want to wrap up. I know we got a lot coming. Before I get out of here, I have 2 quick announcements. We're going to loop the announcements into the news, and then I'm going to get out of here because we got some VIP drafting to get to. But before that, FOMC Watch is coming to Topstep TV today. Get ready for real-time reactions, expert breakdowns, and the kind of market insight you're not going to find anywhere else. Hoag, Coach Hoop, Andre, and JD are going live with full coverage of the FOMC meeting today at 1 p.m. Central. Don't miss it. You heard Jerome Powell leave his voicemail earlier. Now we got to see what he's going to say at the mic. Also, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central, Robin Dane is back on Topstep TV. Robin Dane has helped hedge fund managers and high-stake traders conquer fear, doubt, and hesitation. And now she's here to help you. Don't miss the special Trader Psych segment as Robin answers your questions live and gives you the tools to master your mindset and sharpen your discipline in the markets. Tune in. Your next breakthrough might just be one question away. And that's what I got for you, Andre. That's your news. Those are your announcements. Let's keep going. We got a lot.
Next question.
Gold checking down to weekly kickoff low here.
Those pancakes got cheaper. Great stuff, James. The combine counter. Yes, the combine counter. Man, oh man. I think we kind of put it out there.
Combine counter. You see, MP showed up in the chat. You see what he said?
What Michael say? What Michael say?
Oh, I got to scroll. If you scroll up, yeah, I talked to him last night. I talked to him last night when I announced it in slow markets. And for traders, I did not blow my account. This is a decision myself and the risk team have decided that, hey, take a step back, go ahead. Let's get you back into combines. Closing the live account. It's not blown, so it's better than last year. But yeah, MP said taking $100,000 payout with a combine counter of 50 versus like 500, right? So I talked about it last night during slow markets, challenging all the people that's on social media to hopefully they are able to do something similar, follow suit, do something similar, show that transparency that is been lacking in this industry for sure.
It's not necessarily about cost. I know Darcy here. How much that cost you? LOL. It's about attempts. It's about trying, jabbing. How much did that cost you? I mean, you can throw 10 grand into a brokerage account and you can, piss away that and learn that way as well. I mean, it's about learning, right? This is baptism by fire, no mulligan. So go back to the drawing board. I love this combine counter. Accountability, transparency, Dakota. You're the man. I'm on there doing this.
Yeah, it was I mean, humility. I don't get it's not humility for me. I'm not embarrassed because I don't have anything to prove other than just to help the traders out. And I say it all the time, like, hey, I'm doing this for everybody, including myself, to get better. And the only way to help traders is by being transparent. It doesn't help anybody if nobody knows, exactly what I'm going through and the trades and the resets. They just see the green P&Ls day to day. And then, speaking of 3-bar reversals, Hoag, did we just see one here in the NASDAQ on the 5-minute chart? That 3-bar reversal?
Looking at gold, just check down to weekly kickoff low by a couple of ticks here.
Is gold still
Did take
pushing?
a little bit of a bounce there, but we'll see what happens. Let's take a look. 3-bar reversal.
Oh man, I chickened out on that gold trade.
What happened?
I was looking at it. Earlier. I don't know if you guys heard me. I mentioned that it's kind of cooking up the continuation of 55.3. And it did. Yeah, they can have it. I'll participate in that market a different day.
Is that kind of an inside out 3-bar reversal, Dakota?
What is an inside out?
On the NASDAQ.
It's a new one. Hold on. Hold on. Inside out.
No, I wouldn't say inside out. It's just a clean 3-bar reversal because we did break through on this candlestick right here. I'll show it here on my screen on the 5-minute. So there you go. So this is bar number 1, right? We had a nice little downtrend. Bar number 2, that's the candlestick with the lowest low, and it looks like it made that low by just a tick, a point. And then once we broke through that high point right there is typically that 3-bar reversal. But like I said, it depends, location, how much risk. Technically, I would have got in at like 494. Stop loss would be on the opposite side. Look for maybe a 1-to-1. But honestly, by the time we got that 3-bar reversal, we're kind of right in the middle of the range. So it would be invalid for me. It's not as good as the one that we were looking at when we were talking about those examples earlier.
Nice. Right.
Gotcha. Yeah. Correct.
Just short
context. Context short.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 micros.
What price, Doom?
49.9. 499.50.
499.50.
It's 3, 2, 1. I'll take one out. Boom. Market.
Boom.
I love hearing Hoag. Hoag telling me what I'm doing.
Order filled.
Order filled, buddy.
Was that Hoag on the computer?
I don't even know.
Get him.
Don't even know the difference.
You better be on it. It's real capital.
Order filled.
You out the whole thing
scalp
already, or
there?
did you? Yeah. What's going on? Partial.
Sold 2.
So too, I just covered 1.
Yeah. All right. Done. Awesome stuff. Euro close. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Ooh, we have something on the calendar as well.
Scalping this, both sides. You never know when it's going to pop in one direction. And I just have that preconditioned type of trading from 23 and 24 where the interest rates were such a hot topic, and the market will go up and down, up and down, up and down.
It'll do what?
How's that?
What will do? Yeah, what does it do?
You've seen it. You've seen it go up and down, up and down. I used to trade SPY with options. Man, that thing will whip up $3 up, $3 down. I just barely blinked and it's already made $6 up and down. You know, I'm preconditioned. That fear is built into me that at some point it will get so thin, my charts won't be able to catch up. We'll just see the line teleport up and down on it.
I love it. All right, we got 60 seconds. 60 seconds till Euro close. A little bit more selling came in here in the ES. 64.05 made lows 64.02. Doom short from 23,499.5 last trade.
Nice.
486. Yep. VIP draft. Right around the corner. Imminent. Yep. See the coach in the green room. Oh, buckle up. Very, very excited. Again, 11 teams, 550 traders. VIP season 3. This is going to be team number 5, I do believe. Team number 5. Yeah, it does have a name, does have a coach as well. About to be drafted. We'll do that on the other side of the Euro close. 30 seconds until then. Get the push here. Nothing on the tilt. 50-50 on the tilt. Trader X says, draft me on Dakota team.
Yeah. I wish I could pick. I'd be too selective. I play favorites.
Oh, you would? Right. Okay, well, we'll see if this coach does as well. This coach does as well. All right. Euro close has come and gone. Doom, keep us posted on this trade, but right now it is the moment you've been waiting for. I'm gonna throw it to JD and this coach of the Millionaires. What's up? Let's do it.
Let's do it indeed. What's up, Deanna? How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here. Let's see what we've got.
Excellent. Well, let's cut right to the chase. Give the people what they want. Coach Deanna, head coach of the Chameleonaires, Topstep VIP experience. Are you ready to meet your new squad?
I am indeed.
Here we go. Drum roll, please. Let's do it. And here they are, the newest members of the Chameleonaires. Topstep VIP Season 3. 50 traders being chosen in front of you right now. These are your Discord, or these are traders' Discord handles. So if you're looking for your name, start looking for your Discord handle. Here we go. Again, we do have a website that we're posting all of the rosters to, all the team rosters. We'll put that up in the chat in just a few minutes. Oh, there it is. Topstep VIP Season 3 draft list. There is the link. Go ahead and bookmark that. We're going to be drafting teams all week long. This is team number 5, Coach D's Chameleonaires. All right, Deanna. First, are there any names on this list that you recognize? Taking a close look yet?
I'm looking. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really recognize the names.
Chalk that up as a no to start.
Different.
I know.
Yeah, they could be different on Discord because many people have other usernames over there. So,
absolutely,
right,
absolutely.
So, yeah, make yourselves known in the chat.
Sound off if you're in the chat and you got picked to be a Chameleonaire.
All right, we got Joseph Anthony says, "Yay, I'm in with D." Okay, cool. Welcome.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Well done. Congrats. Good luck to everybody. All right, Coach D, let's go over your coaching process for just a minute. What can this new group of Chameleonaires expect day one in your Discord room? What's the teaching plan looking like?
It's pretty structured. I do like to take them through some concepts. We talk about system design as well, because I think that's fairly important to understand in general. If you don't understand how to create good systems and how the numbers can work either for you or against you, that's obviously step number 1. And then we get into some strategies. I have some lectures that I like to take them through, and then we look for some real-time examples of that. So I pull up a live chart, then we have a look at how the market is moving. I like to mark off the levels that I'm teaching them about, and then we kind of observe how the market actually behaves around them. I would prefer for people to not trade NQ or MNQ, I will be honest. So I would try my hardest to move them towards at least MYM or MES if you must stay with equities. But I would like to introduce them to some other markets as well if they're open to it. Now, I don't know how much action we're going to get in August, so that definitely represents a different challenge this time around. Because for the last season, we had mad volatility for tariffs, and that's a can of worms in another way. So some people were struggling because they were like, well, I'm just not going to trade. And I was like, why? And someone said, well, because I always use a 10-point stop on NQ, but that doesn't even last for like a nanosecond. And I'm like, okay, so what if this is now the new norm? Because we've had times when volatility expanded and stayed for years. We see that in NASDAQ, for example, during COVID. Because before COVID, NASDAQ and ES were pretty quiet still. It got better than like 12 years ago, but it was still a big change. And then it stayed. So now we're in this higher volatility NASDAQ. And then it got even more volatile. So people were like, well, I don't know what to do. And I was like, well, maybe you need to size down. Maybe you need to expand your stops. So we just have these like constructive conversations. I would also invite anyone to post their stats at the end of the day and to just talk through. I usually have a separate thread where people can post things and then to see how they did. So, not too many people are open to doing that because there's this like shame or whatever. I had a bad day. But actually we can learn a lot more from bad days than we can from good days. Because on a good day, your plan worked out, everything's nice and peachy, we move on. But when things don't go right, that's normal, especially through the learning process. Mistakes are normal and they're a useful tool. So I try to be fairly approachable, fairly open to talking through any issues that traders might have, whether they're psychological, technical. So we'll see. It's probably going to be a mixed bag of experiences. So the last time we had people like Brad Sims, we had Dr. Fib, and they're pretty experienced. So they had a different set of problems than some of the other people who are maybe only trading for a few months and still trying to scalp. So to me, that situational awareness and try to bring them concepts that will help with situational awareness, that's step one. And then we're gonna see how things go and take it from there. But I have a pretty structured idea of how I'm gonna run it this time.
That sounds awesome. All you new chameleonaires, make sure you sharpen your pencils. You are going to class with Coach D. I know each coach has a different schedule. How many days a week are you planning to be in Discord?
I'm going to be there on chat every day. So obviously maybe not weekends, but last time on most days I was in there between 5 and 8 hours per day. And then for actual classes, we're going to aim for 1 or 2 a week. Again, I'm going to see how people are doing. Obviously, you don't want to wallpaper them with a bunch of concepts and then not leave any time for them to digest those concepts. So there's always like 1 week that should be one lecture, especially if it's something a little bit deeper, maybe something about market auction theory. It just takes a little bit of time to get your head around it and to get some experience in the live markets, actually seeing how these things are working in real time. So yeah, 1 to 2 per week. So yeah, I think that's
awesome.
A perfect number.
Excellent. I can't wait to check back in on this. Chameleonaires, don't forget to read your syllabus before the first day of class. You'll be expected to know what's going on. I'm just joking, of course. But Coach Deanna, congratulations.
Thank you.
I know you're going to do great with your new squad. Congratulations to all the new Chameleonaires also. That is draft number 5, folks. We have 6 more to go. We got a couple more coming out later today also. So if you don't see your name on one of these lists, don't get down just yet. We're going to do a few more drafts
we're not
today.
done yet.
A couple tomorrow,
Yep.
a couple on Friday. We're not even halfway done yet, folks. All right, Coach D. Thank you for your time. Good luck with the new squad, and we will talk again very soon.
Thanks for having me, JD, and I'll see you soon.
Wow, great stuff. JD is like the commissioner of Topstep VIP Season 3. That was awesome stuff. Congratulations to all the chameleonaires. Looking forward to have the Coach D on with some of her top traders, top chameleonaires, I should say, once that season gets going here. Season 3 of VIP Season 3. We've got another draft coming up before FOMC. Let's put it to you that way. You got FOMC, 1 p.m. Central. We'll get things kicked off around 12:50 p.m. Central. We got a little if-thens. We're going to have a little playbook about what to look for in the wording, in the prepared remarks, as well as the press conference with Jerome Powell. Again, wall-to-wall coverage here on Topstep TV. We'll be piping in the chairman himself. All right, let's get back into these markets. We've got a few more minutes left here in fast markets. Crude can see $70 a barrel. Right, not too far. $69.90. Come on, Crude. Can we get there? We see a little pop here in the ES. 64.06. Last trade there. 50-50 until Doom. Are you still in this short? You sold 2. You shaved 1. Or you still have this 1 lot on? Doom's on mute. Damn, Doom, you're never on mute, man. You live life not on mute. What's up, Doom?
Is he still muted?
Doom, are you in this trade?
Oh,
no,
there
you're
he
locked
is.
in.
What's good?
If you're locked in, tell me
I'm
shut
still
up.
in it. I'm still in it. We kind of tapped the trend line on the 1,000-tick chart and give me a little bit of the hibby-jibby. Should have been a pro and take it at the support line or let it through. Conviction with VIX. VIX is running. Is setting up a long negative correlation with the markets. High conviction. I'm going to let it run. I'm already unrealized $60-some on the day. Even if I lose this one, I'm fine. But I'd rather see it grow into something nice than paper-handed again.
Any ETA on the dashboard issue? We'll get you updates as we get those. Thank you for the question. Again, we are aware of the issues with the dashboard. We are working on it diligently behind the scenes. I can assure you that, and we will pass along any updates as we get them. I can assure you they are working on it. Here, what do we got? I had a question.
Look at gold on the 5-minute.
Yes,
Do you
Hoag.
see a 3-bar?
Yes.
Do you see a 3-bar reversal in gold right now on a 5-minute?
Check that out.
Ooh, let's take a look.
Not quite. But 33.43 is weekly off low.
Ooh, almost. I would say
Almost.
if we could break through like 46.4, I would even make an argument like 46.8, depending on how aggressive you want to be. If someone's looking for a long here, but yeah, technically it would be a 3-bar reversal. 46.4. I mean, let's look left. Where is this at here on gold? Are we at
a long way to go?
It seems to slow down.
Yeah,
it seems, but
it's a tough.
We're right
tough
in the middle
location.
of the range. Right in the middle.
Yeah, tough location.
NASDAQ.
Yeah, I have
maybe
the
a $5 price check on
megaphone.
gold.
You want
Price check?
33. Ooh, what was that? Something came in the market there. Look at the NASDAQ, 23,493.
I'm going to be honest. If I was not locked out, I would be looking at getting in long gold. Look at this average true move, Hoag, where I like to measure these moves on gold. And we're about there from high to low. And so the fact that we're getting a 3-bar reversal down in this level is intriguing to say the least.
Can you go over this?
Yeah.
Dakota?
This is weekly
What was that?
kickoff low here. 33.43 weekly kickoff low. Looking to see if we see some buyers come in here, and a 3-bar reversal might look tasty. No guarantees.
Yeah, and I think we just
nothing happens the same way twice, but I like it here.
Yeah, I think we're getting it now. I think we're starting to get that breakout now. So let's see. My target would be probably 350, maybe I don't know, a retest of these 350s. We're starting to gain momentum. Good eye, Hoag.
What was that average true move thing you pulled off there, Dakota? I haven't seen that before. When and how do you use that?
This is it's a measured move. It's it's a throwback to last year. Coach Jay and I talk about it all the time. But when gold does sell off, on average, how far does it move before we start to see some type of pullback? And I just measure from like the high to low on some of these moves. right? I'm just measuring those, and then it gets a good average. And sometimes it's unreal how accurate these can be. And now nothing's exact, but it gets a good estimate, right? Like you're getting an average, and that kind of helps me, and it helps understand, like, okay, well, we're about there now. So if you do see like a reversal after that type of a move, that could indicate a higher probability of, an actual reversal occurring, rather than it happening right in the middle of this. You're like, actually, on average, in this type of a market condition, we still have more room down. But now that we've already hit that, then it's all probabilities. It really is. It's like, if we hit it, then the probability might increase. If we're just say halfway through, then it's like, yeah, you know what? We're not even halfway through an average true move, so there's definitely room to the downside. I have a few classes in slow markets that talk through this, and sometimes it's just uncanny. It's weird how sometimes it works on how accurate it can be. And look, that's 4 different moves, 4 different measurements, and they are pretty similar. Now, it's never going to be exact. It's never going to be 100%, but that's about where it is.
So would you also then measure the bounces, if that's the case?
What's that?
Would you also measure the bounces then as well?
Correct.
And then average those? Okay.
Bounces, pullbacks, depends on which way the market's trending and which way you're looking to trade.
Measured moves, just the way Dakota is showing, are often deeply involved in calculating the weekly kickoff levels.
Oh, you're giving them. Whoa, Hoag, yo, chill. No.
Oh, you're giving them secrets.
Do not tell them how the sausage. Whoa.
Only part of it. It's only part of it.
Seasoning there, chat.
That's the secrets. We're giving away the secrets around here. You guys have been spot on with your analysis here in real time. Coaches are coaching, traders are trading. I'm sitting here just BSing. No, I'm just joking, Hoag. That was absolutely spot on. We got about 10 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Doom is in a trade. Yeah, don't give him the secrets there, Hoag. Do not do that, man. But we got the chicken bones. Wait, chicken bones and tea leaves?
Chicken bones, tea leaves. Yep.
And about 50 years of experience as well. We got that going.
There's that.
64.07. Yeah, last trade in the ES. Crude got 1 penny. 1 penny away from $70 a barrel. 69.99. Nothing on the tilt. Oh, Doom, you are still in this trade?
Yeah, just chilling.
Chilling, man. In the recliner. Number 111 on the big board. Doom, as high as 6 on the big board.
Trading those 500s. Doom, is that recliner starting to conform to your tush or your rear end? Do you have like a good?
I haven't noticed yet, but it's as comfortable as day one, and I love it.
Great.
We might need to nickname your recliner the point of chill.
The point of chill. It could be, or it really depends. It's already on a 5-week sample. Or 6. I gotta see where I bought it. If it lasts a whole quarter and I'm positive, I'll call it the moneymaker. Otherwise,
moneymaker. Doom, how has Mrs. Doom been trading?
Oh man, I was biting my fingers off yesterday. She bought like 6 minutes before MOC, and I'm sitting next to her like,
oh no,
like your wife, dude.
Micros. 50. She scalps, but it's kind of my fault. I kind of showed her a little trick, like the 2-day funding on small account and stuff, and she started going in with size. And hey, she blew some. She understood that it's not like, hey, you just add to the loser, and eventually it's going to move back towards where you got in, and it slip out.
Dollar cost averaging. Cost averaging or adding to a loser.
You got to go through the motions. Like, I'm the same way, hard-headed. Like, if you guys tell me something, if I don't jump in front of the bus and make the assessment myself and live through it, it's never going to stick in here. She's somewhat like me. She's making leeway. I think she's 1 day green yesterday, and that's about it. I made her a setup in the corner of my office over there. She earned that. Hey, she earned that. No, oh no. She's very shy. I couldn't get her to get a Discord account so she can sign up for the VIP.
Oh, Mrs.
Oh.
All right.
Well, what if we do like a masked singer type of thing? Would she be down if we gave her like a mask or something?
Mrs. Doom,
Oh,
Nobody would know.
invite.
Oh,
You have
it's
an
all-
open
it's all
invite
about-
here.
No, she's a stay-at-home mom, and at some point, you got to come back into the workforce and stuff. And I told her, like, look, out of 20 days of the month, if you just sit and watch the chart, and you take maybe trade 3 days, you're most likely going to make the same or more than average or above minimum wage, because the potential is big in this market. Just got to be patient at it, and so.
All right, we got to pull up here. We got a couple minutes left here, Fast Markets. We got to pull up. What is the break-in time on a good lounger? Ooh, good question. 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. Let that cook for a couple minutes. Let's bring in JD. I know this is one of his favorite things that we do here at Top Step. Hooking up our live funded traders. JD, come on in here. Who got the bonuses?
We got a good one to show you today. Let's pull up that live funded trader performance bonus for Alexander B. Alexander's been in this live funded account since July 1st, almost exactly 1 month. Completed 18 trading days, and he's doing great. 67% winning day percentage, 70% winning trade percentage. Hit that live funded bonus actually 2 days ago. I put the 29th on that card, but it was 2 days ago he hit this bonus. Surpassed that $15,000 mark to get the $1,000 bonus. Having a great month in this live funded account, taking a total of $18,000 in payouts, ranked number 93 on the big board, and currently has a total take of $21,658. So big shout out to Alexander. Keep jabbing away at it. Get yourself that extra $5,000 by making another $5,000. Tier 2 coming up next for Alexander. There you go, guys.
Very nice. Bonuses. Great stuff.
I was a couple of $100 away from the bonus, and it's one of those mental moments.
Psychological.
Yeah, psychological or something. And I had other events, outside of trading that could have contributed to that, but you were jab, dragon.
Jab. Right.
Oh, and letting
right,
this one go.
Go see. All right, last trade 23,502. High day in the NASDAQ 23,000. 541 quarter high day there. The ES about a 20, call it 19-point range today. All right, we're gonna get out of this range. Don't forget, we got FOMC today. We got the prepare. We got the rate announcement. We got the prepared remarks. Then we got the Q&A. Get your popcorn out for that Q&A. By the way, make sure everyone. Get your grandma, get your grandfather, get your neighbors, get your friends, get your enemies. Everyone gather around the TV for TopstepTV and watch this Q&A. You can only imagine what they're going to be asking him. Yeah, they're going to talk about next rate cut. I know they are pricing in. It's about a 61% probability of a rate cut in September. Today is a 98% probability of a pause, okay? So, but what the key things we're going to be looking forward to that September FOMC meeting. I believe it's September 17th or 18th, but it's like 61% right now probability of a cut. And then, of course, I'm sure they're going to be asking about the president and how that whole thing is going. Let's see if Powell wants to clap back. I mean, you heard the voicemail that he left for us. It sounds like he's feisty today. Oh, I mean, we'll see.
I'm honestly more hyped up for the trader meetup in September than the rate cuts, to be honest with you.
It's going to be an amazing event.
Okay. You've come back.
Powell's invited.
Star last time.
He wants to come. Powell's invited.
Powell is invited.
You can come.
Oh, so many of my buddies were like, hey, you came up to Chicago, you didn't call and stuff. Like, bro, it was a few days. Like, yeah.
It was business,
I got a lot of
buddies. Business meeting.
It's business.
Took me a week to recover. Great business.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we get out of here, I got a lot more coming. We got the Thunderdome. Check out the graphs we got for the Thunderdome, the carving station, the snipers coming in here to absolutely chop it up. But before we get out of here, we'll throw it to Hoag. See a lot of questions about Eddie, how Eddie's doing. Also, love that you guys love always checking up on Eddie. We're doing the same around here. So, Hoag, if we can get you in here, how are things with Eddie? I know you talk to him day in, day out. Talk to me, my man. New highs.
Yeah. Eddie is doing well. Still resting and recovering. Doing some work in his little workshop, and it seems like things are improving and getting better. Whenever I talk to him, he reminds me to tell everybody that he sends his love, and he's working hard to get back in the seat. He misses everybody, misses the markets, and again is looking forward to getting back. And I do tell him, I write down as fast as I can, and I get as many names as I can, and I tell him, these are the folks that are asking about you today, and it's probably 1/100th of them. But he appreciates all the love and all the support, and again, he's doing well. And again, thank you all for asking. We all love Eddie, and we're looking forward to having him back.
Itching to get back, Hoag. It's like, slow down, Eddie. We'll be here. Just slow down, Eddie. He's already got. When do we get back? Slow down. You listen to those doctors, Eddie. You good patient. All right, couple. I've got a minute left here or so. That was an awesome fast markets, but we got a lot more to come. Got another VIP draft. We already had one. We got crude cooking here. New highs crude above $70, $70.23 for a barrel of the Texas tea. All right, we got the Thunderdome coming up next. We got Lunchbox Train. We got another VIP draft. We got FOMC today. We got earnings coming at you. We're just getting started here. Dakota, mad respect, man. Everyone give it up for Dakota coming on here and doing what he did today. He's full transparency. The comeback kid, inside the ring, outside the ring. Dakota, you're the absolute man. Tune into Slow Markets. Who's going to be joining you on Slow Markets today? I believe it's Jay, correct?
Yeah, it's Wednesday. Jay's going to be joining me on Wednesday. I'll be trading these combines. Day one starts today. Yeah, appreciate you, Andre. Anything for the community, transparency, and I'm excited to start this journey. Get back to the trenches with the new VIP season too. So
do it. Let's do it. Hell yeah. Doom, as always, bringing your A game, another hard 11 on the big board. Keep us posted on this trade. Nice cut earlier. Doom, as always, in the recliner in Florida. Mrs. Doom, shout out to her as well. Dolby time. I will see you later on today. We got Arico joining us in the Thunderdome right after this. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. Let's have a day.
TopstepTV. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV and welcome to the Thunderdome, where traders enter, place trades, battle it out with these markets. I'm Coach Jay. We got Arico here, NASDAQ trader, and Dolby Time, the range professional. How are we doing today, guys? Arico, how are we doing today?
Hey, pleasure being back on here with you guys. Jay, nice to meet you, my friend. First time being on here, but doing good. Just taking it easy with FOMC day. So I just fired up a second combine just to take some trades. I got one that's close to passing that I don't want to put at risk today, but all's well. What are you guys doing?
Doing good. I like your discipline, Arico, and you know, you're close on that one account. That's FOMC day. Sometimes those losing days on a day you know you shouldn't be trading feel a little bit worse than the days that you know you should be trading and taking good trades. So good on you, man. Not feeling it and focusing on a different account. Pass that one on a better day that you feel comfortable.
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate the kind words. There's nothing worse than having a red day on a day you know you should have avoided anyway. So.
Oh yeah, it hurts a little bit extra. Hurts a little bit extra.
It's got a little extra sting.
No, it's annoying. Now that you guys are saying that, I'm already locked out of this Topstep combine that I'm in. Shout out to Dakota, restarting the process. I'm going to follow suit a little bit there. I have this one combine. I started it this week. I am not going to reset this account unless I do fail it. But I locked out of that account. And Arico, you just said, you know, maybe not trading on a day that you know you shouldn't. I just closed out of my personal account as well. But we are here to play some trades. Arico, you were talking about potentially taking a long.
Yes, I just got triggered into one MNQ. I got a buy limit down at 500s. Seeing if we can get tapped in here. What helped trigger this long is obviously you see these two strong bullish 5-minute candles on the right here, followed up by volume that was increasing. We got the 5-minute close above pre-market high and above the opening range. So I was hoping to see that. It's a little continuation here. I wouldn't be surprised if we chop into FOMC.
Yeah.
So I just grabbed just one MNQ to kind of scale my way into this position. I'm expecting that we'll see some more downside, but that would be good. I'd like to get in at 500s to improve my position.
You're working a range. You're working a range to buy.
Yeah, essentially.
So you're in one now at what is it? You say 520s?
521.
521. Okay. We'll see your MNQ. So we'll see if we can get in as well. We're gonna work the 500s and we'll also work 1650s because we're trying to get filled at 500 anyway. So let's see if we can get filled on some of these here.
Yeah. I don't see really too much resistance on the level 2 until about 550. But then again, as you know, ACH. So.
Yep. Oh, there's a question here from D, and I feel like we should answer this one. What makes the segment new? It seems like the regular chat with a trader. I love it. So just rebranded with the same thing. So it's slightly different. So for Thunderdome, thank you, Jay. It is starting at 11 a.m. instead of 11:15. So it's a full hour segment. Additionally, we are bringing in traders that we all know and love and trade for sure. So we know Arico is going to take trades on there. We know Braden's going to take trades on there. So we're bringing in the traders who trade right after fast markets, keep that momentum going. That's kind of the name of the game. So slightly different programming.
Arico, why don't you tell us a little bit about your style, right? You may be a more active trader, and I think that's part of the guests that we're going to see during the segment. We know Mandy is one. Mandy, she has the title of the sniper, right? And Mandy's a scalper. Arico, tell us a little bit about your strategy. You've been on the show before, but why are you a great candidate for this segment?
I would say I'm more of a levels trader with price action and volume to back it up. So if I see, and I usually trade the structure, the candlestick structure based off the 5-minute. So if I see a strong 5-minute backed up by volume, like what we saw here, the increasing volume, these strong candles with no higher wicks to really look for that resistance, that will enter my criteria for a valid trade, which then I will take. So I like to look at these as just system trades. I'm either in or I'm out. I'm not looking at it as like, oh my God, we're pumping. Where can I get in? I need to have valid confirmed levels to trigger that trade. And regardless of the time frame, it's beginning to the end of the day. If I see something that sets up, I'm going to take it. If it invalidates, I will get out. So yeah, really any time of the day I'll take a trade. I just don't fire in based off emotion. So
Right.
based on
I
that,
like that.
we saw these two levels break. I saw the increased volume. I saw the strong bullish candle, which made me trigger this trade that we're in now.
Nice. Just looking for some follow through here. Do you usually trade with set profit targets, or are you kind of adjusting that based on price action for the day, or how the volume's following through, or things like that? How do you normally manage those trades?
So based on the setup, it will dictate the position size that I take. So if I can get multiple confluences to get in, like with this one, it was just kind of a little bit of volume with price action, so I couldn't really justify taking a heavier position. But an A plus setup, I'll usually take about 10 micros, and then after 20 points, I'll trim 50%. So based on whatever your position size is, I trim 50% after 20 points. I'll trim 50% after another 20 points and set my stops to break even. And then I'll trail the runners out so I can take advantage of that. So if it runs, I don't get the FOMO in. And if it reverses hard against me, at least I was able to capture some profit. So I don't see a nice green trade go red on me.
Nice. Great stuff, man. Arico, I've seen you on the show. Like you said, this is our first time being on air together. But Andre says it. He's like, Arico, you're sharp, man. And yeah, that was like straight to the point. There is no BS. That's one of the things, and I know we're going to do a VIP draft. It's one of the things that when we talk to our VIPs, exactly where we try to get them to get, right? Having a system, and I think you fully accept that your system is not going to work 100% of the time, but you know exactly what you're looking for, and you could explain that within a minute or two.
Should be
It
able
doesn't have to
to.
be more complicated than that.
Absolutely.
Should be
I do
able to.
extensive back testing too. I spend a lot of time back testing. So here's something that I found over the years. A lot of people say, like, don't paper trade because you don't have the emotional side in it. You don't know what it feels like to put money on the line.
Yeah.
I'm starting to find that maybe that's a good thing because we don't want to have emotions while we're trading anyways. So if you can develop that robotic, systematic trading, even on paper trading, that you're in when you need to be, you're out when you need to be, even better. So when you go live, you don't have the emotions that will try to force you out of a position early. So I'm starting to be on the opposite side of what everybody says about paper trading. I think if I could have gone back years ago when I first started, I would have stayed paper trading much longer. So when I was in a trade, I didn't have the emotional side of it because the person that was teaching me was totally against paper trading. They're saying you're not going to have the emotion with the money on the line. And that ended up putting the emotions on the line when I had money in there. So I'm thinking, maybe that's a misconception.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about paper trading, and I've said this before, I believe, it's like when you're paper trading, you don't have the emotion, so it's kind of like your not your litmus test, but like what you're comparing your emotions in when you're actually in like a live account. So if you're paper trading, that's like your home base emotionally, and then if you're in a live account, you're gonna have elevated emotions, but you should be like kind of comparing and contrasting the two emotional states. Like you want to try to get your live account emotions as close to like sim or paper trading emotions as possible, which is I care but not too much. I'm careful but not care less.
I had mentioned in one of my other segments too is perfect practice makes perfect. Forget practice makes perfect. You have to have perfect practice makes perfect. So what you see me doing here on combines is exactly what I'm going to do on an XFA. And I remember the first time that I came on here, I just found you guys back in January. I said, I passed my combine. It only took like 21 days. And I got shit on for that. Excuse the language. And somebody said 21 days. But I'm thinking, but when I went to the XFA, I had taken maybe 7 payouts between 2 accounts in 22 trading days using the same method, trading small size, just doing what, trading my system based off that. So it might sound excessive to use 3 weeks maybe to pass a combine, but I'm thinking I want to do this for the next 20 years. So what's 1, 2, 3, 4 months,
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the
Such a
thing.
great
And
point.
also back in the day, 3 weeks was standard. It was 5 minimum days in step 1, 10 minimum days in step 2. So 3 weeks was standard, and that's even still pretty fast. I was talking to traders years ago on the phone, and he was a former pick guy, and he said like his boss told him that, hey, if you're a retailer trader and you can break even after 3 to 4 months, like you might have a good chance of being able to be profitable. And that's 3 to 4 months. We got people who want to get funded and profitable in days. So
5 days,
expanding
right.
that time horizon a little bit is totally fine. Other thing too is that it's more about building like like you're building a pyramid, right? And so like at the base, you want to be able to manage your risk and then build on top of that. And if you can't do that, you have a really bad base, and you might be trying to go faster, but you're going to take longer to do it because you're not building a solid foundation for, say, risk management or entering into trades, whatever it is. You have to start slow, and you're stacking wins, and you're stacking wins literally in the market, but you're also trying to stack wins as far as emotions or strategy, execution, and any sort of rushing in that can really set you back way further than you think. Way further than you think.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
So we got some bids in here.
You got some bids in,
chit-chatting,
Dolby.
but
What
Arico's in a
what price are
trade.
your
We're
bids
trying
in,
to get
Dolby?
bid. We're trying to get bid 516.50 and 501s. We're trying to get aligned with Arico here. We're just looking for the
Okay.
pullback. We actually have a similar entry on the second one at 501, so a little dollar cost averaging, whatever you want to call it. Buying in a range. You know, we're kind of stuck here at the highs right now, but maybe we do end up getting a breakout. Euro close is come and gone, but we're going to get aligned with Arico in these markets here, and
I know
just see
the
where this
house
goes.
did take that range trade earlier on. We had the failed upside
Mhm.
auction in the S&Ps and really across all the equities, and faded back into that. But you guys are looking for this breakout. Quick check in on the markets because I do see crude oil is continuing to rally. Prices real quick. NASDAQ trading 23,520. The S&P trading 64.13. Crude oil new highs of the day, trading $70.24. And gold was selling off earlier, trading 33.47. Yeah, crude is insane. 4 days in a row, crude is the top percentage mover on the day, up 1.5%, with not very tilty, 59% long in crude. Maybe most traders aren't trading it, but they are long from 69.86, so they are happy and in the money right now. Arico, I know you said you may add to this trade. Would you consider adding? I know you have your ads lower, right, where you would bring your average down. If this market was to just break out right here, would you add on the breakout, or do you consider that, hey, you know, this is the highest that I would want to be into this position and just let it work with that one lot?
Absolutely. It's funny you say that because I'm actually looking at this here. So you see these last two red candles on the 5 minute that's on my right chart. You see the volume dying down on there. I was thinking if we can break this and have a nice strong 5 minute candle close with increasing buy volume, I would definitely add more to the retest of this level for the continuation higher. It's
Gotcha.
looking like we can make a new new high a day coming up soon here. But of course, with FOMC, you know, it can just chop around until we get the decision. So
Yeah,
absolutely.
and it's coming. It is coming. It's about an
It is
hour
coming.
45 away.
Hour
Most
and
important day of your
45.
trading life.
We
Yep.
were talking in the green room about whether or not we think we are going to get a change. Arico, you mentioned something. You don't have to mention any names, but an interesting bet on one of your friends may have made on this rate decision.
yes, on Polymarket, I know somebody that put up $2,000 to make 20 that a rate cut will happen today. So I wouldn't bet that with my money, but I would definitely bet that with his. So I'm hoping for him. I hope he makes it. But if I were a
Right.
gambling man, I would bet on a no cut today personally.
It's probably
Yeah,
no cut.
same here. Same here. If we look at the Fed Watch tool, I'm pretty sure it is still at pulling it up right now. I think it's 98%. 98% probability of keeping rates the same. It's at 97 now, 97%. So maybe in your friend's favor just a little bit, 3% odd. We'll see. Bet big, win big, I guess.
Fingers crossed for him. Knowing him,
MP said,
luckily for him, that's a small loss for him.
MP says, who puts their money where their mouth is with these prediction markets? It depends. I've never used them. I've never placed a bet on poly markets. I know a bunch of friends that did during the elections and things like that. I feel like the financial markets are enough, enough for me.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're enough.
I agree 100%.
I don't sports bet or anything like that. I like my sports clean. But
Definitely. Although I did just have a nice cash injection because I do sell covered calls against my equity as well, and I got assigned on one, so I'm looking to reallocate those funds
you
at
go.
some point. I'm just not quite sure what to put it in. Everything is just blowing off the top, so maybe sit on some cash for a while. Having cash is a position too. So
nice. Cash is definitely a position. I think we're bringing in Gabe right now. Gabe, today is July 30th. What do we got on this day?
It is July 30th. We're taking a trip back to 1869 to the maiden voyage of the first oil tanker, the Charles, which was a 794-ton iron ship. In 1869, it was modified to carry oil in 59 iron tanks below the deck, a significant upgrade from the previous method of transporting oil in wooden barrels. Before that, Charles made its maiden voyage from the United States to Europe, carrying roughly 7,000 barrels of crude oil. You can see some kind of fun, notable facts and some of the history of where that ship ported and how long it was in service. But that is your on this day, July 30th, 1869, talking about some crude oil. Back to you there, Jay.
Gabe took it to the Wayback Machine, 1869. Very fitting with crude being making new highs on the day. Arico, this trade is looking pretty good as well. We got that breakout that you were talking about, making new highs on the session.
Nice move.
Trading 23,542 here in an order fill there.
Yep,
What was that?
I just took that out at 20 points. I just took that at 20 points. I might move this buy order back up to
nice
a retest of these limits to get back in, like we were saying. So obviously we could see the buy or the selling pressure died out. The buy volume was stepping in at these levels. We did have a close. I didn't like this little wick above here, so I didn't get back in to retest. But now that we see them stepping in, making new highs of days as we thought would happen, I think I'm going to put in an order at the retest of this level. Maybe I'll add another one down here at pre-market high. And for the radio listeners, that's at 521.50 and 526.50.
Nice.
So let's see if we can get back in for the retest, depending on volume. If this turns into an ugly red hammer candle, I might pull these offers. I don't see too much sellers stepping in here.
Go ahead, Dolby.
We got some orders in too with you. 526. We'll do 517s. Kind of work that range a little bit.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Jay, what do you think about Coach Dakota doing this very transparent combine challenge?
I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. I think Dakota, and it's been well documented. He trades pretty much every day on Topstep TV. Well documented the struggles that he's had trading. I think I've said it at some point during this year as well. I think I said it about a month ago. I'm negative on the year as well in personal accounts, and I think the transparency of saying, hey, you know what? Trading doesn't always go well. As much as you can look at social media, you can look at YouTube and see, oh, look, I'm green every day, or look at this. And shout out to the traders that are doing that, but that's not, and it can't be the case for everyone. So I love the transparency. We've seen Dakota do this twice now. So I don't think that the third time he's gonna fail. But it's gonna look like whatever success looks like for him in that moment. So I think it is. It's cool to see, and it kind of lets traders know that, you know, somebody that you respect. We saw Dakota take out $500,000 last year from the markets. Sometimes they have to let off the gas a little bit and reset. So I think it is pretty awesome.
I mean, how can you not respect that?
Yeah, right.
And
fully
I forgot
transparent.
who the football player was, but he's like, you had us in the first half. Still a whole half of a year left. There's more than 100 trading days left in the year. You can do a lot in that, and I think more than and you know, traders are just like, hey, did Dakota lose his live account? He said it at the end of fast markets. He didn't lose it. He made a decision to close it. So still putting some money in his pockets and then resetting from there. A lot can be done in 100 trading days. So stay tuned.
Absolutely.
Stay tuned.
Gotta respect it. There's not too many other influencer, what do they call them? Trade influencers or whatever that is, that are out there being as transparent or transparent at all.
Influencer. Call them
You say simfluencer?
simfluencers. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's always good to
Coach
see.
Jay, would you ever do a combine challenge or the combine counter?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna start today. This combine I started on Monday, so we can count this with number one. What I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna copy trade. I'm not in a place to be copy trading right now. But if we want to start with this one as number one, and full transparency, I have purchased more than one combine this year. But if we want to start with this one as number one, we can start from here. And what I will do is in the chat, I will share the performance stats page. You guys want to bookmark this? Keep up with it, with this account and how I trade it. We can do that.
Look at this transparency left and right.
Hey man, Jay.
Give me 1 second here.
This is good. I think it makes the trading combines a lot more serious. You can't just be YOLOing through them to get into an XFA. You know, kind of get grinded out, because it's not just about getting to payout. It's about how much did you spend to get the payout.
Absolutely.
$10,000 to get a $2,000 payout. Well, you're net negative $8,000. So maybe you got the dopamine boost or whatever for, you know, succeeding and passing and getting your payout, but the checkbook says something else.
It looks like
So
we
I just
do
shared
see...
the link to that to the performance stats for this account. I'm not gonna not unshare it, so you will see you can track every trade. And again, if you see me place a trade there, it's for educational purposes only and information purposes only. I don't think the performance stats shows you a trade before it's closed, but there you go. You guys can
I'm
have that.
bookmarking it, Jay. So I am that man peeping in your window. I am looking at your
Awesome.
stats whenever.
Awesome. There we go.
Yep. Full transparency, chat. There it is.
Peeping
Look at this
Dolby.
NASDAQ just rallying it up.
It is. I was looking at the Dow. I was going to take a reversal on that earlier. I'm sad I didn't. It just dipped into my demand zone, and I slept on it, and it has been ripping since. About 130 points.
I know you were looking for the test of that. Arico, this is called the Thunderdome. I know you use volume in your trading. Do you look at the depth of market also and time and sales, or some version of that?
At one point, I did factor a lot of those things in, like EMAs and all these other stuff, but I felt like it was giving me just too much analysis paralysis, where I'd say, oh, well, this setup looks great, but the EMA didn't cross and all these other things. So I'm just trying to stick with what brought me to the dance. And I feel like between price action, volume, and market structure, it's treated me well. So I have used those things, but I don't currently, to answer your question.
I wonder if that one's in Andre's book. Dance with the one you brought. Hoag says that all the time.
That is a good one.
And if you haven't heard that before, chat, yeah. Basically what it means is if you pass the trading combine with one strategy and you pass the XFA with one strategy, then you want to trade that strategy in the live funded account. No switching. Don't be changing up your dance partner when you're in a live account. Do the same stuff over and over.
If you have a profitable system, I say stick with it. You know, there's no reason to overcomplicate things. I do usually trade two combines as well, because I like to trade heavily on one that is my A+ setups, and then I like to take a little more risk on like, you know, bear flags and patterns on another one. That way I like to keep one profitable. I'll lock it out, leave it alone, and then I'll take my risk on this one. That way, if I go red, I know that I still have that one account that I have my profit in that cannot be touched. And I think that market, or the lockout feature, I use that more than anything on Topstep X. It's so underappreciated, I think. But hey, that's just me.
Absolutely. Just a reminder to everyone, today is FOMC day. If you're wondering why the markets are in this range, it's because that's what happens sometimes. But we do have it covered. FOMC live here at Topstep TV. Andre, Hoag, JD, and Coach Hoop, I believe Coach Hoop is going to be there as well, are going to be covering the FOMC rate decision. Right now, 97% probability of no change. But then we know that there will be the press conference after the fact, probably about a half an hour after that rate decision is made. And we will have wall-to-wall coverage of it. Eventually, and I'm putting this out there, we are going to have a reporter in the room to ask Powell a question. I know James and Gabe have been working on their CNBC voices. You guys sound pretty good doing it. So one day we're going to have somebody in that room to ask Powell a question. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Arico, you still have those bids in, or are you going to pull those?
I did move one down as I saw that last 5 minute, like these. I don't like these two higher wicks on the 5 minute. So rather than retesting the 526, I moved it down to the 521, which is the pre-market high. So I have 3 sitting there, which I'd be happy to take. With these two upper wicks on these 5 minutes, as you can see, the volume is starting to decrease a little bit too. So I'd like to see that, but for a retest, for a pullback and a retest, I would consider it. As you know, I like to watch VIX, which is creeping down, and we're getting closer to decision time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see price action slowing down and volume slowing down here. So I do have my bids in at pre-market high, so we'll see if we can retest the 521s.
Good stuff. Dolby, you leaving those bids out there as well?
Yeah, hell yeah. Why not?
Rico's in. We're in.
not betting
Let's
against the
go for it,
NASDAQ.
fellas.
NASDAQ
Arico, you
goes up.
trade any other markets besides the NASDAQ, or is it just strictly NASDAQ?
I do trade a lot, mostly NASDAQ with futures. I still trade I have my options account open. Every day I chart the ES, NQ, and YM. And I missed a beautiful A+ setup on the YM today. I don't know if you guys trade supply and demand. That was my bread and butter with options, just because you need those longer moves, especially with the theta decay. So I need to stop slacking on that because that could have been a very nice trade.
Looking for a short or a long in the Dow?
That would have been a long.
Would have been a long. Okay.
Yep. Let me see. I could probably
Oh,
chart that
that was
here
a
on
fun
the.
market to
You have
trade.
my charts open. Let me
The
see.
Dow?
You can trade. Yeah, honestly, it's unfortunate it's on a different exchange, but you could trade like 2 to 3 E-minis in the Dow and like be totally fine on a 50K account.
Reasonable risk.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unlike the
I'll show you the
NQ where
zone that I
like
charted here
1
too.
minis is going to be a problem.
Yep.
So this is the zone I was watching.
What prices we got there, Rico?
Yeah, do you want to kind of explain the supply and demand thing? Because you're like, hey, you don't trade supply and demand. What is supply and demand? How do you see that on a chart?
I chart that solely off the 1 hour. I like to see I think a way to explain this. So if I'm looking for an uptrend, I want to see a red candle followed up by a strong green candle that has a long wick. So you can see this last red candle here with a strong green that pushed it up. I like to see price come back down to test. And as you can see throughout the day, we came in at about 3 p.m. yesterday, almost tapped it and bumped out. And then we came in at the open at 9 a.m., took it and bumped out. And then we came back in again at 11 and then ripped back out. So these are the levels I was watching. I have Thinkorswim open on the other side. I'm still kind of old school with that. So that's what I was watching over there, and I just missed. I dropped the ball watching NQ. So I chart supply and demand based on the 1 hour in the wicks up to the candle bodies. It needs to be, and if I'm looking for the short side, I want to see a green followed up by a red, and it has to have a 5-minute candle close that comes out of the zone. Let me see if I can pull that back up.
And you wait for that close.
Have to
Candle
wait for the
close in
close.
5 minutes. Have to wait. Yeah,
Only
I like
because
that.
I've spent so much time trying to prematurely time these moves that I got blown out for years. So if you could just be patient, as you can see with these zones, this is why it was so beneficial for options, because they typically will run for so much longer, which you need trading options. So once you see this 5-minute candle close, I would like to come back down to tap the top of the zone and I'll add again. So I'll typically take these as areas that I'll scale into. So I'll take at the retest at the top, then I'll take another one at the bottom of the zone. This one didn't quite get there, but we would have been in from here. And then we could have rolled this out for 130 points for now. But
I do like the Dow. It is a pretty good trading market. Speaking of people who are fans of candle closes, we got one guy coming in, my co-host, my guy, Chicago Paulie, and JD coming in here for another VIP draft. Guys, what's going on?
Hey, Coach Jay, good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
What is up, Coach Paul, my friend? How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Getting ready, get excited for this next season of VIP. So not trading much.
Season 3.
I'm taking season 3. Just they're gonna take a different tack this time.
Awesome.
So
we're gonna get into that in just a minute. Let's take a look at your new team, and then we're gonna get into what we're changing up for season 3. All right, Coach Paul. All right, everybody in the chat, cross your fingers. Here is the starting lineup for Coach Paul's season 3 Profiteers Topstep VIP experience. Let's see it. Nice jam. Any names sticking out to you on there?
I'm
These
trying to
are
read them as
Discord
fast
handles.
as J Trader. CC Brown. There's a couple familiar there. Well, welcome.
Nice.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Looking forward to it, like I said.
we still have that VIP link pinned to the top of the chat. We're posting all of the rosters for each team as they come out in that link. So go ahead, grab that link, see if you see your name on a team. All right, Coach Paul, you were about to mention it. Season 3, this is your third time around in VIP. You're thinking about changing some things up. What's going to be different this time? What can your traders expect? What's going to be new for the profiteers?
One of the things I'm going to do is be a lot more active. I'm going to be breaking people, the group down into different personalities. People who have a plan, but they exit early, they don't follow it. Other people who have no plan, they tend to overtrade. I'm going to group them so we can focus on what they need to work on instead of a whole group of people where I want to focus on the needs of the traders. I'm going to break them down to 4 to 5 different types of personalities and then set time for them to work on what they need to work on. Then the biggest theme is going to be the difference between gambling and trading, which is measuring risk, and we talk about that a lot. But it's going to be focused on how you execute your plan based on the equity in your account. Not everyone. What I've noticed from the last 2 is that everyone's a bit different. They have different struggles in their trading, and they have some experience. So I want them by focusing on their struggles, and I think that's going to help overall group.
Very cool. Very cool. So the profiteers can look forward to learning some very valuable lessons from Coach Paul in Discord. How often do you plan on being in the Discord room, Paul?
Every day.
Every day. There you have it. I know you're in there every day anyway.
Yeah. And then then I can focus the lessons on what the needs are of the group. So I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, the biggest thing I want the VIP participants to learn is that as you develop your trading style, which Enrico said it earlier about practice, when you practice, you develop expectations that you can learn to work with. If you don't practice and you have no expectations of how to handle that risk, then you can get all the different, you can get FOMO or taking too much risk. Is develop that plan in a practice account. If you haven't, you don't know what to expect, you're relying on a lot of emotion. So at the end of the day, whether they pass into out of the combo into an XFA, is learning long-term skills that are going to help. If you plan on trading, I think it was Enrico said, if you plan to trade 20 years, 3 months is a blip. In those months, you develop skills and principles that are going to help you over a long term. So that's what I think the best part of this VIP program is to help people develop those skills.
Awesome. It sounds like the profiteers are in good hands. Looking forward to checking in on your progress in the coming weeks, Coach Paul. Best of luck to you. Congratulations to all of the new profiteers. Topstep VIP Experience Season 3. Thanks for joining us, Paul. We'll catch up with you in a little bit. All right, guys.
We'll see you.
Back to the Thunderdome.
Yeah, there it is.
Thanks, JD. Back to the Thunderdome. Arico, I don't think you got the fill on that bid there, but I saw you in the chat. Also, Arico being #1 top fans in the chat. Arico, we see you in the chat all the time, man. getting that shout out from Coach Paul. Really makes sense what you said there, though, right? This is not a short term thing. These seasons of VIPs are 3 months. And I think a lot of times the traders go in with expectations of, oh man, I have to be a profitable trader at the end of this 3 months. And that's just an unfair expectation to kind of put on yourself there. If it happens, it happens. But we are trying to build skills for a long term. So shout out to you, Arico.
That's exactly right. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Coach Paul. Appreciate the kind words. What a honor being called out. Congrats to all the profiteers too. You're going to be very lucky to have Coach Paul as a coach. But you just got to think about it. Do you see yourself trading come December or New Year's? That's 4 or 5 months away from now. So what's 3, 4 weeks, slow and steady getting yourself into a funded account. So you just got to put aside the monetary fact that you need to make so much in a day and just trade your setups, and whatever it gets you is what it gets you, and accept it. I mean, it's always better than, I would rather have a flat day. I think you were saying this today. I'd rather have a flat day than a red day of any kind. So
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Quick check in on the markets. NASDAQ trading 23,530. The S&Ps 64.17, still in that initial balance range. We got crude oil still kind of trending up here, trading 70.15, and gold 33.48. Tilt across the board, not really a whole lot to write home about. NASDAQ short 61%, gold long 61%, S&P and crude oil pretty much 50-50 right here. The closer we get to this FOMC, got an order filled.
You?
Yeah, I just got tagged in. Just got tagged in at 526 at the retest. I got 2 there, and I got 3 more at 521. So let's see what this brings. The reason I like this trade too. Sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to cut you off here, but the declining volume in the 5 minute. So
why do you like that? Why do you like the declining volume at highs?
If I see sellers step in and they get their little push down, but on declining volume, it makes me feel like their sell pressure the pressure's starting to weaken up. But one thing I did not do is look up at the dome here. We have 100 sitting at 540, 200 sitting at 545, 222 sitting at 550. So we do have a little bit of little resistance above. So I'll be keeping a close eye on this. But if you see the, let me switch back up to the chart here. If you see the volume declining and the move that was happening, it seems to me like either buyers could be stepping in or sellers could be stepping in to reverse that move.
All right, and what's your stop going to be on this one? Because we got some bids at 521 and 517 3/4. So where would your stop be on this trade?
I think I'm going to add more at a retest of 500 as well. So if we get a 5-minute candle close under the 500s, although we do have the opening print at 487, I usually like to watch for that to see, because that'll dictate the daily candle if we have a red or a green candle. So I like to look at that as a strong level as well. But I'm going to add a retest of pre-market high, which is 521. I'm going to add a couple more at 500. And if we get a 5-minute candle close, an ugly one with volume to back it up, I will cut this loss.
I like that. Where's your out right now, Arico? I know where you're.
Let's see, if I get a 5-minute candle close with volume below 500s, I'm going to get out. Worst case scenario, if we start breaking below pre-market or the opening print at 487, I will cut if we don't even have a 5-minute close. I don't want to let this run too far against me here.
Nice. So you know exactly where you're getting out of this trade. I like it. We are sitting kind of at the initial balance high right now. Initial balance high, 50. Nope. What are you saying? 23,526 and a quarter. Kind of bouncing there right now. So let's see if that holds. Dolby, did we get in anything in there in the house, or you got a bid a little bit lower here?
We're starting at 521s to 517s. Is kind of the range. So it aligns with what Arico is looking at here. Just trying to get long on a pullback.
Gotcha.
Definitely.
Stuff. This is pretty much a quintessential FOMC day. Kind of what you would expect from the price action before we get anything. Let's talk about that a little bit, right? We know that the market has the potential to, or it is going to react to that rate decision. A no change. Arico, do you look that far out? Do you look at the fundamentals in your trading? How do you think that affects the markets going forward? Or are you just going to show up tomorrow, take the same trade setups regardless of what happens?
I absolutely factor that in. And the first thing I do before I start charting out my levels, I look at the weekly, the daily. I want to see what it's looking like from a long-term perspective. I want to see the overall move. Because if we're in a bull market and then we're coming into the market with a bullish sentiment, that's very important for me to know based on my strategy. So that's going to be very important. I just got tagged back in. Now we have 5 with an average of 523. So of course I'll take all that into account. Sorry, what's that, Dolly?
Where's the stop at?
Since we're moving down, I think I'm going to throw in a CYA at a break of the opening print, but I'm looking to bid at the retest of 500 as well. So if it does push that far down, I'm going to scale in down there. But if we push back up from here and we form a 5-minute candle close above 526, I'll pull that order because I'm looking at that as if it does get back down to that level, it's a failed structure. So there's no point in putting that risk on. But what this is looking like it could form here is we have a higher high here. We could come down to build a lower or a higher low, excuse me. As you can see, we had our lower low, higher, lower high, higher low, higher high. Now we could come down to test and create a higher low. Push. So that's why I had this bid in here. But if we do start to push back up, which fails, I will pull that order because I'm just going to look at that as a failed bullish move to the upside.
Okay, perfect. Well described. We are in 521s, already up 5 points, 4 points, 4 or 5 points.
Yeah, about
another bit at 517s. So far so good.
Green on the screen.
Green on the screen. We like
Arico,
seeing it.
We're talking about some orders up in the DOM a little bit higher. There are 222 offered at 551, 551 in the NASDAQ. See if we can go get those. About a 25-point move from here. Be a nice
I'll take
trade.
those 20 points happily. I see another 200 lot sitting at the 600s, which makes me wonder, somebody knows something maybe? Probably not.
Somebody always knows something, man. Somebody always knows something.
Yeah.
Somebody always
we got
knows
this
something.
candle close above this here, and this continues on up. Fantastic. If we get the 5-minute candle close and then it rejects, still, I'm going to pull this 500 order and look to cut a little bit earlier, probably below these wicks in the 516 area, because I'll just look at that as failed structure. But we're getting the move that we wanted to see, so we'll see how this plays out here shortly.
So far, so good. Let's go.
How many did you get in there, Dolby? You get in one so far?
One. Just one guy. Yep. If we got down to 517s, it would be 2. We're very close to being in 2.
Chat, what are you guys looking at? I see some chat saying, oh, this is a long, this is a short. You guys are biased. Every once in a while, right? The more time we spend on air, you're going to see somebody get trades wrong and right. The one thing I wanted to ask Arico is, where's your stop on this? And that's the right answer, right? He has one. He knows exactly where you're out of this trade. And until that point, it's not invalidated. You could be completely wrong about this trade, Arico. The one thing I do know, it's not going to blow your account if you are. So risk management over everything.
That's exactly right. You have to have, before you even get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to start taking profits and where you're going to get out as a CYA. I think that's even more important than your execution, because if you have a poor execution and without a CYA, you could just blow up your entire account. So you have to have all these things in mind before you even enter a trade, in my opinion. I could be dead wrong. There's plenty of other traders that are in here that are way better than I am. I don't know if they do that or not, but what works for me is I need to have that full criteria in place before I even execute.
It also gives you some comfort too, right? As a trader, just to be able to even put the trade on in the first place. If you understand where your stop's going to be, where your take profit's going to be, just adds a little bit more certainty in an uncertain world. You're never going to know. And the last thing you want to not know is where your stop is.
Exactly. We've seen 100-point 1-minute candles, so you got to be prepared for that at any point.
Speaking of an uncertain world, some of the uncertainty that we've seen over the past couple of months has been due to tariffs, which we understand there is an August 1st, which is the end of the week. That is Friday, August 1st tariff deadline. So we have a couple headlines and I believe a short video to play about some of the GDP data we saw this morning and that August 1st tariff deadline, if we can bring that video in.
the U.S. economy rebounded sharply in the second quarter. The Commerce Department said Wednesday that the nation's gross domestic product, a key economic indicator, registered an annualized rate of 3% in the April through June period. That's up from the negative 0.5 percentage point rate in the first quarter, which was the first quarterly GDP decline since 2022. During the second quarter, businesses dialed back on buying imports after stocking up earlier in the year to get ahead of President Donald Trump's tariffs. And in other news, President Donald Trump is doubling down, saying there will be no extensions to his tariff deadline of August 1st. On social media Wednesday morning, the president posted the deadline will not be extended. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said Sunday Trump is still open to conversations with countries following the deadline as several rush to make deals with the United States.
Awesome stuff. Love the production there. And also, what do you guys think? Let's talk about that a little bit. So August 1st, tariff deadline. I think the prior date was sometime in May. President saying there is no further deadlines. Turn in your homework assignments, get it done. No further deadlines. What do you guys think? Do we stick to that? Do we see it pushed, or do we reword it, or rephrase it to look like something different? Because I think we've seen that a couple of times before. How do we think Friday goes?
Arico?
I personally would be cautious. Yeah, I would be cautious about it. I don't know so much. I mean, I feel like he's had a lot of deadlines. He seems to be like, if somebody's willing to negotiate, he'll adjust on the fly for whatever the case may be. So I would be probably a little more cautious with stops in terms of trading against the headlines. But what we've seen so far, it seems like anything can happen based on his hard stops and deadlines, because we've seen those pushed and extended several times.
Yeah. I think we heard even, as early as today, where we heard a couple of days ago, we're pretty close to making a deal with China. And then we hear today that we're not there at all. So uncertainty, right? And I think that's what it brings to the market. It's not a political thing at all. It's the reality, right? Until we have ink to paper on a lot of these deals, it's still up in the air with these tariffs. So August 1st, which is Friday, we will see last trading day of the week. We'll see what happens, but be on the lookout for the T word, because we know that can move markets. We got some trades on here in the Thunderdome. Arico and the house both. Yeah, that's the last time I'm going to press that. I told myself coming into hosting this segment that every time somebody said Thunder, I was going to hit that button. We got the Arico and the house account both long right now, from right around 23.521 in the house. Arico, what's your average on this trade?
My average is 523.50 with room to add at a retest of 500s.
Okay. That's awesome. Well, I think, going back to that tariff stuff, what makes this even more maybe spicy is that with the August 1st deadline, we might get an escalation in tariff news maybe later today and even Thursday. And is tariff news going to end up making this market even more volatile? Because the T word really shakes and bakes this market. So with the deadline August 1st, is there a rush to get deals signed? And if we do see a rush to get deals signed, is that going to mean that the market is going to think that everything is cool and then can start bidding to the upside? So I think gold is going to be really interesting to watch in the next 2 days, as well as the euro. I know you had an excellent euro trade, Jay. The euro's under pressure right now because of the deal they signed. Apparently the feedback from people in the EU is that it's a very good deal for the US. That's kind of the feedback. It's a very favored deal for the U.S. So we'll kind of see what happens to the euro, what happens to gold and the dollar the next 2 days. I think it'd be very, very interesting markets to watch.
For sure.
Definitely agree
I'm
with you
looking
there,
at this
Dolby.
price action
Go ahead,
here. I'm
Arico.
not really liking this too much. I might move my stop up just to go with this. And the reason why is because you can see when this last 5 minute, we got pushed back down. We have this wick here that the sellers came in and rejected that. And we have increasing sell pressure prior to that, which brought us down. But then this really weak buy volume on the last 5 minute candle, which was unable to sustain. So I'm going to pull that bid at the 500 as well. So I'm just going to play this cautious. I'm going to move my stop up to the retest of the 526. If it continues to push, great, we'll be in it. I'm going to set a sell limit at 20 points. That way we can capture profit up here if it wants to rip, and then we'll save 2 as runners. But it does seem like we're losing our oomph in this push up, and the closer we get to the announcement, of course, we should be expected to see that. But I'm just going to limit risk here because I'm not seeing the follow through on buyers that I would like to see. Although this is always looking good, but the volume is
This
just
isn't
so
good to you,
dismal.
Rico. This looks pretty good
I mean,
to
the
me.
candle structure is great, but it's the volume that I would like to see. I need to see them step in and defend this. But
You did
because a
have
lot of
some
times if we
bids.
see a push up on light volume, I'm sorry, Jay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say you did have some bids stepping up under the market. There was like a 50 lot that stepped up right around 29 evens. That kind of gave us that little push there. They pulled it now, but that gave us a little bit of a boost. So I like them. I like that management though, because great, we have bids under the market, but somebody needs to buy this higher, and they're just not doing it yet. And like you said, what is the likelihood that we see a breakout the closer we get to this rate decision? Nice management.
Definitely. And that's the thing too, is we've seen several times in the past where information will get leaked and you could see that flash candle. People talk about slippage. I've been a victim of that too, so I understand. But if you're even right now, my order could get wiped away and we could end up opening up back up down here and then I'm just toast. So on that note, I want to play this a little more cautious. Obviously, FOMC day, you got to be a little more cautious as is, but I'm just not seeing that follow through that for me, for my systems that would justify it. But
It's pumped
if you
so
guys see
far.
something better,
Where'd you move your stop to? Just for clarification. Look at this go. You're just walking it up.
526.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just going to walk this up. And as you can see, if we get this 5-minute candle, we still have 2 minutes left. The 1 minute looks like it's pushing back up, which is great. I like to see that, but I want to see this 5-minute candle close with the volume above this previous 5-minute red candle. If we can get a strong green candle above the previous 5 that had higher volume, I'm staying in this. And hopefully this limit sell gets tagged up here and we could trail our runners that would stop a break even. That would be ideal. Move my stops back to break even and let the runners run.
So you and Jid both utilize volume pretty well then for your trades.
I mean, for me, that matters the most because what else matters besides people actually executing orders? If there's no volume, if you see the price moving, that's great and everything. But if it's on very weak volume, to me, it's not as valuable. But that's just me.
It's a sign.
Agreed.
It's a sign for sure. Yeah, I agree with you, Arico. There's a bunch of different ways to view the markets, and some people look at volume and they say, "Hey, it doesn't matter at all," right? And I respect that opinion also. But every time you place a trade, especially if it's a live market trade, you are adding liquidity to that market, right? Either as a buyer or a seller, and you have intentions, right? On what you expect from that trade. So you have expectations from those orders. So I agree with you 100%.
Absolutely.
Trade looking good so far. Got about 12 points in the profit for the house. Arico about 10 points in the profit right now on that 5 lot. Got a couple minutes here before we go into the next segment. Arico, great Thunderdome session here. Put on some trades. That's why we brought you here, to put on some trades. We know Arico was going to do it. 2 trades, 2 winners. You can't ask for more than that, especially in, what did we have here in this hour? A 40-point range? Figured it out. We figured it out.
I know
So,
it's been
great
a very
trading,
boring
man.
range. So, hey, thank you very
Hey.
much, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure being back on here. Coach Jay, pleasure sharing the floor with you today for the first time. Dolby, my man, always a pleasure. Looking forward to seeing you guys again next week, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. We will have Arico back on. Great stuff here. Dolby, I think you're on later today. Are you on for Power Hour?
Yes, I am. I'll be on at 2. On at 2.
Awesome stuff. So
We're
we
gonna
will see
flatten
Dolby
this house
time
account
later.
trade whenever the
Right
segment
now?
ends. We'll flatten this out. Yep, whatever. We'll let it cook.
All right.
But we gotta stop in 528s. TP 549.
Good stuff. Green on the screen. Stick around. We are going to head out for this segment. We got Hoag coming up with the morning recap. Then we got some Topstep VIP coaches, Coach Hoop and Coach Jack Sr., father of JD, coming in for lunchbox trading. There might be another draft coming up, so do not go anywhere. Tell your friends and family to come hang out as well. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Just heard an order filled. Somebody got out there. Nice out on those
Both
trades.
flags pink.
on that.
Yep.
Ended green. Green to end the segment. This has been the Thunderdome, and this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, good afternoon, really. It's time for the morning recap. Happy Wednesday, FOMC day, everybody. I think the equities have kind of performed as most of us were expecting. So we are going to take a look at the opening range trades that we're taking today. We're going to take a look at the context, of course, of all of the markets, and especially looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ. Let's go ahead and start here with the crude, the gold. That is our first opening range trade. 0 for 2 today. Remember, this opening range trade is a low probability opportunity, but when you catch one, you can certainly catch a really nice all-day winning trade. You've seen it. The opening range trades have been profitable over the last 3 or 4 months. So we are going to take a look. So as we usually do, we take that first opening range trade, that first minute, 720 to 721. If it breaks out above that first minute range, we get long. If it breaks out below, we get short. This is the gold market, and looking at the context in the 30-minute chart, opening in range at the high end of value. Wasn't really expecting a big move in gold today, but we have to be ready to take what the market is going to give us. Let's take a look at the 3-minute chart, the bar here. So the opening range broke to the long side, kind of above value from yesterday. And so that got us long 5 micro gold, 33.8290. It did kind of go our way just a little bit, putting in the IB high, the initial balance high, the range for the first hour. Not long after that, but the sellers did come in. And once we broke this trend line, if we want to look back at that trend line, let's take a look. So this was 1, 2, 3 points of contact. Once that we broke that trend line, the sellers really started to come after this thing. And market has broke out below the initial balance low. That low, that's not. Yeah, that is. Hang on one second. Broke below the initial balance low. Again, the initial balance is the first hour of the regular trading hour session. Came back, found resistance there, has moved down to the weekly kickoff low, 33.43. And we have seen some opportunities for longs off of that level. These weekly kickoff levels, to remind you, are calculated on the weekends. And they are levels that we believe, or I believe, we're going to see longer time frame traders adjust inventories as price approaches them. Obviously, we've moved down to that level. We've seen some buying come in. Not all that impressed by that buying, but nonetheless, it came in as a pretty decent support level after a relatively deep move to the downside, not only just today, but over the last week or so. We've seen this market pulling off pretty significantly. So a weekly kickoff, a nice spot for us there. That is the adjusted weekly kickoff level for the December contract. We did move the contracts from the August contract to the December contract in gold. It has the most volume. Let's take a look now at crude oil. The opening range trade. First, context, 30-minute chart. Market opened above range, well, in sort of at the top of the range from yesterday, but above value. Rejection of value has this market continuing to push higher. We did have a boost in crude oil inventories, over 7 million barrels, but this tends to happen in crude oil. You would think that greater supply would push price lower, but as often happens in crude oil, the market has found its way back to the upside. A lot of people earlier in the last couple of weeks have been talking about $70, and look where we are. Let's take a look at the opening range trade. Opening 1 minute bar, 8 to 8:01, got us short. 5 micros, 69.43. Did start to pay us. We put in the initial balance not too long after that open, but the market did come and take out our stop back to the initial balance low, failed downside auction, and the market is continuing to auction to the upside. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. If you remember during opening call, my primary hypothesis or thought for the day was the equities are going to, which they did. They opened in the middle of value from the session yesterday, knowing we had some important numbers early today. The real important stuff is coming out later. We've got the FOMC, the release. We've got the chair presser at 1:30, and some pretty big earnings after the close. My main hypothesis was that this market was going to remain relatively range bound. And for all intents and purposes, it has been range bound inside of the value from yesterday. We didn't take any trades in the S&Ps today, but one of the things we were looking at during fast markets was the fact that on this 30-minute chart, we did put up a failed upside auction. The initial balance high, 64.19 quarter. Initial balance low, 64.05 even. The market set the initial balance, looked above it between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, and failed to close this 30-minute bar above it. It opened back below it. That creates the failed upside auction. Now, nothing works every time, and rarely, if ever, will the same thing happen exactly the same way. We were talking about it in fast markets. I'm going to go now to, well, typically when this happens, the target is going to be to the lower extreme, or the initial balance low. Didn't take too long for that to happen in the S&Ps. The S&Ps have been presenting as the weaker market than the NASDAQ. Now let's take a look at the couple of the trades that we took during fast markets. And again, this is the range from yesterday where we got an inside day set up so far, and most of it has occurred inside the area of value from yesterday. Value area high, 23,550. Value area low, 23,438. Most of the trade, or all of the trade, has occurred inside of that area of value. Kind of my first hypothesis for what would happen early today. Nobody knows what's going to happen after the FOMC release comes out. So there were a couple of smaller trades. Doom was looking for shorts. He did have a short on the way up to the high here. And what we ended up doing, again, I got to go back to the 30-minute chart to show this. We had a failed upside auction. All right. Well, when we were looking at that in the S&Ps, we were looking at that in the NASDAQ. Both Dakota and Doom, as well as the House, joined them with that trade, and we took that the shorts. The average, I think, entry on that trade was 23,522. So just back inside the initial balance high. Dakota took 3 NASDAQ. Doom took 3 micro NASDAQ. And Doom was out relatively quickly, but a decent profit on that trade, down to 23,510. Dakota hung in there a little bit tougher and took more out of this trade. He scaled out at an average of about 23,490. Now, what didn't happen, and remember, what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does. The NASDAQ never rotated to its full target, which would be the IB low, 23,450 in the orders. What doesn't happen is as important as what does. The S&P still seems to be relatively range-bound, while the NASDAQ has come up and put in another session high. It seems to be possibly holding above the initial balance high. What doesn't happen? It didn't rotate all the way to the initial balance low. The NASDAQ is presenting as higher. We have NVIDIA right up against all-time highs. Big part of the NASDAQ. So we're going to have to see what happens with this FOMC meeting. And as always, thanks for joining me for this morning recap. And why don't we go ahead and get into today's quotable quote? I think it's a very good one and a very apropos one for today. Okay. I usually don't have the word FAIL in my vocabulary. It's just something I don't even like to say. So instead, I'm going to use the word fall. But when you fall, you don't start from zero. You start from experience. Falling is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. Falling is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. Just the same way we talk about how losing trades are just a part of trading, something we all have to accept. Just remember, when you are striving to get better at something, when you fall, you don't start from zero again. You start from that place of experience. You can use that experience to get a little bit better every day. Trade well, everyone. We are looking forward to your success. We've got Lunchbox Trading coming up here. We've got JD and his dad, Coach Jack, and Coach Hoop coming up in just a couple of minutes. This is Top Step TV, folks. You're in the right place. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Lunchbox Trading. You made it to the best hour of the day. Go grab yourself a ham sandwich, glass of milk, whatever you got to do to get through lunch. We've got Coach Jack, head coach of the Bull Brigade. Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders. Top Step VIP Experience. Season 3 is starting up. Gentlemen, how we doing? Oh, you know him as Coach Jack, Senior. I know him as Dad. What's happening, Dad? How you feeling today?
Hi, John. How are you? How are you, Hoop?
Doing good, Jack.
Good.
What's going on, Dad? What markets are you looking at right now? What's going on in your world? You've been tracking the grains. If you keep up with you're looking at gold.
I like the gold and I like the oil. You know, I like the hard commodities. And of course, I like corn and beans. But the corn and beans are on their lows, and it's to sell them, you have to sell a low, and it's hard to do.
It is.
So I sold some gold early. I caught that move down on a micro. And I got out pretty close to the bottom.
It's a good day.
Near that 43 area that Hoag was looking at. I just figured get out, give it a break, and so I made almost 100 points on a micro. That's not bad.
That's awesome. Coach Jack watching fast markets, listening to the other coaches, taking trades, making money. Oop, what have you been up to today? What's going on in your world?
I'm getting my prep ready for the Fed, man. You know, I got big shoes. Jack isn't here, so hard hat on. I got my purple tie, purple shirt. I'm ready to go, man. So, and I'm short cattle.
You know, I got a great story about the hard hat guys. I don't know if I should share it.
Oh.
There is a video floating out there. I should have had it ready to go for this segment. I'll tell you the story real quick if you want to hear it. So they
Hell
sent us
yeah.
all a little spoof on our commander in chief and the head of the Fed wearing hard hats. He's got his on now, but Danielle, our media director, sent a bunch of us hard hats to wear for the Fed segment coming up. And I'm going to wait a couple seconds. I'll tell you the story while James pulls up the video. He's going to load up the video.
So cool.
So Danielle sent a bunch of us hard hats, and we were in our post-production meeting yesterday, and a porch pirate, someone that goes around going on people's front porches to steal packages, grabbed it. It just so happens it's a growing epidemic in my neighborhood, so I have a camera. I have a couple cameras facing my front porch in front of my house, and I caught this guy walking up my front stairs, grabbing my hard hat package, and jumping on his bike and riding away. There it is. Look at this guy. See you later. See you, hard hat. And he's got like 6 more packages in his hand, too. He hit my whole block. And there he goes. See you later. So I won't have a hard hat.
And he's gone.
And he's gone. So I won't have a hard hat today for FOMC.
Shit,
but
man.
Man, it was a good try. Good try.
Yeah, so good. It's just crazy, man.
Raise your hand in the chat.
I just thought you didn't want to wear the
that.
hat, JD. I just thought you didn't want to wear the hat.
It was real. It was real. Danielle said, I said this, we were in a meeting this morning, and she asked if everybody got their hats. I said, I didn't get mine. Well, it was delivered by Amazon yesterday at 3:15 Central Time. So I called my wife immediately and had her check the camera, and yep, there it is. I got a good look at him the rest of the video. You don't see his face in that clip, but I got a good look at his face. If I'm walking my dog later and I see him riding around the neighborhood, I'll film myself chasing him down. Anyway, let's get back to it. All right, Dad. Watching corn, watching beans, that's good. Looking at the grain market during lunchbox trading. What's new in those markets right now? Trading around the lows.
They're under.
Talking about selling new lows.
Yeah, the beans went down under $10 this morning. I had my first support level at 10, and that's probably where it's going to close. The corn just gives you a little bounce off the bottom, but then returns. It doesn't go far, but it's limited. It's pegged pretty close to cash, so it's not going to go far. It's a carrying charge market, and if we see the lead option taking off, going up too far, too fast against the rest of the pack, we'll know we're in a raving bull market. But other than that, it's just going to bounce back and forth in a $5 range, 5-cent range.
Yeah.
So,
Dad, I think you just brought up our Series 3 question for the day. Production team in the back. Series 3 question. Carrying charge market. Let's get there you go.
Yeah, very important. Very important. A
100%.
Product is worth the seed, the labor to plant it, and when you get a bushel, what somebody will pay for it, and then when it gets sold by the farmer, you get into carrying charges, also with the farmer, insurance. You've got storage. You've got you got to ship it from place to place, and it all costs money. And it's usually about a dime a bushel, but it varies. It's one of the relationships we watch is the carrying charges. If they vary, something's cooking, and you got to do a little homework if you find out what. But if they vary, and you just catch drift of the fact that it is changing, and you watch how the corn moves, and how it relates to the beans and the other things, you'll be able to build some probabilities so as you can quantify the difference between the corn and whatever like or similar products you're comparing them with. And it gives you a reason to buy or sell or to it gives you process certitude, more certitude than you would have had otherwise. So
closer to harvest, doesn't that tighten up, Jack, to the basis, futures and cash typically? I mean,
yeah,
like obviously November is going to be, the new crops. So as it, you get into, October, that basis kind of, it compresses, it gets a little tighter than probably what it is just sitting at now. It usually, right? But once again, ACH,
Yeah, that's why it's some of these comparisons are so good to help us to understand the flow and the timing of what's going on. How quick the market's moving and when it's going to make its move. And that's what we have to understand is relationships. That's all we have in this business. We have nothing. There are no certainties. We have relationships. Those relationships can be quantified. And when we quantify something and put a probability to it, we can go into a trade saying, well, I have, in my mind, I got a comfort factor here of maybe 30%. It's going to be okay. 30%. I'm going to lose a given amount of money, which I know I can afford to lose. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the trade. Right. And that's the beginning of the process and how you have to look at no matter what it is you trade. You have to be able to quantify certain things. You have to get a flow and a sense of timing. And you do that through this quantification. And it's the only way we can quantify things. You can't quantify it by, when you put it in the market, you don't know exactly where you're going to get filled, and you certainly know less about what's going to happen while it's in there. All you can do when your market's entered is sit there and understand that you got a million people rubbing elbows in that market, and they're all doing something for a reason. And it's impossible to know all the reasons people do things for. And especially in a corn market, it's such a wonderful market because it relates to so many things. I love that market. It's
a huge market.
Always got a couple of million open.
Yeah. Massive.
Yeah. Should I pull up the chart? Who should I pull up the chart? Hang on a second. Let me find it.
100%. Well, I adjust my headset to fit this hat. Hold
on. How's Wally doing? Is he giving you some good info on corn? They're great corn traders.
Look at this chart, Dad. This is a corn chart going back to 2007. Does that look like a sideways market to you?
Sure does.
I know I've said this before, but come on. They're giving you the answers. Just buy the low and sell the high.
Sell the high. Yep.
Yeah.
18 years of corn data.
You can make it being a somebody who just trades in your bracket. Exactly what you do. You buy the low, sell the high, and this sure gives you some nice quantifiable material in there, isn't there? How many times?
Yep.
Yeah, let's look at the low. And let's look at the high. I'm going to share this again. This is just going back to 2007 too. So this is 18 years worth of data here. This is a weekly chart too. This is a 1 week chart. Basically, you buy it at $3 and you sell it at 8.25. How hard is that, everybody? And try not to get chopped up in between. That's it.
Yeah. But
make it look so easy.
Yeah, it sure does
Very
look
liquid
easy.
too.
Yep.
Yeah, there's very little slippage. Maybe
Yeah.
overnight there might be a tick or two, but you never really know. Overnight things can happen, but
No.
especially in this day and age, it's just very difficult to. Yeah, in my opinion, because of the way the world is today, at this point in time, reasons mean nothing. You just watch the movement. You watch the movement, the
100%.
relationships. Don't ask why. Don't
Mhm.
ask why. There's no reason. Every time somebody says something about something, it moves the market a nickel, So instead of asking why, just try to take 3 cents out of that nickel and you'll be a happy guy.
Mhm.
You take 3 cents out of 5 lot, you're looking at $750. Nothing wrong with that. And usually happens in a 4 or 5 minute period, and it usually gives you 2-3 shots a day at it. So it takes patience. It takes a sense of your process, knowing the speed at which things are happening, and knowing certain relationships. When they get out of whack, two things can happen. They go further out of whack and break the rubber band that usually holds them together, or they can snap back into place. And usually they snap back into place. And that's how you have to trade it. You can't be anticipating that the market's going to be blowing off on a top side or on a downside. You have to say, the market's telling me this is where it usually stops and this is what the relationship should be. That's what I got to do. I wanna get long. I want to see it break through this, or I want to get short. I want to see this thing collapse. But what you want doesn't mean anything. It's what you need to do is what your process tells you. And if the process doesn't work, you adapt. You change your process. You change yourself. You change your perspective. Whatever you got to do, but you do it through repetition, trial and error, and it takes you a little time. And these things are so important when people get into the market after they're, if they're successful for 5, 6, 7 years and they get on a cold streak. The professionals don't sit there and cry and worry and say the world's all wrong and I'm right. What they do is say, I'm doing something wrong. I got to go back to the beginning in here, find out what's wrong, even if I got to take it apart piece by piece and put it together piece by piece. But I've been doing this so long, and my habits are good, so I know what it is I have to do. And because what I do is habitual, it doesn't take long, really. And you make your changes, you adapt, and you go on. And it never stops changing. It's we used to say
Up to us to adjust, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dad, I'm gonna read you a quote from our weekly kickoff email. I've read this every day so far this week. Exactly what you're talking about. There's a nice section in our weekly kickoff email. It goes out every Sunday. Went out at 4:30. Hit inboxes at 4:30 p.m. Central Time on Sunday. There's a little section towards the middle, closer to the bottom, about being a better trader. Be a 1% better trader every day. And this week's lesson was rolling those losses. This is a direct quote from the email. The pros don't cut losses quickly because they're smarter than you. They do it because they've learned that small losses will stay small, but big losses will just get bigger faster. Does that make sense?
Oh, that is so true.
Very
so
true. Mm-hmm.
And that was true in the days when I was in the pit, just as true as it is today. I remember in the pit, if you made an error, let's say you were stuck with 20 cars, you had to pick them up on an out trade or something. Now the bell's going to ring to open the market. The rule was, you know, the rule among brokers was I'm stuck on 20 cars. I got to get out of 20. They're going on the open, whether it's buy or sell, on the opening. I'm out of them. I establish a loss. That's it, period. Some people would try to keep those contracts on
yeah.
and hope they go in their favor, but they never do. They never do.
No.
And I remember the first time I took a shot at it, and it cost me like $30,000. And I said, "Oh God, you know, why don't I just listen?" And never happened again. And it was the
As a
best
former
lesson.
out-trade clerk, I know exactly what you're talking about, Jack. So
Yeah, it just, you know, something you didn't do, you didn't plan for. And
Get
even
out.
if you fat finger or something, or even if you know, if you do something and it's not what you intended to do, don't look at the price, don't look at anything, just look, boom, am I out of it now? That's all you got to worry about. Get out of it. Because can you win sometimes? Not a mistake, I suppose so. But do you, in fact, make more than you're going to lose? No, you're going to lose, and you're going to lose a lot probably. So, and it's the same in trading. You know, if you're trading a $50,000 or $100,000 or $150,000 account, you know how much you got in the first thing you do in the morning. You look at your sheet. What do I have here? Is it aligned with what I thought it was going to be? And if yes, everything cleared the night before. You can say, well, I can afford, you know, 2 or 3 losses today, but no more, because if I lose 3 or 4 times, that's my limit for the day. And will I still be in business tomorrow? Yes, I will. And we trade for tomorrow. That's our main thing. It's not how much we make; it's how much we don't lose. And I keep preaching this, and you know, it's repetitious when I say it, and I say it a million times. But you know, a lot of people are coming into this business. They're in their 50s. A lot of people are coming in. They're 17 and 18, 19 years old. They don't know this. They don't know it. And when I started on the floor, I didn't know it. I always say I went from the paper route to the pit. You know, I didn't know shit. And if it doesn't get explained to you early, you'll just have more grief and grief and grief until somebody does tell you, and you say to yourself, well, why didn't I figure that out for myself? Well, doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter. The fact is, if somebody's going to take their time to tell you some basic things that will allow you to better yourself in the long run and to not blow up your account on a regular basis, but instead fight for every nickel and preserve your capital and treat this as a business, then soon you will be a professional. And this is a profession, same as being a doctor or a plumber. It's a profession. You start from the beginning. And I wonder how people come into the business, you know, they're in their 30s or 40s, and they just think they're going to do things the way they always did them or in a different field. This is different. This is futures. This is its own animal. This has its own set of rules and do's and don'ts. And if you learn them early, if you understand what it is you don't know, you got a wonderful shot of becoming a real professional in this business. And I'm preaching again, John. Sorry.
That's okay. We'll get back to it. Great. The people want to hear more, Dad. Real quick, though, something else the people want to know. If you like the fire that Coach Jack is spitting right now, I call him Dad, then maybe you'll want to stick around to see if you made his VIP team. We've got another draft coming up right now. This is Topstep VIP Draft Week, folks. And we're about to draft the starting lineup of Coach Jack's Bull Brigade. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it started. Once again, these are Discord handles. Look for your name on the list. Not for your name. Look for your Discord handle on the list. We've got a link into the top of the chat right now where we are publishing all of the drafted teams as they come out one by one. So you see every drafted team on that link. Go in there and look for your name. Coach Jack's Bull Brigade, there is the starting lineup. I think I recognize a couple names on there already.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Nato.
John, I don't want to stick my head in the screen, but I really can't see that far. So don't ask me if I know
I'll read them
anybody.
to you. I'll read them to you, Dad. Hang on a second. I thought I saw one real familiar. Hang on. One second. No, we'll come back to it.
Iron Condor.
Iron Condor, is that
That's
familiar?
one.
Oop, you're in Discord all day. Where are these guys? Sound off in the chat. Oh, Arico. Arico's on your team. We just had Arico
trades.
on the Thunderdome. You got Arico. You got my dad.
I do.
How about that?
Yeah.
Got Arico.
He was just on TV. Awesome.
Smart
Arico
guy.
made it
Wow.
too. Super smart guy, yeah. We'll
There's
help
a
you
guy
out,
who learned his stuff
Yeah,
up
that's the only
front.
one.
What a grasp he has of it.
Awesome.
But I'm excited to do it. I'm going to concentrate, Johnny, on there are some concepts, and there's a bunch of them really, and with process and habit and perspectives and change and emotions and probabilities and so many things and so many different aspects that I like to take the names and just the words. I like to take the words and kind of just, here's the word we're gonna look at. We're gonna look at change today, and tell them what I know and understand and have read and everything, and talk to people about my whole life. Change in the commodity world. What does it mean? And I'm going to explain it to them, and it's not. I'm not doing it to tell them I'm right and nobody else knows what change is. It's to show them different aspects of the word, how it fits into the business, how it should fit, how they should listen to what I say and be able to say, yes, I agree with that, or no, I don't agree with that. Now, if they say, no, I don't agree with that, doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means they have another reason for believing something else than it is what I'm saying. Nothing, everybody's different. Not all things work the same way for the same people. I look at, I always explain it this way. If there's a car accident, you got two people in an accident, the police come and get a report, and they ask the first person, well, tell me what has happened here. He gets the report, and then he goes to the second person and says, tell me what it is that happened here. They're 2 feet from each other, and you'd think they were on different planets when they finished their stories. Same thing in the market. We look at things from a perspective from where we are standing. The space and time we're taking up in this world, nobody else is. And somebody else is looking at the same thing we are, but from a different perspective. Believe it or not, they see a different thing. So that's why nothing works for everybody. Some things work for some for others. If it's something that can work for me perfectly, is not going to work for somebody 10 feet away from me. Our perspective is different. And I need
learn
to get
these nuggets and more.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, real quick, I want to give a couple shout outs in the chat to some traders in here that made your team. JB finally made a team, he says. He's on
good.
Coach Jack's Bull Brigade. There's another one. Bink is in. Arico is in there.
Good.
Kung Fu got picked. Heather the Fifth drafted. Oh my God, he says. Heather the Fifth is in. There's a couple more too, but I just want to give all those traders out there a nice shout out. Congratulations You're in good hands. Coach Jack, I've known him all my life, and he's going to be good.
Welcome aboard, everybody. I hope this will be a memorable 3 months. And the object is that in 5 years, when you're stumped and things aren't going good, you can come back to some of the concepts old Coach Jack ran over with you and say, when did I change from doing this the right way? Or did I change? Maybe something else changed and I have to adapt. But you'll always be aware the market's always right. It's never wrong. It doesn't make mistakes. We have to react. We react to other people's actions. And that's all we can do. We have to not forget that. You don't come into the market and say, boom, I'm going to buy some in the beginning. In my opinion, and I've been doing this a long time, I don't say, oops, it's going up, I'm going to miss it, and boom, press that buy button. I just don't do it anymore. You just, it's going to get you. It's going to bite you in the ass more often than not. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to say, well, if it sets back to a certain level that I'm comfortable with, I'm going to put my bracket order in now. If I'm wrong, I'm going to lose X amount of money. But if I'm right, I'm going to get in good, which is going to increase my chances of having a successful trade on the other end of it. And it's all so simple, really, but it's not easy. It's very difficult.
The rules are simple.
Lifetime learning.
So true.
And if I can help you to alleviate some emotional strain on yourself, if I can help you to understand, I'm not a psychologist or anything, don't get me wrong, but if I can get you to start thinking about who you are, who am I, what am I doing here, what do I want, and we all come here. Whoever says you don't come here for the money probably forgot when he was broke. You come here for the money, but you realize what you really want is to become a professional so that you can make money on a daily basis or a weekly, however your systems work out for you. And that's what we're trying to do. And it's not a short process. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes agony. But if we don't have to live with the agony, if we can live with our emotions instead of because of them, we will find success. And there's so many things that have to become a part of you. They have to become habitual. They have to become something you do with no thought, and it takes no time. That's why I said earlier, in your process, when you're reviewing and revamping it, it's not like it's going to take you a month to change it because you've been doing it so long that it's instantaneous. You're going to look at something and know the answer, and you're going to say, this has changed. I'm not getting the same result from this particular action. And process is nothing more than a series of actions that we take in response to what happened in the marketplace. And it allows us to make implications and to determine, again, timing, speed. Everything circular, it all comes back to the basics, but it's so hard. Yep. You get so far away from the basics sometimes. Guys who come in, granted, there are some guys who are great traders and big traders, and God bless them. But you know what? 99% of the rest of us aren't great traders or big traders. We're great money managers in many cases. We can take $1 and turn it into $2 in a day, and it might take us all day to do that. But we manage our money well, and we're going home with more than we got here with. And if we lose money, it's not, like John said, we're not failing. If we lose money, we know how much we lose. We know that we're still going to be able to come back tomorrow. And like in the days in the pit, you know, if you couldn't walk into the pit no more, you were done. You were gone. You didn't have money. Goodbye.
Yep.
But now you just put up $50 and it's a whole new world. But that works for a while, okay? But it just discourages you over the long run. What we're trying to do is get funded, stay funded, start taking payouts, learning, improving, learning who we are, why we're here, and learning our limitations. And anybody tells you I don't have limitations has been reading too many comic books. We have limitations. Each one of us can get X far in what it is we do. And once you realize that, you've really become a true professional. You know that you can do X amount and you can do it right, and you can do it as good as you are capable of doing it, and you can go no further with it. Well, and again, it's different with everybody. Some people are a lot more gifted than others, but this doesn't take IQ. It takes hard work. It takes understanding. And that's what I'm trying to get across to the younger guys coming in and to the older guys coming in who have no idea what it is they're walking into. And if you can walk into this thing after our 3 months together and say to yourself with some degree of certainty that, you know, I know what they're talking about. I know what the market is doing. I know I got a X amount of a chance that if I do this, I'm going to come out. But if I don't, not a big deal. I'll still be back tomorrow. You know what that means? That means you're in a profession and you'll be there forever. And
I think the community too,
that's
Jack.
what
You know,
understand.
we didn't. It's the community
Sorry,
too
Jack.
that, you know, you have a bad day as a trader when you're by yourself. You know, here you have other people, you know, in the community. You know, whether it's Discord or whatever. You know, it's so cool to me to see a community. You know.
And it's such a big deal. And you don't have to go to a genius to figure out what it is you're doing right or wrong. You have to go to people, your peers, people like yourself. You have to talk. All my life I've been talking. This is all I've ever talked about. People my whole life. Guys my age who started at the same time I did, and to this day, you know, that's who I talk to. But that's what somebody coming into the business now has to do. They don't have to talk to me. They have to talk to their peers, and they have to listen to what I say and then talk to each other and say, gee, old Mr. Doherty is full of crap there. Or, boy, that was a great point Mr. Doherty made. And they both disagree with each other, and but they're thinking. They're thinking and they're making decisions, and they're seeing that and understanding that the only constant, like Einstein says, is change. That's all we have. And all we can do is quantify. We can try to zero in on a truth. The mind knows something's true. When a mind knows that it knows something and why, that is the truth. And opinions develop from that truth. And opinions, of course, are theories, and theories are guesses. And some guesses are good, and some guesses are not good. Some guesses are good today and bad tomorrow. And it's all having to do with change in the process. And never, you know, this is a business where you don't have to go through the terrible angst the rest of your life if you learn the things I'm going to try to get across to you. But one of those things is never get too comfortable. Never believe your own bullshit, like my father used to tell me. Do what the rules, your own rules, tell you to do. You want to spring
I see
off?
Andre. Andre, I see you in the back there. Put that one in the book too. Never believe your own bullshit. It's going in the book. We got a whole book of trader quips coming up, Dad.
Oh, that was so true. You know, my dad, he had 11 kids, and he never told you anything more than once. And you had to listen, or you got smothered. You know, there's a lot of meals at the kitchen table. I don't know if you're picking yourself up off the floor, but that was one of. And he talked to all the bad people in the world. He knew good from bad, right from wrong. He knew there was a difference. He knew there were good guys who did bad things because that's how they made their living. And there were bad guys who did good things. That's how they made their living. But he said, and with such, I mean, when he would say this, he really meant it. Don't believe your own bullshit. In other words, you know, don't make up the story and go along with the way you feel about something. Know the truth about yourself. And I've always tried to do that. I never thought of myself as a hot shot or the smartest or the best in anything. But I never thought of myself as the worst either. And I thought, what am I? I'm lucky because I found this profession. And I wouldn't have been much good in any other because I'm not a good, see, a guy like me, I'm not a good listener. I'm not a good follower. I had to learn the hard way. But I did. I just don't make the same stupid mistakes day after day after day after month after year. I don't do it. So I don't get in big trouble. It's not that I'm not, you know, some people would say, well, you're afraid to take a chance. Take a chance? What do you think this is? This is it's the hardest business in the world. I've done it for over 50 years. I know how to take a chance. I know what's smart and what's not. And I know my limitations. And I'm just me. And I get by knowing just a few rules. And my goal in life was to pay the mortgage, you get the kids in college, do just the simple things that everybody else wanted to do. And you know, shame on me, I guess, never having had much, but having had a good and fun and enjoyable life, I never really wanted too much. You know, I didn't need $1 million house. It would have been nice, I suppose, but I just needed a nice house with nice neighbors, and I was happy as could be. And that's what a lot of guys come into this business are 50 years old. They've been beat to shit. They've been shoved around, and they'd like to do something on their own, and they're not going to get it done if they don't have these certain things to understand that take the angst, a lot of the angst out of this thing and make it a joy. Because there's no greater joy to making money, you know. I mean, there is greater joy to making money, but making money is a big part of the satisfaction we get out of this. But being a professional and knowing your profession, the way we do it, is just as valuable as a doctor knowing his profession or a lawyer knowing his profession. It's a profession. We serve a function. We provide liquidity. And people from countries where they're only making $100 a week, you know, and never have a chance to do anything more, and they come here and they say, I can, you know, if I listen to this guy, maybe I can make $200 a week. And they guard their capital almost with their lives, you know, they protect it, and they don't make the same mistake twice. And they're so grateful to have something like this. And after years, they look back and go, wow. And they actually said, I ain't that smart. How did I do so good? Well, you don't have to be smart. You don't have to be smart. You have to work hard. You have to know who you are. And you have to know why you're here and what you want to get out of it. And I think I mean, I got everything I wanted out of it. Okay. I suppose I could have wanted more and more and more. I got what I wanted. 60 years worth of it. I wouldn't do it any other way. Made my mistakes. You're entitled to those mistakes. You got to make them. They're part of the growth and the education. And well, I'm preaching again, John.
It's okay, Dad. We got.
I love it.
Was it an obvious? Was it an obvious cough?
Go get me a beer.
I had a great beer clip to show too. We didn't get to it. I'll show it later. All right, Dad. Thanks for jumping on. Everybody lucky enough to get on Coach Jack's Bull Brigade team. Congratulations to you all. Again, that link is at the top of the chat.
Can I say one thing, Johnny?
Yeah.
I listen to Hoops as often as I can, and you have great knowledge of what you're doing. I really appreciate it. I learned from you. You're a good trader and a good analyst, and
that means a lot coming from you, man. 100%.
Well, you should pat yourself on the back because you're one of the best. And our whole coaching team is. I mean, I feel I don't belong in the same room with these guys. These guys.
Oh yeah, you do.
From very, very. They're so good. I mean, you take Ray and Vince, the whole group, Jay. It's just they're amazing. They're amazing, and they can talk to people, and people understand what they're saying. And that's if anybody doesn't know it, I'll say this: you're getting $1 million education here for free.
Mm.
And,
fair enough. I believe it's true. Hey, Dad, I'd love to let you cook. I'd love to keep letting you cooking all day. We got a big Fed announcement coming up in about 2 minutes, and we got to transition out of here real quick. But we're gonna have you back on maybe Friday, real soon. You got a lot of love in the chat. People want to hear more from you, no doubt about
thanks.
that.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Hoops. Thanks, everybody.
You got it. Take care, Jack.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Dad. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right. FOMC, guys.
All right. Damn. How about that? That was incredible. All right, let's get this watch party going. Fed decision imminent. Let's get a little game plan out there. We got a little cheat sheet we want to bring you. FOMC decision in less than 2 minutes. Let's throw it up there. Go over it really quick. Just a little cheat sheet, if-thens. I know it's a lot to digest, but just like we're going to listen to the tone in the prepared remarks. It's got dovish tone. We're looking for some of those keywords, and there's if-thens at the bottom. How stocks and gold may react. And then, we got our hard hats on in honor of Powell and Hoag's got it. Powell and Trump taking a visit through the Fed. Take a look at this. We got a link up there. You can check it out, and we will follow along, and we'll review this in a little bit. But right now, guys, FOMC decision, 98% probability of a pause, and the devil's in the details. We'll see what they say in the prepared remarks, and we'll go back over this. JD Hoag, thoughts coming in.
I've been reading through the chat all day long, and Joe Black in there, I think, wants to start taking bets on a quarter point rate cut. He's
really
rate cut a little while ago. He made a comment a little while ago in the chat while my dad was going at it, saying Powell's just spotted in a closet by himself, writing a speech about why he's cutting rates and not telling everybody ahead of time.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. We got 30 seconds here. 30 seconds here again.
ADP number today and that ADP number today.
Yep.
I don't think there's a chance in a chance in hell that they're going to cut rates today.
Yeah.
Maybe the crude guy did the number.
You see the president saying he hears they're going to cut rates in September. All right, here we go. 4 seconds. Buckle up. Topstep TV. Let's do this.
I'm wearing this.
In a little bit of reaction right now already.
Carrying bricks all day.
Okay. All right. Unchanged.
What? Unchanged.
Statement. Yep. Someone get the statement. I'll keep an eye on the markets here. Pushing a little bit higher here.
No change, yeah. Seen in chat, no change.
Unch is right. 10-year was 4.36% before this. Still about the same. Keep an eye on the 10-year. Anything coming out on the wire? Who's got it? Still waiting here. Again, unchanged. 4.5 expected. 4.5.
Here it is.
ES pushing a little bit higher. The president has
Just a
begun
bit.
as well. What do you got here, Hoag?
What's Trump talking about?
He hears they're going to cut rates in September.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
He also said
the
they're
Fed,
always late.
Recent indicators suggest the growth of economic activity moderated in the first half of 2025. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. Unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market continues to remain solid. Fed governors Waller and Bowman dissented, preferring to lower the funds rate by a quarter of a percentage point.
There you go. Waller and Bowman.
Putting their resumes. Say this every Fed meeting, guys. Every Fed meeting we come out and say this. The Fed is reactionary. They're not. They don't cut rates in anticipation.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, in anticipation of what they think is going to happen. They have to wait for hard data before they take action, before they make an action.
Yes, they do.
They're not
All right. No, you're right there, JD. They cannot speculate. They have to react to the data. Again, we'll have the Powell press conference here in about 20, 25 minutes or so. I'll keep an eye on those September Fed Watch in September. So yes, say I do see that has the president begun as well. The hard hats, yes, in honor of Jerome Powell and President Trump. Yes, indeed. Anything happened here in the market?
See what happened to my?
What happened?
Did you happen to catch that video of what happened to my hard hat?
Yeah, we got to find him. I know.
Oh yeah.
I know. What's up with that?
Captain Jack Sparrow.
We'll play it one more time. People keep asking where my hard hat is in the chat. We'll play the video for you one more time in a little bit.
Where's the hard hat? Okay, what happened to copper, you ask? What happened to copper? Trump proclamation imposes a universal 50% tariff on imports, semi-finished copper products, and copper-intensive derivative products effective August 1st. There you go. Let's take a look at copper. Anyone got that up right now? Copper just go crazy? All right, cool. Thank you.
I can.
Wow. Great timing from the president. Again.
Yep. Wow. Down.
Down?
It dropped.
50% tariffs. Okay. Interesting.
This is it. This is a 30-minute chart. Wow. Look at that.
No demand?
That's copper. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
There's the big up move. It just went below where that started. The last time they talked about this.
Is it halted? Let's say it has stopped moving. Ooh. Okay. Wow, a lot going on right now. Stay locked in. Again, unchanged. Let's see where we go from here. Gold did sell off a little bit, right back to where we started. Crude still trading $70.24. A little pop in the 10. Is the limit down?
Yeah.
Yep.
Can we show that? Yeah. Oh, there it goes. That's what limit down looks like. Can we show the ladder as well? Show the ladder as well.
Yeah, there it is.
That's the ladder. What limit down looks like. What's on the offer, Hoag?
Yeah, what's there?
I mean, it's not really showing size. It's only showing 2 on the offer. It might be closed. They may have shut it down.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, copper closes at 1 o'clock, don't they?
Again, effective August 1st. From side executive order implementing an additional 40% tariff. Universal 50% tariff on imports of semi-finished copper products and copper intensive products. Yep. Is it back?
There it is. 400 on the offer. Oh.
There you go. That's what limit down looks like.
Woo.
Okay. Right when the FOMC comes out. Interesting timing on that. 400. Yep.
Man, it's bouncing all over the place.
Incredible. All right, fellas. So what happens next? We're limit down. How does trading resume when we go limit down in a market?
Well, what happens is the offers pile up at that limit. If it can't trade any
Mhm.
lower, the offers pile up there. We used to call it a pool. Like if cattle was down the limit, they'd always send us out as runners to say, go find out what the pool is. And the broker would say, well, there's 650 on the, 650 in the pool. Either the market's going to close there and close locked limit, or buyers can come in and pick those back up. And that's what just happened in copper. So it looked like it went down the limit, but buyers came in and scooped up all those offers, and now the market is trading again. Certain markets like the NASDAQ or the S&P, some of the equities, they have circuit breakers. They can only break so far, and then they stop. They stay limit for a few minutes. They close for a few minutes, and then they reopen with expanded limits. So this is you don't see it that often when the market hits the limit, but when you do see it, you don't want to get stuck. If you're long and you're locked limit down, you cannot get out.
Slippage is ridiculous on this too right now. I bet.
Oh, for sure.
You want to talk about slippage? Whoa.
They're asking why we are wearing the hard hats, the helmets. Where's that graphic? We'll show you why. In honor of Mr. Powell himself. See the little field trip they took.
Living
to the
under
Fed.
a rock the last week.
Yeah.
We're helping build the studio down there for Topstep, right?
That's right. All right, here we got that graphic back up. All right, let's do a little playbook here. All right, in the statement, some if thens, right? In the dovish side, dovish theoretically good for stocks, in line, unchanged. That's pretty much what we saw here. Hawkish, that means looking to control inflation. Theoretically, bearish for stocks, bullish for yields. Just a lot of if-thens. We're going to keep an eye on what they have to say, what Powell has to say in the press conference, but the prepared remarks have come out, and it seems like everything was in line. Uncertainty about economic outlook. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. Checkmark. Limit rate remains low, and labor market conditions remain solid. All right, so the middle column. The middle column is what we're working with right now from the prepared remarks. And sideways, sideways. So there you go.
Data dependent.
Yep, data dependent indeed. We will see. Again, now all eyes onto September. We'll pay very close attention to the press conference. Should start in about 20 minutes or so. Courtney asked, silly question, shouldn't this be bullish for copper? I would have thought so too.
There's another statement out, right?
Yeah.
Talking about hitting Brazil too, again, with additional tariffs. And obviously Chile is one of the biggest exporters of copper. There's 400 on the offer in copper if you want to see a flippant. That thing is just flying all over the place right now. And it's not a cheap contract, Hoag.
Look at that spread.
It's not like it.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Take this off. Get this.
I mean,
here.
Thousands of dollars flipping on.
All right, see, Darcy's taking a trade. Darcy long 3S from 64.15. Last trade 64.17. Trade your own hero right now. Again, we will see what we have in store. Limit down in copper. How about that? Didn't have that on the bingo card.
No.
Futures imply traders see a 65% chance of the Fed lowering rates at least another 25% at the December meeting. 68% chance of lowering at least 25 basis points at the September meeting. 68%. Yep.
That moved up.
Okay, interesting. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,542. Within about 100 points of all-time highs. That is 23,652. Crude selling off a little bit, right up against $70 even. Gold trading 33.54, 50-50 on the tilt. And your yield around 4.34%. Hoag, who are the dissenters? They won a 25-point cut.
It was Waller. Let me find it.
Yeah, I'm reading that quote right now.
Waller, Waller and Bowman. Yep, Waller and Bowman.
For the first time since 1993, two Fed governors dissented from the majority decision.
Interesting.
Job interviews, right?
I feels like it.
How did I say that? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, certainly their names have been brought up. Their names have definitely been.
Yeah,
Throw their name in the hat.
100% they have.
Uh-huh. Let's take a look at these. All right, no trade, no trade, no trade.
Gold's pretty flat.
Yes, it is. How are we looking in crude? I'm sorry, copper. Copper, is that still limit?
It's still, the liquidity in that is still all over the map right now.
Empty.
I mean, it flashes offers, but it's empty. Yeah,
See that?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
like-
Talk about slippage. Again,
Oh
we
my
will be
goodness.
bringing in the Jerome Powell press conference scheduled for the next 20 minutes or so. All right, 10-year catching a bit of a bid here. Again, when Treasury prices go up, yields go down. Now, 10-year is trading up around the highs. Session highs, I should say. Can we make new all-time highs today in the ES and the NASDAQ? ES, 64.57 quarter would be that price. NASDAQ, 23,652, 652 all-time highs. See what they say about September.
I think, Andre, you nailed it the other day. I think the market is really desensitizing itself to the news now. It doesn't move like it used to.
It does not.
Mm-mm.
I don't even want to keep that
It's
copper dome open in case I fat or something.
I thought the same thing, man. I had that ladder up.
Quarter filled. You don't want to hear that.
No.
All right, we're looking at what are we looking at here? 63% probability of a rate cut in September. That was before the announcement. That meeting is September 17th. September 17th. We still have about 2 months from there. Again, unchanged, the Fed, but President Trump implementing a 50% universal tariff on copper and went limit down. Guys, well, I know what you guys are going to say. Why do we go limit down in copper? Typically, you see tariffs. It's just demand. Is that killing demand? Help me understand this. Why we went limit down with a 50% tariff?
Buy the rumor, sell the news.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. When they first announced
And
it,
that's a market
copper
that
hit
gets
all-time
pretty
highs.
illiquid too. I mean, you could ask D too. I mean, it's a market that gets pretty illiquid, and there's a lot of gaps and stops. And yeah, I've traded a couple of times. It's like touching the stove, and I'm done touching that stove because that market is and it's expensive. So there's a micro to it, but you trade the real one. It's like trading real silver. It's $50 a tick, and it can get away from you quick.
Buckle up.
Especially today.
Yeah. Again, Hoag was unemployment remains solid, economy remains solid, inflation a little elevated, something along those lines. So that cheat sheet right down the middle, in line.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out more about inflation tomorrow with that PCE number.
That's true. Also, after the bell today, we got earnings, man. It just does not stop. We got Microsoft, we got Meta, we got Robinhood. Make sure you stay tuned at the buzzer. All that. All right. NASDAQ.
End of the month tomorrow too.
That's right. Gosh, what a week. What a week.
Throw another one in there. Oh,
what a week.
Incredible.
Big inflation number out tomorrow too. PCE, core PCE out tomorrow. Personal consumption expenditures, formerly known as personal income and outlays. Big inflation indicator. It's the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. It's how much Americans are making versus how much they're spending. Pretty important report. Still a lot happening this week. Jobs number Friday.
Oh my gosh, yep. We got
Don't get
Amazon,
comfortable,
Apple.
guys. Don't get comfortable.
After the bell tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Stay locked in. Manage that risk. Anything on the ladder here in the ES? Any wishing orders, as Hoag would call them?
I've been scrolling through the dome. Only thing 64.40. There's 170 lot offered. I don't see anything below. That's about it. Real thin. Oh, 180 on the 6400 bid. Big fat round number. 6400 bid for 180.
Let's trade 64.16. 64.16. again, Paul will be taking the podium at the bottom of the hour. It's gonna be a wild one.
Well,
we think that let's go for like an hour, maybe less.
Probably 30, 40 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't anticipate a full hour. Just past 2 o'clock Central Time. I bet they'll cut it.
Markets have really learned to handle these releases. As long as nothing goofy happens, it's pretty much as D calls it, a storm in a teacup.
Yeah.
I mean, I can remember, standing there with 500 orders in my hand, waiting for that to come out, and my hands and my feet, my extremities would get ice cold because your body is taking all of the oxygenated blood and sending it into your major muscle groups and your internal organs because it knows it's about to get into a fight. And we just stand there watching that board that said, Fed decision imminent. And you got cold and you were just peaked and just ready for the fight. Absolutely crazy things that I can't imagine I ever did. And I don't think I could do today. It was so complicated and so fast and so tough.
Yup.
Yeah.
It was just nasty.
Non-farm
Ever walk out of
Fridays.
the place thinking, like, what the hell just happened? Like,
it's all blur.
All blur, yeah. It's like a 10-hour drive.
How about
coming home
How about
from
a week of
somewhere?
numbers like this? Yeah. Hoag, you'd be the first one to buy Kentucky snow cones on Friday after a week like this.
Straight.
Just think about it when you used to fill orders. I mean,
snow cones for everyone.
Straight. They're still asking, why are we wearing the hats? Why, Powell? Do we have that? Where's Jerome Powell? We'll show you why.
Where is he?
Last week,
Hand
him
him
and
the
President
invoice.
Trump took
Handed
a
invoices.
a little field trip to the Fed to check in. There, look up right here. Oh, that's why.
There he is.
That gentleman right there. Look at that. Look at
What's
that.
up, Jerome? Let's go see.
You ready
let's
to go?
See Dead and Company, dude.
Yep.
Where's Jerome?
While we're at it. All right, 4,000 people watching all across the globe. Click subscribe, click like, click the bell. Stay locked in.
You got
We will be
wall-to-wall
bringing-
coverage coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, Dre. Go ahead.
No, man, you're right. What were you going to say? We have wall-to-wall coverage? I think you're right.
Wall-to-wall coverage. We're piping in the Fed press conference. Fed Chairman Uncle Jerry's press conference coming up at the bottom of the hour. I see you in there, Jerome. How you doing, bud? I don't have a hard hit. I do have a story for it.
Yo, man, oh man.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Copper. Okay. Foster says a long copper.
Oh.
All right, yeah.
By the way, Kentucky snow cone is just bourbon on the rocks. Just another word for that.
Just a fancy way of saying, all right, 50-50 on the tilt. Anything else hitting the wire right now? Present. Interesting timing on that tariff on copper.
Somebody's saying that Trump is trying to steal the limelight.
The timing was definitely interesting. Yep.
Yeah. Suspect.
He doesn't like the camera. He doesn't like the camera on anybody else but him.
No.
As soon as this press conference is over, I will put money that Trump is in front of a camera immediately. As soon as Powell walks off the podium, Trump's going to step up to a podium, or at least find the nearest camera and microphone and start talking into it.
Funny you say that, JD. Trump delivers remarks on health technology scheduled for 3 p.m. Central. 3 p.m. Central? Yep. And we got, big earnings. Yep, Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood, Ford, eBay. eBay, still a big one. All right.
Nirvana.
Yeah, 10 minutes. 10 minutes till the Powell press. We'll take a look at.
Too. Do you see that? The dollar. I know you and I have been talking about the dollar. Pull back a little bit, maybe on that copper move too.
Dixie. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay. Why we're wearing the hard hats, you ask? This is exactly why. We're going to go bring this in. Take a look at this. Powell press conference, bottom of the hour. But we'll take a little trip down memory lane.
Tonight, President Donald Trump ratcheting up his pressure campaign against the Federal Reserve and its chairman, Jerome Powell.
So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Today, Trump toured the Fed's headquarters, undergoing a major renovation.
Cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them.
The costly project has been on Trump's mind for weeks.
This guy's building this building that's severely overrun. And what does he need the building for?
I didn't see him as a guy that needed a palace to live in.
I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved.
The nearly 100-year-old building is in need of safety updates to the antiquated electrical grid, plumbing, HVAC, and fire detection systems.
This is a very expensive job. I don't know. It got out of control. And that happens. That happens. It's a shame.
The project cost has shot up from $1.9 billion to $2.5 billion, which the Fed claims is due in part to asbestos remediation, security enhancements like blast-resistant windows, and inflation. Workers seen today adding steel framing and reinforcing the walls temporarily clad in plywood to protect the building's historic integrity, another added cost. Staff telling the press that building a brand new building would have been much cheaper.
There you go. Definitely need your hard hat for that. That's why we got him on. Let's see what we got in store here in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes. I will take to the podium. It's going to go dual mandate on us first or data dependent on us first. One of those.
I'm thinking dual mandate.
Dual mandate? Okay.
Dual mandate. Dual mandate.
Dual mandate.
Mhm. For a buck.
Yep. For a buck. All right, you're on.
I'm in.
All right, sounds good. In the chat, we go on data dependent or dual mandate first? What are we going to hear? All right, we got saying dual mandate.
Ben Johnson's right. He's going to say good afternoon. Those are always his
That's
very
true.
first two words.
And what color tie? What color tie will he be wearing? I know. See, Hoop's got his purple tie on. Yeah.
He always wears a purple tie, right?
Can we get a poll up there real quick, if possible? What will he say first? Dual mandate or data dependent? Independent. Oh. Oh, wow. Who came up with that?
Yeah. So
Give me a poll. That'd be great.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, it'd be great.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Great tie. Okay. TPS reports indeed. All right, let's take a look at some of these markets. Bit of a holding pattern. 64.17 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ trading 23,547. Crude, a couple cents beneath $70 even. $69.98. Gold, you heard who talking about the dollar. Gold, very sensitive to copper's getting smoked still.
Yep. Look at that.
Poll is up.
Oh, that is up. Oh, that chart up on a 30-minute. Oh, mine's locked up right now.
Yeah, dual mandate. Good stuff. I'll let that cook for a couple.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Yep. What are you guys voting?
At Hoag?
Copper.
Copper.
30-minute. That's yours, JD. Share it.
I mean, that's just an astronomical win or an astronomical loss for whoever's the right way and the wrong way on that.
That's when they take you off the floor day, Hoag, right there, if you're wrong.
Turn those machines back on.
Yeah.
You think? See ya.
All right.
Wow.
So let me ask you, all right, let that poll cook. The poll is pinned at the top of the chat. What will he say first? Dual mandate or data dependent? So if you are long, say you're long right now in copper, you're stuck, right? There's no you're in deep trouble, right?
Oh, looks.
Oh yes.
I mean, somebody's got 20 there to sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an offer.
Ooh,
it's traded. Trade it out.
Whoa, we're back. We're open.
Yeah, it's trading.
It's real thin.
Uh-huh.
Should we put one on?
Stay locked. Yeah, how thin is it? What are we looking at in the NASDAQ? Still a tick spread. We got 2 on the bid, 2 on the S. This is all algos. This is algos.
Yeah.
What's about
not
copper?
too bad in the NASDAQ.
Just want to see some action. Should we short some copper, guys?
We got copper, yeah. Copper is
Use
rocking.
limit orders.
All right. Okay, how's that poll looking? What'd you guys vote?
Dual mandate.
Dual mandate.
Dual mandate.
Dual mandate. Same. Same. Okay. Dual mandate's got a slight lead.
Well, it could be onto the betting market though, and just twist it up a little bit to line his own pockets. You never know with a guy like that.
Arico's buddy, he's got a he lost, but what was that bet he had or his buddy had?
$2,000 for a quarter point, 25 basis point rate cut. Risk $2,000 to make $200,000. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Oh, wow, sounds about right. 2K for a rate cut.
Could be wrong. I thought he said $2,000 to make 20.
Just buy the 10.
20.
Yeah,
right there it is.
I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Trust me.
Okay, 54% going dual mandate. Independent, 45%. Where's another 1%? Okay. See what he says.
We should have added a third one. Shut the effing door.
Oh, that was in trouble. That is, yeah.
I can't believe I missed that one too. It's like the
when he was in
first
Milwaukee.
Fed meeting I've missed in years.
I think that was.
He was in Milwaukee, and the guy was asking him questions about
that's right.
Grateful Dead bootlegger that makes the bootleg records.
Shut the door.
Good coming off. Nice. Like $7.
Okay.
All
right, here we go.
Good
to go with
side.
Incredible. Catch a bit of a bid here in
again.
NASDAQ. About 7 points off the high day. Last trade 23,552. 552.
I had to change it. I couldn't look at that copper anymore.
I know,
nuts, man.
I don't even want the dome on.
Okay.
How is going to spark this market? What's the word he's going to say? There's going to be one word that creates a frenzy. What's it going to be?
What will it be? Good question. What will it be? What is the keyword? Let's go to our cheat sheet. Let's take a look. What would the keyword be? Uncertainty. Nah, looking for something.
Inflation. Tariffs.
Under control. Somewhat. No.
Any worries about unemployment? I mean,
unemployment, tariffs, or inflation.
Jobs. Yeah.
Yeah, but GDP was good today.
That too.
Yeah.
That too.
Might be time. Bingo card. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
That's just the first.
I think they would have loved to have the non-farm number going into today. I bet.
You don't. They have to have it.
Yeah, you're probably right. They probably.
I missed my tinfoil hat, but they have to. Maybe we'll talk about it again. 2 months from now, we have another FOMC meeting.
The GDP was really just the first estimate of the second quarter. It came out strong as heck, but it's going to change. I don't know how much weight they're going to put on that.
What happened with copper? Christopher asks. 50% tariff, universal tariff on copper. Went limit down. So trying to figure out as to why. Tariffs, you think price go up? I don't know. We'll figure that out. But how are we looking back there? Powell getting ready to take the podium. We piping that in? Buckle up. Let's see what he goes. There he is. There it is. That is the press. Well, they'll be asking questions after the prepared remarks. Again, dual mandate or data dependent? There you go.
Good
we'll color
afternoon,
tie
ladies and
also.
gentlemen. I'm Daddy Powell.
He did call in today.
He
Definitely
did.
he left it. Yeah, he left a voicemail for us. He was fired up. I will go to.
Oh, we should add 2% inflation on that poll also.
That's true.
Put another one back up, but 2% inflation is always a big one. Oh,
There we go.
there he is.
Here we go. Jerome Powell, Topstep TV, let's go.
Good afternoon.
Money gun.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half of the year helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in net exports. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. These readings are little changed from the beginning of the year, although the underlying composition of price changes has shifted. Services inflation has continued to ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen.
Go back to the press conference.
A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. For the time being, we're well positioned to learn more about the likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. We see our current policy stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, and are on track to wrap up any modifications by late summer. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Here we go, press conference time.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair Powell. There's a lot of lean in the markets, and not to mention out of the administration for a rate cut now in September. Is that expectation unrealistic at this point?
So, as you know, today we decided to leave our policy rate where it's been, where I would characterize as modestly restrictive. Inflation is running a bit above 2%, as I mentioned, even excluding tariff effects. The labor market's solid, historically low unemployment. Financial conditions are accommodative, and the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy were holding it back inappropriately. So it seems to me and to almost the whole committee that the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy is holding it back inappropriately, and modestly restrictive policy seems appropriate. All that said, there's also downside risk to the labor market. In coming months, we'll receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
So just to follow up, by coming months, does that include the possibility you'll be getting essentially 2 rounds of jobs and inflation data between now and the September meeting? Is that potentially adequate to make a decision to lower rates at that point?
So you're right. We do have, this is an intermeeting period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment and inflation data before the time of the September meeting. We have made no decisions about September. We don't do that in advance. We'll be taking that information into consideration and all the other information we get as we make our decision at the September meeting.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You took out the word or the notion that uncertainty has diminished from this statement. Does that mean uncertainty has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several deals with large trading partners where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to wait to see the economic effects?
So essentially, the statement in our statement about uncertainty reflects what's gone on since the last meeting. So at the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had moved down a little bit, but it was more or less even this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second question is, say again?
There have been several deals that have been struck, and now we seem to have an idea of what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show themselves?
No, I think we're still, you're right. It's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations, and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information, and I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge. But it feels like there's much more to come, as well, looking ahead.
Neil.
Bull selling off.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Neil Irwin with Axios. This morning we got a GDP report in which final domestic private purchases decelerated, slowest pace since 22. There was a weakness in the interest-sensitive sectors and residential investment, commercial structures. Are those not signs that monetary policy is a little too restrictive right now, given current economic conditions?
So the GDP and PDFP numbers came in pretty much right where we expected them to come in. You got to look at the whole picture. So certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, economic activity data, GDP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is a narrower but better signal for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many, many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits, job openings, and let alone the unemployment rate. They're all by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market. You do see a slowing in job creation, but also a slowing in the supply of workers. So you've got a labor market that's in balance, albeit partially because both demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable, which is why I said we do see downside risk in the labor market. I mean, our two mandate variables, right, are inflation and maximum employment, stable prices and maximum employment, not so much growth. So the labor market looks solid. Inflation is above target, and even if you look through the tariff effects, we think it's still a bit above target, and that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned, downside risks to the labor market are certainly apparent.
So on labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So, as long as that puts the labor market in balance, the fact that it's getting into balance due to declines in both supply and demand, though, I think it is suggestive of downside risk. So we of course, will be watching that carefully.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Two of your colleagues called for a quarter-point cut today, and I'm wondering what aspects of their argument were most compelling to you and how you're weighing their views against those on the committee who, as of the June forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year. And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core of the committee is?
So on the dissents, what you want from everybody and also from a dissenter is a clear explanation of what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making, and we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting all around the table where people were thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. As I mentioned, the sort of the majority of the committee was of the view that inflation's a bit above target, maximum employment is at target. That calls for modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive stance of policy for now. But we had two dissenters who I think, you want that clear thinking and expression of your thinking, and we certainly had that today, I think all around the table. In terms of, you asked about the June SEP, I wouldn't, you're right, that's what it says, and that may well, I couldn't point to it 6 weeks later as expressing people's thought. You really can't do that. We don't run an SEP, and I don't like to substitute in my own estimate of what the SEP might be. We don't have one. So I'll just say that, we haven't made any decisions about September. We'll be monitoring all the incoming data and asking ourselves whether the federal funds rate is in the right place.
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market? So
let me say, my own estimate is modestly restrictive, and there are a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this moment for our economy, and so others may say it's more restrictive or less restrictive even. We're going to be at some point, when we return to moving toward a more neutral stance, we'll be making that judgment as we go. I don't think we have a preset course. It's not so mechanical as saying, we've derived with great confidence the neutral rate, and that is our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what the neutral rate is. We know it by its works, and that will be how the way the economy reacts over time to, slightly looser policy.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, my question is about what have you learned over the last few months about the inflation generating and price pass-through process? And just to drill down, the June CPI report showed evidence of tariff-induced goods inflation. Now, the tariff landscape is only starting to be settled with some of these more recent deals. Given the lags between when tariffs are announced and when they show up in goods prices, is 2 months a long enough horizon to evaluate the impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process?
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days. And so I think what we're seeing now is substantial amounts of tariff revenue being collected on the order of $30 billion a month, which is, substantially higher than before. And the evidence seems to be mostly not paid only to a small extent through exporters lowering their price, and companies or retailers, sort of people who are upstream, institutions that are upstream from the consumer, are paying most of this for now. It's starting to show up in consumer prices, as you know, in the June report. We expect to see more of that. And we know from surveys that companies feel that they have every intention of putting this through to the consumer, but the truth is they may not be able to in many cases. So I think we're just going to have to watch and learn empirically how much of this and over what period of time. I think we've learned that the process will probably be slower than expected at the beginning, but we never expected it to be fast. We think we have a long way to go to really understand exactly how it will be. So that's how we're thinking of it right now.
So if I could
All right,
follow up,
real quick, I want to throw it to
to
Hoag.
look through core goods inflation being driven by the
All right, I want to throw it to
judgment
Hoag really quick. Hoag, we got
during the
ES trading
pandemic,
64.15 right now,
expectations proved more
64.15. Last trade the
adaptive
ES,
than
low
Yes.
02s, high 29s. NASDAQ, anything catching your eye for levels, upside or downside? We'll get back to the press conference. Hoag, you seen anything?
It's kind of hard to come up with anything, Andre, because the entire range for the session and the overnight and the regular trading hour session is still inside yesterday's regular trading hour range in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. I can't believe I'm actually saying that on an FOMC day. But we haven't moved.
Of course, have not moved. All right, sounds good. Stay patient. Stay patient. Bonds are selling off. Yields are going up. We'll go back. Jerome Powell press conference live here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Make sure that this does not move from being a one-time price increase to serious inflation. We want to do that efficiently, though. Efficiently, and that means we want to do it. If you move too soon, you wind up maybe not getting inflation all the way fixed, and you have to come back. That's inefficient. If you move too late, you might do unnecessary damage to the labor market. So there won't be, in the end, a big inflationary problem. What we're trying to do is accomplish that in a way that is efficient. But in the end, there should be no doubt that we will do what we need to do to keep inflation under control. Ideally, we do it efficiently.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The one big bill, leaving aside the adjectives, do you expect it to add stimulus to the economy in 2026? And would that be an argument for remaining on hold or cutting back on the number of rate cuts you would expect for next year?
So, of course, let me just ritual disclaimer that we don't express any judgments or anything like that on fiscal legislation or other legislation for that matter. But I would say when you think that, the biggest part of the bill was making permanent existing law on taxes, I don't think we see it as particularly stimulative. There should be some stimulative effect, but it shouldn't be significant over the next couple of years.
And to follow up, I don't want to put this in terms of you and the president, so let me ask it this way. Do you have concerns about the cost to the government of keeping rates elevated for longer in terms of interest rate charges?
Yeah, no, that's, we have a mandate, and that's maximum employment and price stability. And it is, it's not something we do to consider the cost to the government of our rate changes. We have to be able to look at the goal variables Congress has given us, use the tools they've given us to achieve those goals, and that's what we do. We don't consider the fiscal needs of the federal government. No advanced economy central bank does that.
New lows.
And it wouldn't be good for, if we did do that, it would be good neither for our credibility nor for the credibility of U.S. fiscal policy. So it's just not something we
Dollars getting
take into
stronger. Rates are going higher. Dollars getting stronger. It takes less dollars to buy gold. 33, 36.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. When it comes to the renovations of the Federal Reserve's headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their interest in that issue as being directly tied to the president's push to get you to lower interest rates?
Not for me to say. I will say we had a nice visit with the president. It was an honor to host him. It's not something that happens very often at the Federal Reserve to have the president come over, let alone to visit a building. But it was a good visit.
Are there any aspects of the project that they've raised that you see as making you reconsider any aspects of the project?
So, this project was hatched and conceived almost a decade ago now, and we went through the very long process of clearing it through historic preservation at the National Capital Planning Commission, and a lot of back and forth there. It was very constructive. We started out to do the work, and we're very well along on that work, and I was quite pleased to have the president say multiple times that what he really wanted to see was us getting this construction completed as soon as possible. That is our focus, and that's what we're going to do.
Hard hat. Full selling off.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. What message do you take from the fact that inflation hit 2.1% last September and has bounced higher since? Why do you think financial conditions are restrictive and a neutral rate's below 4% when inflation has stopped falling for almost a year?
So inflation, when you talk about these 12-month inflation measures, you're always battling residual seasonality. So we'll have, for example, 2 months of high inflation sometime early in the year, and then inflation turns lower, and a lot of that may just be an artifact. So that's why we look at the 12-month numbers. I think inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There are things like the catch-up inflation. So, for example, all the insurance costs that they're only now going through inflation, but they actually reflect inflationary pressures from 2-3 years ago. So that's got to go through. In addition, now we have 3 or 4 tenths of inflation in core inflation from tariffs. So, and we can't really separate that out. We're not going to have a separate kind of inflation that isn't the tariffs. We're always going to be dealing with all of inflation. But the composition, as I mentioned, has really changed.
It's not a lot downside.
And
63, 96
if you go
bid,
back
yes.
to the last couple of years, it was all about services inflation, which was being very sticky. Now services
regular trading hour
inflation is
session
coming down
low.
nicely. Goods inflation was well behaved before, and now goods inflation is going up.
63.96.
That's partially because of tariffs. It's also partially because we had restrictive policy in place, and we've seen that the result of that gradually work its way through the services economy.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask is, are you comfortable that BLS can continue performing their mission effectively if they take an 8% reduction in headcount and authorized spending as the administration has proposed?
I'm not going to comment on the administration's proposal. I do think, as I've said, I think that we're getting the data that we need to do our jobs, and I think it's really important that good data helps not just the Fed, it helps the government, but it also helps the private sector. People in the economy, they use this data a lot too, so it's quite important for our economy and certainly for the Fed's work and other government agencies' work that we continue to get better at data. That's what we've been doing for 100 years. We've been getting better and better and better. It's very hard to accurately capture in real time the output of a $20+ trillion economy. And the United States has been a leader in that for 100 years, and we really need to continue that.
Lows. Yes.
Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. How concerned are you with the data that we're coming in, showing no significant upward trend in inflation over the past 6 months, that the wait-and-see approach for inflation is actually giving companies cover to raise prices?
Oh, good question.
How concerned am I that say that again?
The wait-and-see approach.
See Dolby here,
the
Dolby time.
wait-and-see
Welcome
approach. What do you
aboard
mean by
for
that?
Powell press
cutting rates.
conference.
We're waiting to see if the tariffs will affect
Question.
inflation. So it's a wait-and-see approach.
Well, so
sort of
that's where policy's restrictive. When we start cutting, it'll go toward neutral.
Okay. This delay, though, where you're saying there's a one-time price increase for tariffs, which possibly could lead into bigger inflation or more inflation. Is that giving companies cover, though, to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving, it's not our policy stance, what may be giving some companies will certainly be taking advantage of the fact of the tariffs and all of the discussion of how they're going to, companies will raise prices when and as they can. And you saw it famously in the first administration of President Trump during those tariffs. Washing machines were tariffed, but dryers weren't. But what do you know? The price of dryers went up too, just like washing machines. So companies will often just they'll cross the street in a group, if you know what I mean. That'll happen. We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginnings of whatever the effects turn out to be on goods inflation. And I'll say again, they may be less than people estimate, or more than people estimate. They're not going to be zero. Consumers will pay some of this. Businesses will pay some of this. Retailers will pay some of this. But we're just going to have to see it through.
And just to follow, if I could, some additional tariffs have been in place since February, and things really haven't broken yet with the economy. So how do you justify to somebody who's looking for a house, who's facing a 7% mortgage and maybe can't afford those rates? How do you justify that?
Well, so the housing is a special case, right? We don't set mortgage rates at the Fed, right? We set an overnight rate, and the rates that go into mortgages are longer term rates, like Treasury rates. It might be 30-year rates, it might be shorter than that, but it's not the overnight Fed's rate. It's not that we don't have any effect. We do have an effect, but we're not the main effect. There are other things going on in the housing sector, and one of those is just there's kind of a long-term housing shortage that we have. We haven't built enough housing. This is not something the Fed can help with, and that'll be the case even after things normalize. So I think the best thing that we can do for housing is to have 2% inflation and maximum employment, and that's what we can contribute to housing. There are lots of other jobs to do for the private sector and Congress, but that's what we're trying to get to. I mean, we've made a lot of progress toward that. We have a very good labor market right now. Inflation, we were very close to 2%. We're seeing some goods inflation move us away, but so far not very far away.
Here we go. Let's do a quick little line change. Again, we're watching Jerome Powell press conference. JD, Hoag,
hi, Chair Powell.
Great stuff today. We keep selling off here. Let's get Dolby and myself in here. Good stuff. We'll recap this after, again, Jerome Powell press conference here live on Topstep TV. See you guys later. We are selling off in the ES and NASDAQ. Dolby time. It's just you and me for the time being. We'll get Mandy in here once the press conference wraps up. But we got the Q&A going right here, right now. Topstep TV. Let's go. Stay locked in.
It could be any of those things, right? But if you saw that the risks to the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply that you should move toward a more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target, and the labor market was pretty good.
Yeah, what's that price going to be? We know what that price has to be.
That was a time when policy was restrictive, when we paused. And to be restrictive is to be supporting a return to our inflation target.
23,004,
so as the two
now
targets get back into
look
balance,
up below. Look up below. NASDAQ is
getting
getting
in a way.
400's print. 400's 23,000.
The next steps that we take are
maybe around in that
direction.
Somewhere between like 200 and 250 might be close to 1%.
As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data.
200, 250. Okay, thank you.
Before the next meeting. Will it be dispositive of that? It's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Well, I guess just in terms of inflation, though, for example, like will...
Wow. More selling, yes.
Some people would point to if it remains only in goods and it doesn't bleed over to services, then maybe that's evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a temporary one-time thing.
Below.
Is that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you just need to see the number come down
I think
closer to 2?
We'll look at everything. You know,
It's like down 200 points, 200 points
as
in
I
the
mentioned,
last
a pretty reasonable base
20
case
minutes,
is
lows.
that
On
this will
selling
be a
off,
one-time
rates
price
going
increase.
higher.
And in the end, we'll make sure that
That
that's the
1%
case.
is about
We're just trying to
219,
do that
Dre.
efficiently.
218, 219.
Efficiently means getting the
Yes,
timing
yes.
right, so
Got
we
ways
don't.
to go.
Again,
Yeah, we got a ways, but
if we cut
yep,
rates too
NASDAQ,
soon,
you never know.
maybe we didn't finish the job with
don't.
inflation. There's history is dotted with examples of that. If you cut too late, then maybe you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So we're trying to get that timing right, and
Trying to thread the
that's
needle.
effectively what we're doing.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just a question on the dollar. We've seen it decline quite heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the meetings and how, to what degree that may be complicating your attempts to get inflation back to target. Thank
So
you.
this goes back to the division of labor between the Fed and the Treasury, as you I'm sure know, and you know the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. It's not something that's been a topic of major discussion at all at the Fed. I won't say it doesn't come up. If the transcripts, when they come out in a few years, they'll probably reflect some mentions of the dollar, but it would never be a major focus.
And just to follow on, if I may, to Andrew's question, I think the amount of imputed data in CPI now is up to 35%. I mean, is there any discussion of that as well? Is there any consideration of looking at alternative measures, data scraping and so on, in order to just ensure you've got a good read on what's happening to prices in the U.S. economy?
Is the president going to say something? Was the president going to say something?
We do, of course,
say about when he's gonna
as you know,
start
during the
tweeting?
pandemic, we
He's the red.
looked at a whole lot of new kinds of data. People are looking at big data sets that you can get from all sorts of places, and we do all of that. But at the same, we really need the government data. Really is the gold standard in data, and we need it to be, to be good and be able to rely on it. And we're not going to be able to substitute for that. But if we have to make do with what we have. But I certainly hope that we get what we need.
That was a good one. Bounce back, about a 60-point bounce in the NASDAQ. About 400, straight 23,418.
News. President Trump has obviously invoked your name a lot. He has personally pressured you. Are you concerned the way that conduct might impact the Fed's independence going forward?
I'll just say that, I think that having an independent central bank has been an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And as long as it serves the public well, it should continue and be respected. If it didn't serve the public well, then it wouldn't be something that we should just automatically defend. But what it gives us and other central banks, what it gives you is the ability to make these very challenging decisions
yes,
in ways that are focused on the data and the evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and all the things we talk about, and not political factors. And so governments all over the advanced economy world have chosen to put a little bit of distance between direct political control of those decisions and the decision makers. So if you were not to have that, there would be a great temptation, of course, to use interest rates to affect elections, for example. And that's something that we don't want to do. So I think that's pretty widely understood. Certainly it is in Congress. And I think it's very important. I'll just say that.
Smirk. Oh my goodness.
Maria Eloisa.
Read between the lines. What's up, Jerome Powell?
Yep.
Afternoon, Sir Powell. Maria Luisa Capurro from Bloomberg News. You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the committee around that. We've seen delinquency rates rising for upper-income households. How do you see that evolving in the next few months, and how much of a vulnerability that is for the economy going forward?
Consumer spending had been very, very strong for the last couple of years, and had repeatedly, forecasters, not just us, had been forecasting it would slow down, and now maybe it finally has. So I would say, if you talk to credit card companies, for example, they will tell you that the consumer's in solid shape and that spending is at a healthy level. It's not growing rapidly, but it's at a healthy level, and delinquencies are not a problem. You mentioned high-end delinquencies. I don't know what to make of that. I read the same thing, but so generally, if you look at the banks, and when the banks talk about in their earnings calls, the performance of credit has been good. So essentially, you have a consumer that's in good shape and is spending, not at a rapid rate, but it's true, and it was, again, right in line with what we expected, the GDP data that we got this week. And I think it's still a little bit difficult to interpret because you have these massive swings in net exports, which may also be affecting,
what is? I'm sorry, Dolby?
Affected by
EXY?
affect consumer spending as well.
Dixie,
Look,
okay.
It's one
Strong
of the
dollar.
data points that we pay most careful attention to.
Trading
And
99.87.
there's no question that it's slowed. And we're watching it closely, but we also watch the labor market and the performance of inflation. Those are our two
lows
those are
in
our
the
two variables
NASDAQ.
that
Again, we're watching Jerome Powell press conference Q&A
Just to
going on
follow
right
up
now.
on what my colleagues were asking about this.
I have a top step
Governor
TV, new
Walker
lows,
said that the
ES,
labor
new lows,
market
NASDAQ.
is
Stay
on
tuned.
edge,
We got Salt Lake
he
City
was
Sniper
pointing
joining
to
us
weaknesses on the
after
private
this.
sector. I
Stay
was
locked in.
wondering,
We'll
you
discuss
said
the
that the main
takes
number to
trades.
look at is the unemployment number overall, but what was the discussion about the state of the private jobs market?
So I'm not going to talk about any individual's, any individual's comments. I wouldn't do that. But look, I think what we know is that private sector job creation, certainly in the last report we'll see on Friday, but had come down a bit. And if you take the
Bitcoin's
QCEW adjustment seriously, it may be even lower, maybe close to zero.
Trading 116.
But the unemployment
down
rate
from 118
is still,
and selling off like that.
was still low. So
Down
what that's telling you is
1.5% on the
that demand for workers is slowing, but so is the supply. So that's it's in balance. Oddly enough, you've got a very low unemployment rate, and it's kind of been there for a year as job creation has moved down, but also we know that, because of immigration policy, really, the flow into our labor forces is just a great deal slower. And those two things have slowed more or less in tandem. If you look at things like I mentioned, quits, look at wages. Wages are gradually cooling. Look at vacancies to unemployment. Those things have been pretty stable they haven't really moved a lot in a full year. So I think if you take the totality of the labor market data, you've got a solid labor market. But I think you have to see that there are downside risks. You don't see weakening in the labor market, but I think you've got downside risks in a world where unemployment's being held down because both demand and supply are declining. I think it's worth paying close attention to it, and we are.
Nancy.
Still going.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. One more question on the lack of unanimity in today's decision, the two dissents. Was there talk during the meeting? I know you're not going to talk about exactly what individuals said, but in general, was there talk during the meeting of cutting rates, and what was the case against that at the meeting?
Sure. So, we have an economic go-around where people talk about the economy, and then that's yesterday, and then today we have a monetary policy go-around. All the way around the table, everyone gives their views. So the discussion around policy was, the majority view was still what it has been, which is that inflation's running above target, maximum employment is right at target. That means policy should be a little bit restrictive, somewhat restrictive, because we want inflation to move all the way back to its target. So that's where people have been and still are. Two of our members felt that the time had come to cut, and that for the reasons that they're going to express. I won't tell you the reasons. They'll issue some kind of a thing in the next day or so. But that's the story, and I would say, well argued, very thoughtfully argued all around the table, good arguments, and it's a situation where, an unusual situation. The economy is in good shape, but it's an unusual situation where you have risks to both your employment mandate and your inflation mandate. That's the nature of a supply shock, and it's probably not surprising that there would be differences and different perspectives on that, as well as different views of where the neutral rate is, so that different views of how tight policy is. So we have those. I will say what you hope is that people, explain their positions very thoughtfully and clearly, and we absolutely had that today, all the way around the table. I would call it one of the better meetings I can recall from that standpoint.
And you've said you're waiting to be confident inflation is heading toward your 2% target before you start cutting rates. When you do get that confidence, would you be in favor of lowering rates right away?
It's not quite the way I would put it. I said that's why we think policy should be restrictive, is because inflation is above target. When we have risks to both goals, one of them is farther away from goal than the other, and that's inflation. Maximum employment's at goal. So that means policy should be tight, because tight policy is what brings inflation down. If you came to the view that the risks to the two were more in balance, that would imply that policy shouldn't be restrictive. It should be more neutral, more a neutral stance, and that would be somewhat lower than where we are now. No one knows exactly where that is. So that's the framework I think I'd be taking, and we'll just have to see. We're going to be obviously looking at a lot of data in the next cycle. It is one of the cycles where we have 2 employment and 2 inflation reports, and we'll see where that takes us.
Jeff, Cox.
Getting there. Jerome Powell, press conference Q&A. Shouldn't be too much longer.
Taking the question, Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales to private domestic purchasers. That was down to a 1.2% gain in second quarter from 1.9% in Q1, suggesting that there's some softening in underlying demand. I just wondering if you look at that, you combine that with some of the housing numbers, the weakness that you acknowledged at the top of your remarks, that the housing market is in fact weak, and the inflation numbers from GDP today came down to 2.1% for headline, 2.5% for core. I'm wondering how much more movement you would need to see from these data points before you would be comfortable with cutting in, say, September.
It's going to be the total. Hard to answer that specifically. PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases, or final sales, as people call it, was 1.6 on the first half. GDP, I believe, was 1.2%. That's the whole half. You mentioned the quarters. So those are slower, but GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter, half to half, and often gets revised, after the fact. The labor market data we still think continue to think is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with longer-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs. It's a little bit above target, and tariffs. So we're watching all of that, and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation, because you're being pulled in 2 directions, and you have to decide which of those to go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of equally at risk, then you really want to be at a neutral policy stance, which we're not right now.
So it'd be safe to say that if the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you wouldn't be comfortable with cutting in September?
I'm not gonna say that. No.
Nice try. A for effort.
We're going to need to see the data.
Yep.
And it can go in many different
Also
directions.
like that one.
The inflation data and the employment data, and we're going to make a judgment based on all of the data and based on that balance of risks analysis that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Greg, Rob, for the last question.
Still going. You're now a power
Chair
hour.
Powell. Greg Rob from Market Watch. The Treasury Secretary has said recently that it would be confusing for the markets if you stayed on as a governor after your term as chair ends. And I was wondering if you had any update for us on a decision on that front.
Sorry, I do not have any update for you. Thanks very much, everyone.
That should do it. Yep, I do. They're going to drop the mic on that one. All right, we'll get a little recap in here. Again, let's take a look at these prices. Oh, Powell having none of that. Here we go. Last trade in the ES. I was sold off for a majority of it. Not even 1%, though. Not even 1%. Take a look. Last trade, 63.85. Oh, here we go. Salt Lake City Sniper in the house. Mandy, how about that? Thank you for staying awake. While that riveting that riveting press conference, that Q&A. Thank you for staying with us. Hoag is back in here with his expertise, hard hat on. I'll do this. Mine's over there. Mandy, welcome aboard. Thoughts? Have you taken any trades? Let's get right into it. How's it going, Andy?
Yeah, it's going good. No trades since the number has come out. Actually, I lied. I did a quick scalp. But sorry, since Powell has spoken, I have not taken any trades. I am looking for a possibility to run in long here in Power Hour. Just for some retracement. I feel like I've seen that before after he's spoke. It was as anticipated. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen. Just going to be looking for, a valid entry, following my rules. I'm up on my XFA.
Nice.
And so I just, I don't want to end up the day red. So if I do take it, it would be like a one lot, or sorry, not lot, but one mini contract. Maybe I might switch to micros, but usually I do minis though. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I like anything here. I did
That works.
draw some things, some trend lines here that I've just been seeing as we've been consolidating over the last couple days. So those would be kind of more valid support and resistance lines for me, which I have in gray. So yeah, that's about it for me right now.
Okay, Hoag, welcome back. All right, Dolby time. Mandy's looking for perhaps a long to the upside here. Hoag, I want to get a delta. You got a delta for me? We've got some big numbers.
Yes, of course.
and NAT. What we got? Give me some big ones. Here.
ES negative 11,500. NASDAQ down 4,300. Congruent with direction. That was a pretty good wash, but you got to keep it in perspective, folks. The NASDAQ is down 0.15%. It seems like a big dump, but it's not.
Yep, Dolby. Yeah. I think we're going for 25 days. I think we're going for 25 days. All right, we got 42 minutes left. Yeah, Mandy, by all means, if you do want to jump in here, take a trade, let us know. 63.77. Oh, do you want to do above below, Mandy? Or are you locked in right now? You can do above below.
I can do above and below. I'm going to say 475. Nope, I like 450s.
450. This is the game. We do above below. We asked Mandy. She is the best. We asked her what the price of the NASDAQ will be on the close. Put up a poll. Will it be above or below? Above or below? 23,450. Above, below. I think Hoag, what was it? Dual mandate or data dependent? What was it?
It was dual mandate, I think, was the first one.
It was, yeah.
Very good. There you go. Indeed. All right. Big selling off in gold. Hoag, any takeaways? Any takeaways from the presser?
Yeah.
Relatively. What do you got?
Well, for the first half of it, I kind of felt like the majority of the focus was on employment. And near the end, a lot of the talk was about employment. The labor market data shows solid market, but they do have downside risks. I thought that Powell. One short.
Shit. All right, let's go.
Sorry.
I thought Powell.
No,
that's okay. I thought Powell had a lot of focus on employment. I think that seems to be one of his biggest concerns. Of course, tariffs are, but he did a lot of time asking questions about employment. So that firm employment, is more on the hawkish side. So I think that's why we kind of tanked a little bit the way we did, and we are currently recovering. Again, it was a manageable tank. It looked like it was nasty, but it wasn't that big.
No, it was not. It's specifically unemployment rate. So we're going to be getting that unemployment rate this Friday. We're getting all the jobs this Friday. Sometimes they took a peek. Mandy, you are in? Are you in and out?
In and out.
I'm out. I'm
Blink of an eye.
I just saw that we were going to maybe want to come and test a major trend line off my 15-minute. I'm sure it would probably hold as well. Looking for a test back down to 400s. We might do it here I took it 2 contracts just because of how confident I was in the trade. I closed one down here at the bottom of the wick for another, 150, and then I just set it break even because I just needed the momentum to run. If it wasn't running, I wanted to be out of it because I was worried it might reverse back up. So, one contract was, up 150, another one break even. So, I'm a little happy with that quick scalp.
Nice.
But it still
You
might go
are a
here
sniper.
to 400. Yeah, and with where we're at the market time, we have some numbers coming out. We just got off of, the press conference, the rate decision. I need to be in and I need to be out because to me, this is still can be volatile at any moment. So, and who knows, Trump might come on here any second and swing the market
100%.
whichever
Yeah.
way. So, for
Great
that,
call.
I'm in and out and just securing very fast profits going into this last 39 minutes or so.
Well, I don't blame you. The dome is very thin.
It is.
Yeah.
Hoag, I gotta say that hard hat fits you incredibly well. I don't know if you were like a contractor in your previous
Natural
life, but
fit.
you are rocking that hat.
Yeah.
1000%.
Spent the morning moving bricks.
Hoag.
Look absolutely
She has some
fantastic.
Topstep stickers on it.
Oh
I
yeah,
know. I was looking
stickers
for
on
one.
that bad boy.
I got some
Was
around
I?
here somewhere.
I was searching all over. I'm like, I've had a million of these throughout my life. Why can't I find one right now? Why can't I find one right now?
Dre, do you think Trump is going to latch on to that question from, I believe it was Jay O'Brien, saying that, I forgot what he was saying, but he had a cute little smirk on his face after that, thinking he got Powell. And I believe it was like, oh, if the Fed is doing a good job, or if they're not doing a good job, what is he going to do with the Fed? Kind of curious to see if Trump going to hop on that one and be like, well, you know what, he's not doing a good job, so why do we need the Fed at all?
Yeah, there needs to be some independence. He did a decent job. He's done a pretty decent job of keeping the market stable. And again, we're going to keep an eye out to see if the president, like Manny said, if the president does want to take to a microphone, he is scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. Before then, don't forget, we got Meta earnings. We got Microsoft earnings. We got Robinhood earnings at the buzzer. Go check that out.
There we go. I mean, it hit my trend line, and Q did at 405 really nicely. Like I said, I could have held it. On a normal day, I would have probably held it a little longer, but today it's just in and out.
Yep.
See money,
I'm
take
looking
money.
possibly for another retest. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to see if we have any other good downside targets for end of day.
I mean, 1% is on our radar. That is 23,220. Mandy, I don't know if you know this stat, but today could be the 25th day in a row that the NASDAQ has not moved plus or minus 1%.
Wow. I heard that stat earlier. That is very impressive to go that many days.
Dan Emmons
Earlier in
for
this
calling
year,
out that
we
one.
were swinging many percentages up multiple days last year too. Election time, man, it's been wild. I thinking the next target leg down would be here at 330s. We might want to push those. Even 300 flat. I mean, that would be quite a ways to go here in 30 minutes, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm no hands right now unless we start seeing a major flush. I don't feel like I would be catching a falling knife at that point, but we would have to hold or have a lot of momentum coming in below these 357s, whatever that low is. 356.
Gold continues to sell off now. 33.25. Hoag got a $60 range in gold today. 50-50 on the till. Coming to the bottom of the hour in 5 minutes. Well, hey, copper went limit down. When the FOMC decision did hit the wire. Not only did that happen, James, we can bring this in if we're good to go. Congress is looking to advance the quote unquote Pelosi Act. What is the Pelosi Act?
Nice.
That headline is misleading. The headline is misleading. The headline is the committee has looked to push it forward for voting. Nothing has been passed. But Pelosi, the Pelosi Act, what is it you say? Stands for preventing elected leaders from owning securities and investments. Well done to the clerk that came out. Again, Pelosi, preventing elected leaders from owning securities and investments. It is, the Congressional Stock Trading Committee. They're looking to push this forward to a vote. We'll see. Again, it is legal. It is legal for Congress people to trade stocks. Yes, they are looking.
I don't know
to
if that
ban
is
it.
the right tweet from Polymarket. I don't know if it's Congress that passed it. According to the
It's
article,
not.
it was
Nothing's been passed. Nothing's been
the
passed. It's a
Senate
committee that's pushed it.
Homeland Security and
Correct.
Governmental Affairs Committee has advanced
Correct.
a bipartisan bill. And if you don't know how all this stuff works, I actually looked it up, and it's a total pain in the ass to get anything passed. So the committee approval first, then Senate floor action, then House consideration, then conference committee, then final vote, then presidential action. So there is a long way to go before this thing ever becomes law. But I don't know. I kind of agree with it. I think insider trading.
Dolby, hell yeah, man.
I mean, really, they get to insider trade. I think the people who might be most hurt by this are not only the politicians, but unusual whales. You know, all those apps that are tracking and selling the data to automate these trading systems to just buy what they buy and sell what they sell. It's on a delay, but the maths, and these are
Thank you,
profitable trades from these traders.
Congress
Traders.
has not passed anything. Not passed
They have
anything.
not.
A committee is pushing it for further
Okay.
voting. A lot of it's procedural, but nothing
What are
has
the
passed.
odds that they're going to pass it?
Less than zero. You think they're going to do that to themselves? They'll do
Hell
term
no.
limits. They'll do term limits before they do this one.
Yeah, seriously.
True.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
They're not going to pass this, and then they're going to give themselves raises.
Yeah, but I'd rather have term limits.
Yep.
Yep. All right, let's
Me
take a look
too.
at these prices here. Bottom of the hour.
Nice little stair step lows here.
Yeah.
Let me get to that
We
magic
could push
1%.
a little. Still quite a ways to go, right? You said it was at 220s?
Yeah, I mean, I drew it from settlement. 23,220 is approximately going to be down 1%. We're only down a quarter
Point.
right now.
Yeah,
0.26, 0.25. So yeah, there's still a ways to go. I don't know. It's funny. Just how that is. You know, we've had a lot of volatility, but market really hasn't gone anywhere. Just slightly going up and to the right.
All right. Well, Powell has done it. Tomorrow we got some inflation numbers. Hoag, we got that Delta cooking here. Inflation. What a week, man. What a week. We got Mandy. If you're asking how we met Mandy, Mandy was a pit raider. VIP season 1, VIP season 3 draft. We are about halfway through. A little bit more than halfway through. Do you miss it? Do you wish you could go back, or it was good? You're an alumni now, and it's full steam ahead, Mandy.
It's full steam ahead. I am just have been so grateful for the opportunity to have been a pit raider and a VIP. I mean, it has really encouraged me to be a better trader. I've learned some awesome technical analysis and risk management, and just the support in the community has been awesome. People, we're all in this together, as we've been saying for quite a while now.
To get you in trouble.
Yeah, and so it's just great. I love the Topstep community. And I'm just so excited for all those VIPs. You can kind of hone in a little bit more, get some insight from your coaches, and other VIPers in your group. And so, I mean, it's kind of a really not as stressful situation because of the free combine and resets and no activation fees. So super
what a
stoked for
deal.
them, excited to see how it goes for them. And yeah, life changing. I really hope a couple of them come out and, can come out and share their experiences of great success, kind of like how I've had. I just am so grateful for Topstep, the VIP program, Coach Hoop, everyone. It's been fantastic. So I'm a proud alumni. For sure.
Yes, you are. 53% say above. How is marathon training going? How is it coming along? When is the big race? How many weeks till?
Thanks. Yeah. September 6th. I think we're like 5.5 weeks out. Big race this weekend. I'm currently not in my house. I'm at my sister's house right now, meeting my niece in Ohio. And I've taken an easy week after doing, what was that, on Sunday? 16 miles on the treadmill. It was literally the worst thing in the world.
That's
It's
terrible.
easy?
Yeah, it was easy. It was so easy. Not like easy as in
For who?
I was running easy, took lots of stops.
Oh.
It was a hard workout. No, like, but I am
That's a
racing. The rest of the week,
terrible
I'm taking
workout.
it easy. I'm racing this Saturday. I have a half marathon. It mimics a lot of the last half of my full marathon. So I'm hoping that this will be kind of a good indicator of how I'm going to be doing come September. I'm a little bit behind on my training schedule compared to last year and not as fit. So I'm intrigued to see if experience is going to help and mental capacity and all of that. So we'll see. Are we
Show
forming a Dorito here, Dolby?
Oh.
Yes, I would say so. At least on the
Yeah.
3 minute, maybe 3 to 1 minute, we're getting
Minute.
definitely sort of a
Absolutely.
Dorito.
Let me
Higher
draw that for some
lows,
people.
lower highs, or maybe breaking out of it, depending on how generous you draw it. So maybe it's breaking out right here, right now. But 400s, maybe offered up a support. But yep, definitely a little Dorito. Powell's over. What's next? Probably just waiting for earnings.
Yep,
MOC.
exactly.
So maybe the market goes back into a state of wait after we get that little bit of volatility that we just had, and maybe we're just going to chill town for the next 20 minutes. We'll see.
Hey, Hoag, take a look
Right.
at Fed funds. We are now at 52% probability of a pause for September. Coming into Powell at FOMC, we're around 62% probably of a cut, 25 basis point cut. We are now basically 50-50. Taking
50
that
for a
off.
pause.
50 for a pause. Interesting. Equities aren't going to like that, but they're handling it well. 70% long in the ES right now.
We should trade that. I mean, it's there's a lot of volatility there on Fed
cutting.
Day.
We're cutting. They're cutting in September.
Yeah.
They're cutting. I'm seeing it right now. Buy treasuries. Buy treasuries. Price goes up. Yields go down. All right. With that being said, hey, you know what time it is. We do it all around here. VIP drafts, earnings, news updates, and series 3 for ready to go. Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
Go.
All right. Did you hear the bell that time?
Did not.
Ding, ding.
Lame. Ding, ding.
Ding.
All right, here we go. This is a wordy one.
Oh, boy.
In a carrying charge market, which of the following best describes the relationship between futures prices and spot prices over time? Is it A, futures prices are consistently below the spot price due to shortage costs? B, futures prices are above the spot price to reflect storage, insurance, and interest costs? C, futures prices converge upward to the spot price as the contract approaches expiration? Or D, futures prices remain equal to the spot price throughout the life of the contract?
Number 2. Spot price as the contract. Oh, that is true. C is also. Will not converge upward. It's B. Carry chart. Carry? Carry.
Carrying charge means further away is more expensive because you have to pay for storage.
Correct.
It's B,
Futures.
I think.
I got B as well.
The only one that I'm not sure about is insurance, because I think insurance may not be considered part of carrying charges.
Yeah.
But all of the other ones, it's not even, and price is usually above spot because of the carrying charges. So I think it has to be B.
B as well.
I like that.
Right. Hoag says it.
He has a hard head on. I'm disagreeing with
Yeah,
him.
he does. He means business.
Okay, are we ready for it?
Yes.
This could be embarrassing. There it is.
Yeah, let's go, Hoag.
Yeah, carry. The carry. Oh, ready for Power Hour in the chat. Got it right. Nice job. Oh, Darcy says it's B 100%. Darcy, you saw it
100%.
after the answer. We showed the answer, then you click B, Darcy. I'm on to you, Darcy. I'm on to you. Hey, we just have 1,000 likes. Come on, let's get to it. See if we get to 175,000 subscribers. Mostly voted F. Tourist, well done.
I don't have any. I haven't sent you guys anything, but I did do a soft launch on Instagram.
Oh,
Hmm.
there we go.
For
And
Your friend,
Mandy
your
and the
friend Dakota
Markets
yet?
for my socials.
okay,
Yes, Dakota. I friended Dakota on my personal, but I just did it last night. So Mandy and the Markets on Instagram. I'll just be sharing my journey. So of Topstep. So I'm excited for that. Just going live. That's my goal. That's
You
what I'm
have
focusing
3
on right now. Trying to
followers?
get
Oh,
live.
we can do better than that. All
yeah,
right.
let's get it out there.
Oh
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I literally just told you I literally soft launched it like last night at midnight.
Okay, well, I just posted your link in chat, so let's see where this
Oh, hey, thank
goes.
you. Yes,
Let me
yes.
get
So
Mandy some followers on a brand new Instagram, Mandy in the Markets. Oh,
yeah.
Forex into
So
options
I'm
into
excited.
futures and crypto. Okay, I didn't know you started in Forex.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
that's where a patient introduced me into day trading. He's a Forex trader and he's still doing it. But yeah, I don't know. It just didn't stick with me. Options,
Mm.
win big, lose big. So during COVID, and just grateful to have stumbled upon Topstep through a few different individuals, and you guys are the best of the best.
look at that. Check is in the mail,
All
Mandy.
right.
Thank you for that.
Check us.
I'm going to take my hard
Stop
hat and go
it.
back to work out in the field. Mandy, always a pleasure. Thanks, guys. Another day tomorrow,
Hey,
folks.
thanks, Hope.
See you then.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
Hoag.
one.
Keep me posting on Delta, Hoag. It was minus 11,000, something like that. Minus 11,000. I thought we were going to get all-time highs. I thought we were going to make it from all-time highs. Not so fast.
We are Doritoing.
We're very Dorito, but you know what's not Doritoing is your follower count. You are now up to 84 followers. Congratulations! Can we get Mandy
Hey,
up to
thank you guys.
100
I appreciate
by
it.
the end of the segment? Link is in
Well,
chat. Get her up to
absolutely.
100
And
followers.
you
Go.
guys, I'm not looking for anything in this. I just want to support people as people have supported me. So it's just sharing my journey, showing you it can be done. I've seen people do things. I'm like, if they can do it, like what's stopping me from being able to do it? Put in the work.
Oh, you've
I love
broken
what
out.
Hope was
You're
saying
above
earlier
100
today.
now. Bull
Oh,
market on
thank
your
you.
follower count. This is awesome. Refreshing in real
Yes,
time.
always a bull market there.
Let's
But I
go.
really
Bull
appreciated
market
what
somewhere.
Hope had to say earlier today. He doesn't like using the word FAIL. He changed that quote today to say fall. And I really like what Dakota's been doing about trying to be transparent. I want to be more transparent. I feel like that's going to help me be more accountable. I have done some pretty not um fantastic habits at the start of my Top Step journey. I've been there, and so I can resonate with traders that way. But we are going to fall, and that's part of the process is how do we take that fall and use that for change and improvement and growth and development. And so that's why I've created Mandy in the Market, so I can just I feel like I'm going to do better because I have other people kind of watching accountability. And then I'm hopefully going to help support other people and help them, be like, hey, you're not the only one who's had a bad day, but hey, let's get back to it. Let's follow our rules. Let's set this. So reach out, DM me if you have questions. I am a mom of 4, but when I have time, I will definitely try to respond to those and give you some insights and support and whatnot. So yeah, you guys are awesome.
Good vibes. I love it, Mandy.
Great
Salt Lake City
vibes.
Sniper in the house. Go give her a follow on the IG.
162 and counting.
Gold continued to grind lower now. New lows gold, 33.20. Probability of a pause now up to 56% for September. Yeah, and it was 61% for a 25 basis point cut. It's now leaning a little bit towards a pause. Powell putting the brakes on a rake. I think they're cutting rates. All right, take a look at the ES. They're cutting. He's cutting rates. 63.71. 63.71 last trade in ES. Got the NASDAQ 23,000. Call it 400. Above the low, man, he had 450s. I bet we get
I
close
don't
to
know.
that.
We're hanging around 4s. MOC
Yeah.
still has to happen.
Ooh, yes, it
We might be wiggling below this Dorito. If we can hold below 90s, I think I will be taking a short, maybe 85, maybe 85s. We'll see here. Okay, sorry, I lied. If we can hold below 80s, I'm taking a short. and I will be out before MOC. I don't know if I want to be in anything, especially where I'm up already 400 on this this XFA.
How do you get in, Mandy? Do you have a sell stop in there, or you just go to market?
I'm on market. Yeah.
Market. Hell yeah. That's how you, I love it.
Sniper action. I don't have time to go set stuff up. You kidding me?
Yeah. All right, Dolby, looking for a push here.
Close. Let's get those 1%. Pop this Dorito to the downside.
Yeah.
And my crap. What cross is that? The green yellow's popping on top. So my EMA moving average is indicating a short. I want it to hold below. I feel like my candle's got to close.
Seeing.
So that's my rule set.
Okay.
And the cross is off now, so not valid yet.
Shout out to Benji Bushes in the chat. Just past combine, taking this week off and seeing what market decides next week. So hyped to almost be a part of the fun. Yeah, you're part of the Topstep family. Shout out to Benji. Great job.
Good week to take off.
MA and EMA is set at 10. Someone was asking about that. And then I also just like to use as price point targets my moving averages as 14, 21, and 35 and a simple. So I pulled that down so you guys can utilize it for those that want it. Yeah, we're still in that Dorito. I'm glad I didn't take that short. Again, it didn't follow my rules. The cross didn't hold. We didn't close below. We didn't have the candle close below the 80s. So for that reason, I didn't enter, and that was a smart move.
Nice.
And we saw
dodge potential losing trade at the top of the Dorito now. Do we Dorito back down to 400s, or do we break back out?
Good question.
Again, copper. We saw copper go limit down. We saw copper go limit down right at 1 p.m. Central.
What happened there, Dre? What happened with the copper thing? I missed that one.
Universal tariffs, 50% tariffs on all copper imports. All copper imports, 50%. But we went limit down. I'm going to do some more digging on that. Why did we go limit down? Why do we go limit down on a tariff? 50%. I don't understand that one. I can already see my boss, my mentor, saying more sellers than buyers. Yeah, but we'll find that. I'll do some digging. But yeah, copper went limit down on the president signing executive order. Universal tariffs, 50% on all copper imports.
Well, this Dorito is incredible. It's being very well behaved.
It is. I mean, Dolby, I have you to thank for teaching me that. I mean, if you guys aren't even on the combine, or like if you're not even in a combine, which I feel like is a good like learning experience minimally, just watching Topstep. I mean, I have it. I have the fortunate opportunity to be able to listen to Topstep a good portion of the day, while I'm running errands, getting kids ready. You know, I just have my AirPod in, partially listening while still tending on my way to work, because I work like 2 days a week. So as a dental hygienist, so just absorb everything they have to share. Dorito patterns, slow markets. If you can't do it during the day, slow markets is an excellent time.
Great show.
They talk about you know, just basic technical analysis. It's fantastic. Dakota does a great job on that, and then brings in a couple other individuals to show varieties in trading. So just Topstep is a free, awesome resource that if you're not just absorbing it, like, you are missing out. So that's,
Mandy.
I feel like, also why that has helped me a lot too. I've just kind of been listening nonstop over the last year, little more than a year. I think I got with you guys in May of last year, so it's been good.
Tell Mandy, love it. I see
I
some
am married.
He's married. Oh yes, they're asking. Yes,
I'm married. I'm just trying to figure out how because I think I'm not too far from Dakota. We're both in Utah, so I'd love to get him set up on something, but it's
like a date with something, or what are you talking about? Set up on what?
What the hell is this?
Yeah, we joked the other night on slow markets. There was fireworks going on in the state for a holiday, and so I was like, you need to go out and take a girl out. Go watch the fireworks.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Andy will be Dakota's wing woman. Rito's still holding.
Yeah.
I saw some of the reasons as to why copper went down. Got it, but limit down. Limit
They're
down.
saying that copper
none of
was
those-
exempt from the tariff.
The headline
last
said
minute.
copper. The headline said copper. I was limit down. Still limit down. Also, not demand. I was thinking demand. Commodities are supply side. That's supply side. Oil supply side driven markets. Copper supply. Demand's going to stay pretty much the same. Doesn't really move unless the prices get really out of whack. But commodities are mostly supply side. There you go. You learned something today. All right. With that being said, hashtag Power Hour. Upper left hand corner of the screen. Ask you in fast markets to hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. This is where. All right. We're going to put Andrea. There's these.
All right.
Irrigation. Give us the
We
ranking.
kind of got another heater. I mean, it was kind of hard for it to not happen after what went on in fast markets today. So,
right.
Here we go. First, got MP.
Oh yes.
This is the screenshot of the combine counter.
Yes.
So he said, should we all be quoting number of counts busted out of like a combine counter, an amount to get back to payout, to get to live, to get to 100K and take home, more transparency, hold each other accountable, affiliates, influencers, and anyone who posts success. Let's ask them, what's your combine counter? So there we go. And then
a lot of
from
Topstep
there-
copycats out there. Will they copycat this one? Just saying, will they copycat this one?
we'll
see.
find out.
Stay tuned to find out. Yeah, go ahead.
We got a couple responses from folks. Dan Emons had no mercy. Said start everyone over at 0 today. Let's see, and then we got
It's Emons, okay.
Topstep becoming a Furu's nightmare.
Love it.
And then
What's
we got
Furu?
Alex
I'm
saying-
sorry, I'm old. What's Furu?
So
I'm sorry.
listen. I also had to ask financial guru. It's a Furu. And then
Financial
next
guru?
we have
No, the financial guru? Is that
Yes.
true?
Yeah, Furu.
Yes.
can I
I'm
say?
pretty sure my
I
combine
see what
counter is
Alex
closer
did there.
to 69,420. See what you did there. And then next we
Fake guru. You're
have
saying fake guru. Sorry. Ooh, look at that.
fake
Hold on.
guru.
Sorry about
Oh. Okay. Well, anyway, we got breakfast and fast markets with Topstep TV from Alex. Also, FOMC today. Buckle up. Is he having pasta for breakfast?
breakfast. Respect.
Listen,
Hey,
I
No one
agree.
judge. There's a power
Pizza?
bar or
I-
something over there.
Don't give me a
up to the
pizza for breakfast.
Yeah, why not pasta? All right, then we got G Knows Trading says first combine is a fact. So there we go. Keep us
Ooh, let's
posted
go.
how you do. And then we got some little submissions from our internal creative department.
Oh boy.
Andre, apparently you've been
Oh,
rebranded.
look
as-
at
I
that.
want it that way. Is that them? Is that Backstreet Boys? I
That's
might mess that
no.
up.
We broke
Wait.
out. I'm long.
Oh, we broke out.
Oh, okay.
All right, that is definitely.
Sorry.
We had to get out there. Is that Backstreet Boys or NSYNC? I don't know. All right, we're catching a bid here. 23,000.
Oh, yeah, it's Backstreet. It's definitely Backstreet.
The other boy band of my childhood. I was confused. 63.79 last trade in the
All right, we're
ES.
in.
We have. What do we got here? We
What's
got
your stop at,
Ellis.
Mandy?
I need to adjust that. I need to have it tight. I can't lose 7.
I'm long 2 micros, Mandy. Where's
Or-
the stop at?
I don't know.
Mandy.
400s.
400. Perfect.
400.
All right.
400s. All right, sounds good.
I feel like I got to bid back into it. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
It's a fake
You
Dorito
can
breakout.
do it.
You can
Furu,
do
huh?
it.
I know. Did I not draw it the best?
Why can't we just say fake
Do I
guru?
need to adjust my Dorito?
Hey, 45 seconds MOC. 45 seconds MOC.
Oh,
Oh, hell
crap.
yeah. We got
45.
MOC. No, we're in great shape, man. MOC is always bullish. It's going to be awesome. What's your upside targets?
I'm not going for 1,000 on my TP. You guys, these are quick ins, quick outs, literally.
Sniper.
I'm going for this top of this
He's a sniper.
right here. 30.
454s?
Buckle up. I got a feeling it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. It's going to go ES, then NASDAQ, then YM.
I don't love this. I don't know if I want to stay in this.
You got 5 seconds, Mandy.
5 seconds.
Here we go. Buckle up.
Yeah, there we
Okay,
go.
we're in.
Okay, we're
I'm out.
Not a whole lot. 800 mil buy side NASDAQ. Everything else is pretty much nothing right now. It's 300
There we
mil sell
go.
side.
I
Yeah,
dipped out.
stay in there,
I
man.
want a green day.
We're
I
still in.
want to keep. Yeah, you go. You go. I
We're
probably
out
should have
one.
switched to
Nice, sweet.
micros on that.
I got you on those numbers.
If I was in micros, that would have been better.
What's an upside target here, Mandy? We're long 1 MNQ, 23,425.
72's
What's
73? 73 is a good target. Actually, VWAP. Let's take that back. 85s.
85s? 85s it is. We'll put this last one at 85s.
I mean, we are looking really good right
That was
now
great.
at my above and below.
No. Time highs, Jay. Psycho. This is a good one. Good trade. Nice little momentum play. So what was the idea? That we broke out of the Dorito and like a little consolidation and it became support and then rally?
Yeah.
Was that the plan?
Absolutely.
It's a great plan. Great plan. Up 20.
I mean, we have this 35-day moving average at 70s, so I could see that being take off one, and then if you have enough, take another one off at 45s.
45s. We're at one already, so we got one run in. We're going for your 85s, I think. Here, we'll do it.
Yeah.
NASDAQ still buy side, 850 mil buy side right now. With very little change since the initial announcement. Again, 55 till, or 5 till, 55 after. See another injection of liquidity, but right now we got some buyer stepping in here in ES, buyer stepping in the NASDAQ, buyer stepping in the Crude as well.
George is right. All roads lead back to VWAP.
That's right.
Always. VWAP
You have
George.
that for the book, right, Dre?
95 pages. Would you like to add anything, Mandy?
Yeah. George.
What do you got? Oh, that's
Quote
in there.
George on that. All
It's
roads
in there.
lead back to VWAP.
It's like page
it's
2 or
all-
3. It has to be in
it's
there,
in there.
yeah. It's a classic.
Santa Claus Rally. That was a new edition. That was last night.
That is a good one.
Yeah. Also, don't forget earnings. Meta, Microsoft, Robinhood. What else am I missing? I know we got more than that. We got way more than just that. Those are the three I got. Then we got
Microsoft,
Apple.
eBay, Meta, Qualcomm.
Yes.
Volcom. Wow.
Qualcomm.
And then we have. Is that way? Okay, clarified on the upcoming 50% tariff. Reply only to semi-finished copper goods. Okay, but that's not good enough for limit down. I don't know if that's limit down on that.
Well, I think
limit down 10% on that.
Well, but what if everyone, Dre, was anticipating copper tariffs and then Trump rug pulls? It's like, hey, just kidding, no copper tariffs.
Yes.
Copper tariffs were priced in. So does that mean it's going to sell off and get back to balance? We're flat, by the way.
Perhaps, but limit down.
87.50.
Limit down aggressive.
Maybe people were thinking he was really going to commit to it, and so they just got a little one-sided on that trade.
Oh yeah, did they ever? All right, 23,438.
Yep, we're out.
Got a minute 20 until 5 minutes.
Liquidity. Mm-hmm.
Till the party. One needs to
Still like in the above
learn
and
booking
below.
losses like a professional before you Copper going down is bearish for the economy. I get all of them. I yeah, get it. But limit down. I get why it's down. Well, I still don't get why it's down. Anyways, whatever. Stay locked in here because we are closing in on VWAP here. Let's see what happens in about 45 seconds. 45 seconds.
Yep.
Copper
we're out of this.
There we go.
We got out of this trade a while ago.
All right, so there's that target, that first target that I talked about.
Nice.
We hit the 35 moving average. Right here, my pink line. I should throw in a periwinkle in here for you, Dolby. An ode to Dolby.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe I changed my Dorito lines to periwinkle.
Periwinkle? Oh, that would work. I don't know what flavor that would be.
Jay keeps calling for all-time highs. Jay, we got some work to do.
Perfect.
All-time
Not
highs. He keeps
financial
calling for it.
advice.
Let me see if we can win all-time highs, win air horn. 5 seconds. See what happens here. there.
Good thing we're out.
Selling
Ooh,
Maybe selling.
A nice little series of stair steps.
Oh, it flipped sell side. Shoot, flip sell side. 1.6 bill sell side ES. 400 mil sell side NASDAQ. 400 mil sell side Dow. Are we seeing selling in the markets? Okay.
Look at this. Apparently, South Korea has an offer to buy down their 25% tariff.
What?
Whoa.
You can buy it down?
That's a negotiation.
See, Trump, Pakistan and the United States will work together on developing their massive oil reserves. We're in the process of choosing an oil company that will lead this partnership. And then, about 2 minutes ago, South Korea has an offer to buy down their 25% tariff. Wow. Okay.
Wait,
I'll say it, Dre.
I love it.
You can buy it down. You can.
I don't
just
know.
Give us a bunch of cash, and we'll have a
We're
lower
just flying
tariff.
blind, man.
Lower tariff rate.
We're all in this together, Dolby. Mandy, we're all in this together.
All
All
in
right,
this
we got
together.
some buy coming buying up here in the ES. ES, what was that? We'll see. Okay, it's growing sell side. How about this? Growing sell side. ES closing in on 2 billion sell side. In the ES minus 400 million sell side. NASDAQ 500 mil sell side. We're 3.5 minutes to go. Are we in a
Go to the Treasury. The company buys.
You buy
I gotta look this up, Dre.
I mean, I know how you do it.
Where does the money go?
What do you mean? You can Venmo. I think you can Venmo.
Venmo Trump?
No, you can Venmo. You can Venmo the Treasury to help pay down the debt. Saw that. That was pretty sweet.
Dolby, is this
Heather?
periwinkle?
My
Dorito?
Switch to your screen. Oh, it's
If
pretty
you're
good.
still long, I'd get out
Swatch.
at VWAP. I like VWAP.
We're already flat. We were flat like 4 minutes
Sell
ago.
side growing. What a day. What an absolute day. Last trade, 23,464. 63.93 in the S&Ps. Someone asked the question in the chat, why with this heavy sell side? Why are we going higher? Tells me, hey, more buyers and sellers than my boss would be a smart ass and tell me. This is, sometimes they're head scratchers. Here we go. All roads, Mandy. All roads lead to
VWAP.
Yep.
VWAP.
23,484 is that overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ. ES has about 6 points to go to get there. Yep. Don't forget major earnings coming out. Major tech earnings. Meta, Microsoft, Robinhood. You forget the other one. eBay, Ford. We got more tomorrow. We're not done. We got the inflation numbers coming out tomorrow. We got Apple, Amazon after the bell. Then we got non-farm on Friday. You know we're going to bring it to you. Let's see if we can hit that. What do we got? Something down here. Yeah, Mandy, above below. 23,450. 25 points higher right now.
Mm-hmm.
My
Andy, I sent you
initial
the
above
color
and below
code.
was here at 70, but then I retraced it back to 50, and I'm still thinking that could happen.
You were going back to 50?
I think we could.
Not just exactly back to the middle of the range that we established.
Watch her nail it.
Exactly. I mean, it's
Squeeze.
very
Yep.
fitting.
504 is the middle of our
likes
entire
it.
range today.
Tony, nice call. Short squeeze indeed. Delta has pared back just a bit, about half. It was minus 11,000-ish. Now it's around minus 6,000, 5,000 or so. Nice catch, Tony. All right, Andy, best of luck on the race and the training. Cool 16 miles on the treadmill. I don't know how you do it, but that is the discipline determination. Absolutely very cool. Love having you here.
What, running on a treadmill for 16 miles?
Humid here in Ohio. I'm in Columbus. Very humid right now. So the treadmill was the only way that I would be able to execute it without literally dying on the side.
Do you just zone out? When you go treadmill, do you just like zone out? It's like go robot mode. Like how?
Treadmill, usually just like crank something loud. My kids are into the K-pop Demon Hunters. 20 seconds here.
Yeah,
Dude,
20
that soundtrack
seconds.
is unreal.
Oh, shit, that play. Oh, can we find it on your Instagram? Again, go follow Mandy on Instagram. Give us the deets in the chat one more time. We got 10 seconds. What a day. What a day. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,488. Can we get to it? ES, somebody's buying. Woo. man, oh man, oh man.
70s,
Mandy, as
70s.
always, go check her out. Go check out, follow her in the Instagram. As always, thanks for coming on. What a wild day. Dolby time. Nice trade there in the end.
Thanks, you guys.
Locked in today.
Yeah.
Dolby, love it. Need more of that. That being said, we got more, earnings coming out after this. The president is going to look for a microphone anywhere he can. Stay locked in. We're all this together. Shout out to all the bellers making this thing happen. We keep grinding, keep jabbing. That being said, throw it to my main man, James Harden. Take us out of here into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Absolutely. I've told you guys it's going to be a big week here on Topstep TV. I wasn't lying, and we're only halfway through. Stick with us, because right after this, we have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Later tonight, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota at 7:30 p.m. Central. Tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m., London Open. Aaron Luce is back. And of course, Deanna with the Euro trade at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. And then we'll be back here 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning for another day of Topstep TV. 7 teams have been drafted. We got 4 to go. You got to be here to find out if you made it live. Thank you for watching. Thank you to our bellers. And thank you to the chat for showing up every day. We love you guys. Stick around for At the Buzzer. Get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.